Chapter 893. The kite circled 4 times in the sky before Li Yi controlled it to glide down with the wind. It gradually approached the ground and then stopped. Opening the buckle, Li Yi stood beside the triangular hang glider and panted. Flying in the sky was also very tiring. The main reason was that he was more nervous and was afraid of sliding down. Should he come back up or wait for the people above to come down? Everyone surrounded Li Yi and looked at him. Very good, he was alive. Looking at the kite, it was also very good and not broken. This thing is a kite. Many people tried to fly with a kite but failed, but Li Yi did it. Wei Jianghu went forward and squatted down to touch the hang glider. A hot air balloon could fly in the sky and an umbrella could slowly descend from the sky. Now, with a big kite it could still fly. As long as the wind was strong enough, it could fly very high. It looks scary flying so high. What if I fall? So he was scared. He definitely wouldn't go up and try it. It can be used in the military. Li Longji first thought of the military. Find a high place and let the soldiers jump into the enemy's city or attack the enemy's baggage. Can it always fly at a high place? Baigu was more concerned about this matter. It could fly here and there to pass on information. It depends on the wind. If the wind is suitable, there will always be wind. No matter which direction it blows, an expert can control it. Li Yi mentioned an expert. He couldn't and could only choose an area. If he suddenly flew far away, he would involuntarily lower his altitude. Today he could be considered to have performed above his usual standards. Otherwise he would have fallen down the mountain. Is it easy to learn? Empress Wang was interested. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. It's not easy to learn. First, you need to find a flat ground with wind and practice many times. Before that, you need to learn how to parachute first. The probability of an accident was not high, but once an accident happened, the worst result would be a fracture. In fact, the reason why people had accidents most of the time was because those people wanted to challenge a difficult move. Flying normally was very safe. There was also a video that said that he didn't wear a belt and grab the bar to descend. In the end, he still fractured his hand. Can you take off from flat ground? Li Longji thought of something. Wait for the wind. Use a horse to lead the kite. After it flies, it can circle. If it is led by a horse, it can continue to fly. Li Yi said with a smile. Flying a kite was simple. Previously he had learned how to fly a kite and it was not high off the ground. If you have the conditions to go to the wind tunnel, you can practice in the wind tunnel first. Good, train some people and use horses to pull them outside the city. Li Longji also smiled. What if the other envoys saw it? Especially the Tubo and the Turks? Song Jing immediately thought of the reason. If he showed it to others, they would be scared to death. For example, the Tubo and the Turks felt that it was simple. They would make their own kites and fall to their deaths. Song Jing didn't think that any kind of kite could fly people. If Li Yi could take out a kite that could fly around, it must be very high-tech. Just like a gun looked simple in structure, but in reality, it had many parts and was extremely difficult to process. Is it cold in the sky? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi with admiration. To be able to fly in the sky with a kite, many people only dared to think about it. It was like a dream. The weather is warm now. I will use a hot air balloon to bring you up to take a look. Li Yi shook his head. If it was cold, he would also say that it was not cold. Fly, fly. The little fellow opened her arms and ran with her little legs, shouting as she ran. If there is something that can bring people up to the sky and land at any time, it would be great. Baigu was also afraid of hang gliding and didn't want to play with it. He was thinking about long-distance air transportation. It was more convenient than using hot air and would not be affected by the wind. Wait. Wait for me to build a diesel engine. I will run on the ground first. It will be developed together with the steam engine. Both of them are not easy to build. Li Yi was worried. He wanted to build a steam engine locomotive, but it was not easy. He could build a small one first and use the same track. The difficulty was that the parts were big and the boiler had to be thick enough. If he changed to a diesel engine, the cylinder could be cast, and he had the blueprints for the parts inside. The difficulty was that the parts were small. Many parts were small, especially the bearings, and the cylinder seal had to be tightly sealed. First he could build a single-cylinder engine and then add more. Then he would have a tractor. The easiest way was to build a handheld tractor. It was like riding a bicycle. The handlebars and brakes were all controlled by the handlebars. But how to solve the problem of tires? Trains were not needed, tractors. Xiaoyi, you said you can build it? Baigu could not guess Li Yi's thoughts. He was surprised by Li Yi's words. Li Yi said it was not easy to build, but he meant that he could build it. It's still early. I still need to build the foundation of the industry. I also need the Tang dynasty's navy to go out to the sea and bring back some things. It will take at least 8 to 10 years. Li Yi did not want to give them too much confidence. If they kept thinking about it and pondered about it all day, it would delay their work. Okay, 8 years. 8 years it is. I want to live to see that day. Shall we work hard? Bai Gu gritted his teeth and agreed with 8 years. As for the 10 years mentioned before, he pretended that he did not hear it. Let's go down the mountain and do our own things. Old Song, I know there are 2 new things. You have to be more open-minded. Li Yi looked at Song Jing. I'm fine. Song Jing was indeed open-minded. He was too far away from the people and did not make any achievements. The people only recognized his position as the prime minister. They did not care about what he said. He knew that he was the same as Yao Chong. His power was not in the hands of others. However, when he saw the new gun, the gun that could make bullets fly 100 feet away. When he saw Li Yi fly a big kite in the sky, he was incomparable to Li Yi. He came to play for 2 days, soak in the hot spring, receive a massage from Li Yi, and eat some comfortable food. The group walked down the mountain. Li Yi took Princess Yongmu's hand and said, "Be careful. It's easy to go up the mountain but hard to go down. There's a slide pole. It takes 4 people to carry it. Take a ride at a good place." Li Longji looked unfriendly but he did not stop them. Li Yi had to marry a wife, right? Marry who? Marry my daughter. Then I'll change my name. It doesn't matter what my name is. The most important thing is to tie Li Yi to the royal family. Princess Yongmu's face was red all the way to her neck. She lowered her head and let Li Yi pull her away. Xiao Lan supported her on the other side and looked around with her big eyes. The 4 ministers also walked by themselves. They did not look at Li Yi at all. They looked at the road and the scenery. Li Longji thought for a moment, then took Empress Wang's hand and walked by himself. The little girl sat on the slide pole. Everyone was protecting her. They were ready to catch the little girl with their own bodies at any time. Guizi followed closely with his blade and a row of small throwing knives on his waist. He held Li Yi's sniper rifle in his hand. Guangping, the Japanese Empire is coming. Prepare to receive them and give the Japanese Empire a reward. Bai Gu discussed national affairs with Song Jing as they walked. The Japanese Empire's vanguard team had arrived. There were 6 people and it was said that the team would arrive soon. They had left the Japanese Empire last year and had been on the road ever since. There were more than 300 people. The Japanese Empire's envoys in Chang, and were ready to receive them at any time and present a letter of credence. Reward the Japanese Empire with books, scriptures, and technology. I want the head of whoever gives the Japanese Empire good technology. Li suddenly said. He did not care if the 4 ministers were in a good mood or not. Chapter 894. Li Yi knew that the Japanese were coming over this year. He also knew that the leader was called Abe Amaro, and the deputy was called Fujiwara Meijo. Among them there was also a person called Masayoshi Masayoshi. Masayoshi Masayoshi would stay in the Tang dynasty. He studied everything including architecture, music, painting, military strategy, and so on. Furthermore, he had learned a lot of things. Naturally, he would study other technologies. Li Yi wouldn't let him know about this. For example, if the other party came over to ask him about gunpowder. The things that he taught to the people couldn't be kept a secret. If it didn't involve the lives of the people, he wouldn't let anyone know. There were also medical books. This was more troublesome. However, there were many medicinal herbs that couldn't be obtained in the Japanese Empire. Xiao Yi, are you afraid that the small country will use it to deal with the Tang dynasty? Bai Gu wasn't angered by Li Yi's words. He felt that Li Yi cared too much about the Japanese Empire. Small country? The Sui dynasty conquered Goguryeo. Isn't Goguryeo a small country? You can't be careless. Listen to me. Li Yi knew this small country very well. He was ambitious, smart, and had a strong learning ability. What if they want to see you? Song Jing asked. Then let them see me. Why should I care if they see me or not? Find someone who can speak their language and come to Zhuangzi to teach me. Li Yi wasn't afraid of meeting them. He wanted to learn their language. In the past he could speak Japanese, English, German, and Korean. Sometimes he would read the other party's thesis, and sometimes he would negotiate with the other party about medical equipment. But things were different now. The Japanese Empire spoke differently. He had recently learned some Tubo and Turkic languages, including the Khitan language. He turned to Princess Yongmu and said, if you have time, learn other languages. If it's really hard to remember, isn't there pinyin? Mark it out. Princess Yongmu nodded. She was willing to learn. She could actually speak the Turkic language. She also knew some of the Hu people's simple everyday language. Many who merchants' items would enter the palace, and they would be called by different names. Brother E, the people from the Japanese Empire are coming. When they return, what should we reward them? Li Longji did not dare to make the decision himself. Mirror, soap, scented soap, toilet water, glycerin, perfume, makeup box. They were not allowed to get close to the place where the cement was being burned, and everyone involved had to increase the secrecy. If they were not allowed to board the hot air balloon, they would refuse on the grounds of safety. Rice and cotton. They are not allowed to leave with seeds, including other seeds. Li was willing to pay for his own things. What he gave were all consumables. Just look at how the Tang dynasty was behaving like a great country. Valuable things. Where are the thermos and kerosene lamps? Empress Wang liked thermos bottles. There was always hot water. The palace maids and eunuchs in the harem were much more relaxed. Here, but give them a batch of kerosene and diesel oil. After that, we can send them over by ship or let them bring silver to me by ship. Li was thinking about Japan's silver. It could not be used as a currency now, but it would be useful when it came to electric circuits in the future. He was prepared to tell the Japanese where there were silver mines. He would not tell them about copper mines because copper could be used to make many things. Silver could also be used to make utensils, but it was more useful for trade. The Tang dynasty did not use silver as a currency now, and it would not use it in the future. In order to prove the friendship between the Japanese Empire and the Tang dynasty, I have the location of a silver mine in the Japanese Empire. When the time comes, find an opportunity and give it to them. Li Yi looked as if he was pursuing world peace and was willing to contribute his own strength. The four ministers looked at him together. Bai Gu, you know about the Japanese Empire's mines? Does the Japanese Empire have copper mines? Yes, a very large copper mine. However, copper is still a material used to make currency. If the Japanese Empire mines copper in large quantities, it will. Li Yi stopped and started to think. He was thinking about when he could conquer the Japanese Empire. If the Japanese Empire had a large amount of copper, would it be more difficult to conquer the Japanese Empire? If not, it would be better to sell it to the Japanese Empire and use silver to exchange for the location. Then the copper. But tell them that I want copper, a large amount of copper. Li changed his mind. Is it to be used as collateral for the issue of currency? Li Longji was concerned about the currency. It's to make more powerful bullets. I have a new type of gun, but the bullets are not easy to make. It requires a large amount of copper, and it is also needed for industrial machinery. Li Yi shook his head. It was fine to use silver as collateral. He had the final say on the value of silver. We'll talk about this later. Li Longji was reluctant to tell the Japanese Empire the location of the copper mine. The silver mine was fine. After all, silver was useless. When Tian get on the roller coaster. It's too tiring to walk. Li Yi let go of Princess Yongmu's hand. The roller coaster next to her was put down. Princess Yongmu pouted. She was quite willing to let Li Yi hold her hand. Dongzhu, you come up too. Another roller coaster stopped. I can walk. I can take a car when I reach the front. Li Yi waved his hand. Unless he was too tired, why would he let others carry him? In the past, when he went to scenic spots, he would take the roller coaster and let people carry him all the way up. He would also give them extra money when they reached the bottom. For those people, there was no need for pity. As long as you took the roller coaster, they would earn money. If everyone didn't take the roller coaster, they would feel bad for letting others carry them. How could the roller coaster live? The road ahead was easier. There was a car waiting for them. Everyone got on the car and went down the mountain road. First, they went to the imperial plantation that Wang Xing was in charge of. Then they went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu and the other three didn't take a bath in the morning. Now they went into the small bathtub to relax their muscles. When Tian, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. Li Yi continued to flirt with the girl. Noodles, noodles. The little boy had just fallen asleep. Now that he heard Li Yi ask him what he wanted to eat, he told him what he wanted to eat. He liked to eat noodles because it was easy to eat. It could be mixed with soy sauce and sugar. Or noodles with soup. He would drink the soup and then eat the meat inside. It would be even better if there was a braised egg. He would be more satisfied. Okay. Princess Yongmu took care of her brother. If her brother wanted to eat noodles, he would eat noodles. Then let's eat chicken with yam and noodles with soup. Li Yi said that he was hungry. In the morning he only ate a steamed bun and a boiled egg. The weather was warm. Bai Gu and the other three came out together in their boxers and loose clothes after bathing. As soon as they entered, they met shopkeeper Liang Yang Huanjin, and the others who had also just come in. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were salt merchants from Shu. They had prepared everything and were about to leave. Finally they went to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy goods. Song De was there to entertain them. Shopkeeper Liang and the others had known each other for a long time and wanted to send them off. They went to the Li family Zhuangzi to eat and drink for free. When the 4 people came in they stood up with a clatter. They knew Bai Gu, but they didn't see the others on a daily basis. Bai Zaifu, you also came to eat? Yang Huanjin greeted with a smile. I was called to Mount Li by Xiao Yi. This is Song Jing, this is Su Yi, and this is Wei Zhigu. These 3 are salt merchants from Shu. They helped a lot. Behind them are shopkeeper Liang and the others who donated the shed. Bai Gu complained about Li Yi and introduced both sides. Song Jing and the others nodded with good intentions. Yang Huanjin and the others quickly bowed. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister in the imperial court were called together by Li Dongzhu. They could even go to Mount Li. Wasn't that the imperial family's place? Chapter 895. Today Bai Gu did not speak any nonsense. He turned around and went to the private room. Li Yi and the others went in from another door. The little boy was drooling and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. The smell in the cafeteria was fragrant. Everything smelled delicious. When the big plate of chicken was served, the little boy had his own plate with leather noodles. There were no bones in his big plate of chicken, only small pieces of chicken, carrot slices and cucumber slices. He held his chopsticks and waited. Li Longji hurriedly took a bite. Only then did the little boy eat happily. No one taught him this. He was young so he ate first. However, usually in the palace if Li Longji did not eat, no one else would dare to eat. He learned it. I just met the Shu Salt gang and shopkeeper Liang. They seemed to be leaving via the Yellow River. Bai Gu took a sip of warm yellow wine to warm his stomach. He mentioned Yang Huanjin and the others. Tell Song De to prepare 500,000 coins of different denominations. Brother Yang should take them with him when he leaves. He can use them to buy things in the future. Li Yi told Qing Song to give him the money. Just treat it as payment in advance. Qing Song left. Not long after Song De came in. Dongzhu, 500,000 coins of exchange. You've overpaid. Release a batch of new tea. Put it on the newspaper and give a 10% discount. Also, advertise the gloomy wooden instruments. Allow others to order them at the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi nodded and gave 2 methods to recover the money. Overpaying was out of the question. The Li family Zhuangzi had printed a lot of money, but every time it was released, there would be collateral of equal value. Li Yi adhered to the rules. Otherwise, no one would know about the overpayment, and it was impossible for anyone to run over. Dongzhu, it's not enough. Song De shook his head. How much do you need? Li Yi asked. About 40,000 coins. Song De knew the data. He compared it and held up 4 fingers. Summer is coming. The newspaper said that if you buy toilet water in advance, you will get a 10% discount. Only 40,000 coins. For every 100 coins you spend, you will get an extra piece of sulfur soap. Li Yi pondered for a moment and said another product. The newly developed sulfur soap is used for medicinal purposes. The newspaper introduced how to use it, but there is no stock. Now I am giving it to you. Got it, Dongzhu. Song De felt relieved and ran out to make arrangements. Bai Go smacked his lips as he listened by the side. 500,000 yuan could be released directly, and the backup would immediately make up for the shortfall. Xiaoyi still had money. Old Bai, don't look at me like that. The extra bonus isn't 500,000. I had some savings before, but I don't have any money. This year, the Ministry of Revenue's tax revenue should exceed 20 million taels. Why are you eyeing this small amount of money? Li Yi felt uncomfortable being stared at. It's not easy for me to get some money, and I'm already getting a 10% discount. Xiaoyi, you have 500,000 yuan. Bai Gu emphasized, you have. Overpaid? Where? Li Yi said with a you don't know how to calculate look. You made up for the extra bonus. That 500,000 yuan was placed in the hands of the Shu Di salt merchants to buy things. The money is there and you can exchange it for 500,000 yuan worth of goods. Bai Gu didn't fall for it. He was now very familiar with finance. What goods? When the border is short of baggage, I will let Shu Di transport it directly. Can I ask the soldiers at the border for money? Or can I ask you for money? Li Yi gave another account. The money was thrown out and he didn't really want to buy anything back. This was because he had new things to release and it was to pay taxes to Bai Gu. He didn't lack money. Bai Gu didn't say anything and drank. Song Jing's mood was even better. Look, Li Yi threw out 500,000 yuan to the soldiers. Of course, the people remembered Li Yi's good. How could he compete with him? Then the money was really given? Li Longji believed that Li Yi wouldn't take back what he said. To buy loyalty. The Jidushi, governor and protector general at the border have too much power. Using that money to let the soldiers know who is giving them money. At the same time, let them know that if they can be given money to make their lives better, tomorrow if they rebel, there will be more money for others to surround and suppress them. The Shu Di salt merchants will take the exchange coupons back and use them to circulate. More Shu Di merchants and people will benefit. If someone causes trouble, they will be the first to disagree. They need the stability of this currency. Li Yi laid things out. 500,000 yuan was a lot, but it couldn't be compared to the stability of the people's hearts and soldiers. He had too much cash for himself. The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons circulated in large quantities, which in itself increased the credibility of the Li family Zhuangzi. When the imperial court issued banknotes, the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons would exist side by side. If the imperial court didn't control it well, the Li family Zhuangzi could use their credibility to invalidate the imperial court's currency. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. She still admired him, but her heart ached. She felt that her family's money was gone. Li Lang, can't you get back the 500,000 yuan? She couldn't help but ask. If you want it, not only can you get it back but you can also earn more. Li Yi patted the back of Princess Yongmu's hand. While Li Longji stared, Li Yi said, 500,000 yuan can't be spent in one go. Who can spend so much money? If I don't give them things, how can they spend it? The money is mine. And then? Li Longji's eyes looked at Li Yi's hand that was still on the back of Princess Yongmu's hand and asked. Li Yi withdrew his hand. Then I will make a batch of camouflage clothes, warm ones, spring ones and summer ones. I will send them over and let the Shu Di salt merchants buy them. They will give them to the soldiers in my name. The things I send over are goods. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if I just donate them? If I buy goods, I can make double the profit. In other words, I will use my money to donate. I will earn my own money. There are other goods. If the goods are good and the military quality is good, the people will follow and buy them. I will earn another sum of money from the people. Li Yi explained his operation method at that time. For example, there is a meeting to accept donations and then need to give tents to the disaster areas. How to spend the money. Find someone to set up a company. They don't need to be able to produce tents themselves. Go to other places to buy tents. The more you buy, the cheaper the price. Then this meeting will buy tents from this company at a high price. In this way the money will be made. Li used his own money to buy his own things and donate them. No matter how high the price was, he would definitely lose money. When he lost money, some goods would be known by the locals. They would also want to buy them. This was equivalent to advertising fees. In this way, Li Yi's real donation was not 500,000 yuan. It could be 200,000 yuan or 150,000 yuan. In addition, the profits from the goods bought by the people. Recouping the capital or surplus depends on the local purchasing power and the promotion of the goods to the local people. At that time, the inheritance tax overseas was very high. Rich people will donate and set up their own charity fund. The charity fund will buy things for others. Who will it buy? Will it buy from the company registered overseas or from someone else? If it buys from someone else, how big is the political background of this other person? What can the other party provide in exchange for benefits? How can it be like this? Bai Gu realized that he had learned something again. Isn't this too scheming? I'm just saying. Actually, there are other ways to earn back the money. Even if I earn money, I will still take out the money to help the people. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and thought, you have not seen the world. What's there to be surprised about? Chapter 896. Set up the track gangplank. Set up the track gangplank. Boom. At the Wei River wharf of the capital government, the people carrying the goods on the shore put a gangplank with tracks on the side of the ship like a suspension bridge in the moat. Then the people on the ship pulled and the people on the shore pushed. They pushed the carts with goods to the head and the people on the ship carried them directly. Every time, 2 tracks were set up at the same time, but they were on a intersection-shaped board. They sent the carts forward from one direction on the shore, unloaded the carts and returned to the empty carts from the other direction. It was the same when loading and unloading the carts. They no longer had to carry the goods across the gangplank. It was slow and dangerous. If the ship was small, it would tilt towards the wharf when the board was set up. After the carts were put on the other side, it would gradually balance. Big ships couldn't feel the weight at all, especially flat-bottomed Chaosher. The ships had already gone down the river. There was a team with the largest size. They raised the flag with 2 words written on it, Shu Salt. Yang Huanjin stood at the wharf and watched the last boxes being carried to the ship with sails. He looked back and stepped on the ship. The boxes were filled with 500,000 yuan worth of exchange coupons. He took the money, but he didn't see Li Yi. Today, Li Yi didn't come to see him off, but someone accompanied him. The pigeon keeper. Li Yi got a lot of pigeons and gradually let them fly. The main reason was to familiarize himself with the terrain and magnetic environment of the capital government. Now he took out 50 feathers and put them in cages to take them to Shudi to see if they could return to the nest. If possible, fly back and raise them. Then take more pigeons to Shudi and fly back. The pigeon keeper was talking to Huang Xianrong. He knew the purpose of taking care of the pigeons carefully. The old pigeon took the new pigeons and flew back. The pigeon's feet carried a letter tube, and the content was written in a password. The password was a book printed by the Li family Zhuangzi. The matching numbers and even the phonetic combination of the words indicated the position of the book. One pigeon at a time, it can be transmitted 50 times. Huang Xianrong was looking forward to raising another batch of pigeons when he arrived in Shudi. Through land transportation, the communication between Chang and Shudi would be many times faster. One won't do, at least 5. Otherwise, you won't be able to find your way back or get caught by the birds on the way. The pigeon keeper shook his head gently. How many days does it take to travel from Shu County to Chang'an? Huang Xianrong thought about it and found it reasonable. 1 day. The pigeon keeper raised a finger. He was confident that the pigeons raised by his team could easily fly back from Shudi within a day. Fast, really fast. Why don't you bring some pigeons with you? Huang Xianrong was not familiar with carrier pigeons, so he had more questions. She hasn't laid eggs yet. Once she lays eggs and the experiment here is successful, the hatched pigeons will be sent over to the relay station. I'll raise them there. When the pigeon keeper talked about that place, he looked a little sad. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He was the most outstanding pigeon keeper. When he got there, he needed to teach others how to raise pigeons before he could return. His home was in Chang'an. Huang Xianrong seemed to have thought of this problem and comforted him. Li Dongzhu will take good care of your family. How much does he pay you every month? 50 kennels. The pigeon keeper finally smiled. He was the best. 50,000 kennels per month. If there was no leap month, he would get 600,000 kennels per year. If there was a leap month, he would get 650,000 kennels per year. In the past, when he raised pigeons for others, he only got 500 kennels per month. The difference was 100 times. Huang Xianrong looked at the pigeon keeper again. He did not expect that the pigeon keeper's salary was so high. Then you can save money to buy a house. Huang Xianrong congratulated him. I have a house. Dongzhu will give me a house in the south of Chang'an. He will set aside a special place for me. For those who raise pigeons, their families will live in the courtyard on the 2nd floor. There will be people around to protect them. This is to prevent my family from being captured and used to threaten me. When there are more pigeons in the Tang dynasty, I will be safe. When the pigeon keeper talked about the house, his smile did not change. Huang Xianrong realized that he had not thought enough. He suddenly asked, if you are captured by the enemy and they ask you to pass fake information, what will you do? I will never agree. The pigeon keeper lowered his head. What he was thinking was to change to a special kind of paper. On the surface it was not obvious. Every piece of paper had a number on it. The special paper had a special number on it. Every pigeon keeper had a different number. If he used the special paper to pass the message, the people in Chang'an would know that something had happened to him. They would think of ways to rescue him while making use of his connection. He had to try his best to stay alive and wait for the day when he was rescued. If the connection was broken, the rescuers would not be able to find him. Everything had been agreed upon. Every aspect had been considered. Of course he would not tell anyone. He had to pretend to be loyal to him. Let's go. Have a safe journey. The people on the shore shouted and helped to push the boat. The people on the boat stepped on the boat and adjusted the rudder. The boat was pushed downstream. The Salt Gang took away 4 boats. One of them was an experiment in the Yangtze River. In the rapids, the boat only needed to rely on the boatman to move forward. In other places, the boat would paddle if there were oars and sail if there were no oars. Therefore, the upstream channel of the Yangtze River was wider than the downstream channel. If the wind was not good, the boat would sway back and forth. The sailboats usually slanted to the left and then slanted to the right. The people on the boat kept operating the sails. It was a laborious job. Since the wind was right, the boat would fill the sails and lower the sails. The 4 boats needed help to pull their own boat in the rapids. If they succeeded, the boatman's job would be easier. The boats were modified and had sails. When the wind was good, they could keep up with the main group. If we use the new boat from the Li family Zhuangzi, it will be easier. Huang Xinrong stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the boat in front of him as he spoke to Yang Huanjin. Yang Huanjin raised his hand to test the wind. We will not release them. The underwater oars are military weapons. Li Dongzhu gave us 500,000 taels in exchange coupons. In addition to the tens of thousands of taels we received from selling goods in Chang'an, we will be snatched up when we return to Shu. Huang Xinrong did not expect more advanced oars. He talked about using the coupons to make money. Nowadays all the merchants in Shu who could get their hands on coupons would bring some back. Some would add 1 coin for every 100 taels to exchange with others. Some would add 1 coin for every 50 taels. If they used the coupons to buy snacks, the stalls and shops would be willing to give them more. Shu was short of copper. Historically, Shu's economy had developed well, but they did not have enough currency. Therefore they could only use iron coins. The ratio of iron coins to copper coins was too big. They would need to bring a lot to buy things. Was too heavy. For example, if they used copper coins to buy something, it would be very uncomfortable to carry it around. If they used iron coins, it would be more than 60 caddies. The coupons were convenient. They were light as a piece of paper. The pictures were good and could not be faked. 500,000 taels in exchange coupons. According to the ratio of 50 taels to 1 coin, they would have an extra 10,000 taels when they returned. We will not add more money. Go back and tell the people from the other big businesses that we will not add more money to exchange coupons. However, if we need help in the future, they must help us first. Yang Huanjin shook his head. If they used the normal ratio to exchange coupons, they would get a chance to help. In the past, if the salt merchants in Shu did not pay for the transportation of goods for the imperial court, how could they have the face to ask Li Yi for help? In the past, they were rewarded with tax exemption. They earned it all back in one go. There was still a lot more. Chapter 897. Huang Xinrong had a regretful look on his face. He could not make more money, but he listened to Yang Huanjin. Brother Yang, you said 500,000 yuan. Does Li Dongzhu want pickled mustard or pepper? We need to go back and prepare first. Huang Xinrong planned to collect in advance when the season came. This was to prevent Li Yi from suddenly buying at a high price. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. He cares about the people of the Tang dynasty. Originally, he wanted to secretly make pickled mustard, but he spread the word that people in Shu County are not easy to make money from. Yang Huanjin praised Li Yi. Li Yi had thought of several ways to make money from Shu County. Later he found that it was too troublesome. He did not want to make money himself but had to sell mustard. He might as well let the local people make it. When it was done, he could sell it to all parts of the Tang dynasty. I think people in the government like to eat mustard. Li Dongzhu helped to spread the word that it can be used to make soup, pickled vegetables, or stir-fried vegetables. I guess he wants to make mustard. Huang Xinrong guessed that the name of mustard was suggested by Li Yi. The key was in the word mustard. There were many varieties of mustard. One of the varieties of mustard in Shu County was most suitable for making mustard. Mustard was originally not very tasty. Now people in Shu County found land that did not grow crops and planted it. There was no shortage of salt in Shu County. The well salt was better than sea salt. When Yang Huanjin heard about the mustard, he was hungry. When he came to Chang'an, the mustard was mixed with shredded onions and pickled vegetables. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This money is not used to transport things from Shu County to Chang'an. If we don't transport them, he will give us money?" Huang Xinrong took out a handful of pine nuts and bit them with his teeth. Crack. Li Dongzhu wants to buy things. Send someone to Shu County to deliver a letter saying what Li family Zhuangzi wants. Our people will immediately ship it over and get the money when we arrive. Why does Li Dongzhu need to pay first? As the leader of the Shu Salt Gang, Yang Huanjin's analysis was more thorough. He knew that Li Yi had sent a message saying that he wanted pickled vegetables. Even those who did not have the capital dared to find someone to get the pickled mustard, saying that they would send it to Li Yi to Chang'an and give him the money when they got back. And those who had pickled vegetables and were unwilling to run away would really sell them to this person on credit. If the Li family Zhuangzi did not have this bit of credibility, how could the exchange coupons be circulated in Shu County? Nowadays, the people of Shu were still talking about the battle with the Southwest barbarians and made many stories about it. The Shu people felt that they were all participants. There was a Li family Zhuangzi from the Murky River in the capital government who had won a war with money alone. With his help, he delivered the supplies to the front line at a slightly slower speed than the express mail. It was said that they captured more than 200,000 captives and sent them all to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was rich. Yang Huanjin believed that if he went back and heard such stories again, he might become a captive of 500,000 people. In fact, there were only about 10,000 people. The more the story spread, the more there would be. The Li Dongzhu gave us the money to buy things and hire people to deliver them to the front line when the situation at the front line is tight. This money is for the soldiers at the front line. Yang Huanjin took a few pine nuts from Huang Xinrong's hand. As he spoke, he took out a small pair of pliers from his pocket and broke the pine nuts. Huang Xinrong touched his cheek. "Brother Yang, why didn't you take out the pliers earlier? Watch me crack them with my teeth. Tomorrow 20 of you will ride bicycles to sell newspapers. Remember to press the bell and quickly get used to it." The Li family Zhuangzi, Songda, instructed the 20 paper boys who did not receive the newspaper in the morning. The 20 children were slightly older and were all boys. In the morning, the other paper boys ran away after receiving the newspaper, leaving them to wait. At this moment they were learning to ride bicycles. The bicycle had a crossbeam. Li Yi had personally demonstrated that they could ride from the crotch, which meant that one leg could step from the bottom of the crossbeam to the pedals, which was suitable for children. They could ride from the crossbeam in front of them and lift their legs from the front over the crossbeam to the pedals, which was suitable for older children. They could also lift their legs from the back. This was the way for adults. The children who sold newspapers learned the third way. The saddle was slightly lower and they could ride from one leg to the pedals. When Li Yi was young, he was not tall enough and his legs were not long enough. He also rode the old bicycle without touching the crotch. When he was riding, his body would be on one side of the bicycle and the other side of the bicycle. Every time he rode, his legs would be hanging from the crossbeam. Of course, he could not sit on the saddle. He could only kick back and forth on the crossbeam. During the demonstration, Li Yi also did some difficult maneuvers such as sticking to the bicycle, going up and down without touching the ground, riding upside down, not holding the handlebars with both hands, lifting the front wheel and stopping the bicycle. However, he couldn't jump to a high place with the back wheels of the car. Even so, the audience felt that Dongzhu was awesome. He knew so many maneuvers. After the demonstration, Li Yi went back to class. The children began to learn to ride with unlimited dreams. They were very eager to learn. There was a winged knight at the back who held the back seat with his hand while the child pedaled in front. After the child started to run, the winged knights would let go. When the child pedaled, normal people would find that the handlebars were tilted to the left. It was not easy to control. If it was a left-hander, the handlebars would tilt to the right. They tried their best to adjust. The space was big enough so they would draw a big circle when the handlebars were tilted. Next was the problem of balancing the left and right. Their hands and arms were very tired. They did not know how to learn, but at this level, everyone's learning progress was the same in 15 minutes. It was especially fast. After another 15 minutes they could control the left and right. The winged knights would sit in the back seat. The child led the winged knights forward. When they encountered a problem with balance, the winged knights would use their feet to brake, let the child ride and then sit on it. In an hour, the 20 children had learned the basics from the beginning to being able to lead people out and turn. The rest was their own practice. As for the movements that Li Yi demonstrated, it was not something that could be learned in a day or two. They practiced until lunch, but the children did not feel tired. After lunch, they were forced to take a bath and then take a 2-hour nap before they were allowed to ride again. When the sky turned dark, the lights were lit. The children ate dinner and rode in the square. Early the next morning, the 20 children took the newspapers and set off under the envious gaze of the other children. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The Li family Zhuangzi's new bicycle is the one I ride. Only those who buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are qualified to buy it. Ding ling ling, selling newspapers, the first choice of rich people when they travel. Buy one with qualifications. 1,000 carvings, lifetime warranty. People who can't balance can't ride even if they buy a bicycle. The Li family Zhuangzi is in charge of training. People who can ride bicycles are stronger than others. 1,000 carvings, riding is comfortable. Nobles have it and they respect it. The children rode their bicycles from the east to the west of the city. They said that they were selling newspapers, but they did not stop at all. They had to deliver the newspapers to the people who subscribed to the newspapers in the west of the city first. The people on the road all moved aside. They heard the price and felt helpless. Chapter 898. It's quite difficult for me to walk up and down the court. Why don't the court fund me to buy a bicycle for someone of the same rank as me? After the morning court session, Su Yi returned to the political affairs hall. He read the newspaper and spoke like an old man. He was 48 years old this year and had just been assigned the position of Minister of War. The other prime ministers all had the title of minister. If he didn't, it wouldn't look good. If the Ministry of War has the money, then buy it from the Ministry of War. Why are you looking at me? Bai Gu didn't even look at Su Yi. The Ministry of War has no money. Su Yi said as he opened his food box. Let's eat. Unfortunately, I didn't bring enough. It's only enough for one person. The morning court session was too early. He woke up late last night because he had done it with his wife. He didn't have time to eat breakfast, so the kitchen prepared a food box for him. Last night there was beef on sale in the East Market. He bought beef to make the turning back soup. It was still warm. In order to go with the turning back soup, he specially bought lamb offal and lamb fat to make soup. However, he brought dry goods for him. There was a bowl filled with seasonings. He picked up the new thermos bottle that he filled in the morning and poured the turning back soup. Song Jing and Bai Gu looked at each other and were angry. They didn't eat breakfast either. One of them was 55 years old and the other was 72 years old. The 55-year-old was emotionally unstable. He went to Mountly to play and thought a lot. He was tired. The 72-year-old recovered slowly. He also drank calming soup and overslept. The two of them decided to eat some snacks and hold out until noon. When they saw Su Yi, a young man, bring food, they felt uneasy. The key was what he said. If you want to eat, just eat. What do you mean? Bai Gu found a piece of paper and looked at the ink slab next to it. He looked at the ink and saw that it could be used. He wrote, "The new cars in the city can drive themselves. Wealth needs a bell." However, the two prime ministers were hungry. They couldn't calm down. Send this to Xiaoyi quickly. Otherwise it'll be lunchtime. Bai Gu handed it to his follower. The attendant ran out and arrived outside Xingqing Palace. He borrowed a horse and rushed toward the Li family Zhuangzi. It was only the end of the day and the beginning of the morning, around 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Yi was having breakfast when Song De ran over and gave him the letter. Li Yi glanced at him. Bring the pot and noodles with you. Cut the marinated beef into cubes and bring some side dishes. Hurry up and send them over. Bring the hot soup with you. When we reach the place, just wait for us. Qing Song had already taken out the things on the other side. Li Yi picked up his brush and wrote, Zai Fu toils in the affairs of the state and trembles in fear. Rising early in the morning, it was not enough to serve at the front. In the spring, a bowl of comforted Qingping. Putting down his brush, Li Yi continued to eat. Today they even asked for breakfast from him. Who brought breakfast and did not give it to old Bai? It should be Su Yi. Song Jing wouldn't do such a thing. A carriage went out and took the informant with it. The informant was given a can of shrimp oil side dishes and 2 pieces of soap. When the carriage reached the place, it went straight to the political affairs hall. 2 bowls? 2 bowls is enough. Bai Gu stood at the door and shouted. He did not give the bowls to Su Yi. 2 bowls of noodles were ready and the side dishes were served. Su Yi picked up some sweet garlic from the side dishes. It was perfect for the mutton soup. Outside, the Li family Zhuangzi's men shouted, there are still 50 bowls left. Who wants it? Soon 50 people were enough. Some people were discussing how to share a bowl with 2 people. Bai Gu drank a mouthful of soup and looked at Su Yi. Don't you feel uncomfortable eating it? It's delicious. The Li family Zhuangzi's pickled sweet garlic doesn't need to be peeled. It's chewable. Su Yi picked up the spicy cabbage. Song Jing ate the beef and drank the soup. He felt much better. At least he didn't feel uncomfortable smelling the food. I think the imperial court should buy bicycles for everyone. Su Yi brought up the topic of bicycles again. Not buying. Bai Gu firmly shook his head. He understood Su Yi's meaning. Su Yi had just become the Minister of War. The money Li Yi earned from selling bicycles would be used to make firearms. The firearms would be used to equip the army. This would be under Su Yi's charge. Wishful thinking? If he really wanted to equip the army, wouldn't the Ministry of Revenue directly give Li Yi money to make them? Moreover, Li Yi had been making them. If Su Yi didn't give him something to eat today, he would not let him go. Longzhe, you are going to make money. If you want to buy a bicycle, you need to buy a kerosene lamp and a thermos bottle. If someone wants a bicycle and hasn't bought these 2 things before, they will definitely buy them. Su Yi analyzed it from another angle. You see, you are going to make money. Buy a few bicycles. Bai Gu was not fooled. Will people who don't buy kerosene lamp and thermos bottle buy bicycles? How can rich people not buy the first 2 things? There are people who became rich later. They didn't have time to buy them. Su Yi was still looking for excuses. The imperial court will not waste money. If you want to ride a bicycle, you have to ask Xiaoyi personally. I believe that Xiaoyi will give you face. Bai Gu did not say anything after he finished speaking. He lowered his head and ate. After eating, he had things to do. Song Jing did not speak. He ate slowly. Li family Zhuangzi's noodles were different from other people's. They were really fragrant and tasted good. At the door, 50 servings of noodles were delivered. Li family Zhuangzi's people left amidst a wave of thanks and farewells. No one felt that there was anything wrong with an outsider delivering noodles. They were not selling them. However, if it was another person delivering noodles, they would have to ask clearly, why did they deliver the noodles? Were the noodles poisoned? Some of the people outside were also eating breakfast. They ate in the East and West Market. There were also people carrying poles and pushing carts to sell food. They shouted as they walked. When someone bought something, they would stop. Those selling soup and pancakes had a large wooden bucket filled with water. When people finished eating, they would throw their bowls into the bucket. After washing them, they would continue to fill the bucket. In fact, it was not hygienic. However, everyone felt that it was already very good. Those selling cooking pancakes were much simpler. They just took a bag of paper and did not need to be washed. In the past, this kind of business had to enter the market. They were not allowed to sell on the road. If they met someone who wanted to buy on the road, they would go to the nearest market to do the transaction. Now no one cared. Some people even placed their stalls at the entrance of a market. People on the street could buy it. People in the market could also buy it. As soon as the bicycle was released, it immediately became a hot topic. 1,000 coins for a bicycle. Why bother? How many animals can one buy to pull a bicycle with 1,000 coins? Is that a bicycle? It is clearly telling others that he is rich and riding this bicycle is better than others. It probably doesn't cost much to build a bicycle. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are expensive. Now, at night, kerosene lamps are hung at certain intervals. That is called a diesel lamp. It is said that it is made of tallow. The black tallow can be burned. The imperial court helped to collect it and sent it to Li family Zhuangzi. I mean, it is not expensive. If it was expensive, would it be hung outside to light the way for us? It is called a diesel lamp, not a kerosene lamp. A thermos bottle for each shoeshine child. It should not be too expensive. Why do you care about Li family Zhuangzi's capital? Li Dongzhu earned money. It is not like he spent it. Recently, Li Dongzhu did not donate money. He is probably doing something big and needs money. Otherwise, he would definitely donate. Where else can he donate? The roads are almost completely repaired. The imperial court paid for the tracks. He gave away a lot of horses. I heard that they are for the new relay station. In the future, when others attack the Tang dynasty, we will know the news very soon. There is a big vat at home? Chapter 899. Big vat. We're eating. Let's talk after eating. Oh, well, let's eat. See, in a few days I'm sure someone will buy a bicycle to ride. There are many rich people in Chang, and after all, the money we earn in our lifetime is not enough to buy a bicycle. Others will buy one and ride it for fun. Why can't we buy one in our lifetime? Li Dongzhu has been thinking of ways to make us earn money. Maybe one day I'll be rich too. You eat a bowl of wonton and you have to take a spoonful of sauce. How can you be rich? Don't you think it's salty? It's heavy. Unfortunately, it's vegetable sauce. I'm not allowed to take egg sauce or meat sauce. It's free now. Why don't you eat with all your might? The people were not idle while eating. They were arguing and bragging. Now, it was indeed free in the capital government. As long as you set up a stall, you would be allowed to eat as much as you want. Salt was even cheaper. Last year, the salt merchants in Shu sent a large batch of salt over, plus Li Longji salt. Now, 500 grams of salt was 5 coins. It was not rice, so the people bought a lot of salt to make pickles. Now every family had a lot of salt. When the vegetables were collected in autumn, they began to make pickles and pickles. There were also fresh fish that they bought. They quickly cleaned it up, smeared it with salt and hung it up to dry. Flies would sting it and it would be processed when eating. If you ate too much pickles, you would still eat salt. Pickles were different. Pickles were not salty. In the past, there were few people who made pickles because they lacked utensils. As life became better, they bought big vats to make. The big vats they talked about when eating were not the ones bought by the imperial court. They were used as toilets. One after another, each square had dug out the original manure pits and installed big vats. In order to avoid soil pollution, some people even jumped down to scrape the soil from the manure pits. They scraped it down and carried it away, filling it with new soil for free. After these people collected the soil that had been soaked in dirty things and fermented it a little, it became good soil. After soaking the saline alkali soil with water, it was covered with half a foot of soil. The low-grade field directly became a high-grade field. It was better than the desilted field. Crops grew crazily after planting. In the East Market, a group of people strolled. Li Longji came out and Empress Wang pushed the stroller. The little guy wanted to come out and walk by himself several times, but he was pushed back by Empress Wang. Other children liked to be carried. They didn't want to sit in the car and insisted on being carried by adults. That was not the case for the little guy. As long as he had the chance, he would run away on his own. Li Longji came over to take a look at his daughter's shop. It was now called Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Princess Yongmu had changed the name and brought Xiaolan along. Xiaolan was a maidservant that she had played with since she was a child. There were quite a few maidservants who played with her. Later on, she was gradually sent away because of her bad intentions. The so-called heart meant that when she was in danger she would instinctively block in front of her, and Xiaolan did it. Guizi followed beside him. He was wearing a windbreaker. The windbreaker was open, revealing the gun hanging in front of his chest. He switched to a new gun that Li Yi had given him. It was an assault rifle, not a sniper rifle. He also carried the sniper rifle on his shoulder. The difference between the two guns was that one was a long-range weapon while the other was a burst weapon. He didn't need a pistol. He had a three-edged flying knife on his waist. It was faster than a pistol within 20 meters. He put both hands on the assault rifle. One of his hands was on the safety, while the other hand's index finger was stretched out beside the trigger. The sniper rifle on his shoulder was loaded and the safety was off. When necessary, he shrugged his shoulder and pulled the trigger while releasing the safety. It was like an instant sniper. I wonder if Tubo and Tujue have such prosperity? Li Longji looked at the lively scene and was a little proud. I think the people there can't casually go out to buy food. Empress Wang was also willing to belittle the foreigners. Tujue was a mess. Tubo had a slave system. There were also slaves in the Tang dynasty. Slaves were a minority. Most of them were ordinary people. Last year there were no more people who went to Chang and to sell themselves as slaves. Those who couldn't survive in other places avoided the checkpoints and entered the capital government. They wanted to sell themselves, but they suddenly found that they didn't need to. There was work to do. Those who wanted to sell their children could go to Sorrowful Field Square to find food first. Then they would find work waiting for them. There was no shortage of people, but there was no shortage of work. If they still wanted to sell their daughters, Pyongkang Square would look at them first. They would look at their faces, listen to their voices, and the appearance and figure of their parents. If they were lucky, some organization in Pyongkang Square would buy them. If Pyongkang Square didn't buy them, other people would look at them. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was a way to make a living, no one would be willing to sell themselves and their children. As for selling their wives, they couldn't sell their wives unless they were bought concubines or maids, which were transferable. Li Longji and Empress Wang didn't have the concept of equality for the common people, but they wanted to see the lively scene of the common people in the Tang dynasty. After walking through a road with food and drink stalls, they saw the shops in the East Market. Compared to the noisy and messy smells in other places, this place was much more orderly. Most of the shops were two-story. Most of them were one-story shops. The four-story shop in front was the most conspicuous. The group walked over. Next to the four-story building, the house had been demolished. The foundation was being laid and it was going to be rebuilt. The people next to them thought, "You built 4 stories and no one cares." The Yamen didn't say anything. "I'll follow you and build 3 stories. Some of them went to Wanyan County's Yamen to report that there were 4 stories and each story was so high. The first story was almost twice the height of others. Wanyan County's Yamen's answer was, "After investigation, this shop belongs to a new category of goods. It's a symbolic business project and the embodiment of the architectural beauty." It meant that there was no problem. When other people saw it, there was no problem, right? I also marked it once. The key was that the person who repaired the new building told everyone that they could repair it. Since that was the case, why not? When the renovation was almost done, everyone finally understood. The background, every story was made of glass. The big glass on the first floor was thick, big, and bright. Who was behind it? If you don't know, don't ask. If you ask, you don't know. Build, they said to build. It's all big glass. Uncle put a lot of effort into it. Empress Wang was a little jealous. She didn't even have such big glass in her palace. I'll ask him for more later. Li Longji liked floor-to-ceiling windows and revolving glass doors. He could guess that this glass was different from the commonly used glass. There was something added to it. This meant that Li Yi had better technology and had not released it. Empress Wang nodded. An ordinary family can match the princess's status with this building. Dream on. You want to marry a princess with a broken house? Even 1,000 houses are not enough. This thing isn't worth much. Didn't he make float glass? Li Longji admitted that the buildings were beautiful. but Li Yi didn't pay much. 1,000 beautiful buildings could be exchanged for Li Yi's hospital? People who had never been to that hospital would never know that some things in the world couldn't be measured by money. The buildings are taller and you can see further. It's dangerous to walk beside them. Guizi held the assault rifle and looked around with the scope. He didn't like to walk near tall buildings. He didn't even like to walk beside buildings. Allow the shops facing the street to open windows. Li Longji was a little nervous. Then he said his decision. Chapter 900. Li Longji decided to loosen the restrictions. The shops were not allowed to open their doors on the street, but there were always shops that opened on Jianghu Avenue. The other shops should have walls behind them, and they should be facing the street. This was to prevent people from attacking the people on the street at the windows and doors, or sneaking into a certain place after committing a crime. If there were walls everywhere, who wanted to run? Run, but there were walls on both sides. The front and back were blocked and the shops were closed at night. Where could they run? Up the walls? Now Li Longji pondered. If someone wanted to kill him while he was walking on the street, wouldn't the arrow shoot out by making a few small holes in the wall? Unless he walked on Jianghu Avenue, he wouldn't be able to reach the walls no matter how hard he tried. If the walls became doors and windows, he could have more shops and collect taxes. When he went out, the guards must be alert and keep an eye on every possible place that might cause problems. For example, check if there were any gaps or holes in the window paper. The second floor of the shop was guarded in advance. Bungalows were allowed to have 3 floors and special ones were allowed to have 4 floors. This could increase the number of people living in Chang, and increase consumption and tax. At worst, he could ask Li Yi to make a better car and train better guards. He couldn't always go out for a stroll. There were more people and the problem of public security. Brother Yi, here I have something to ask. Li Longji saw Li Yi when he was thinking about the problem of public security. Li Yi came out even less often. Today he came out with his daughter and they were eating something in their hands. Li Yi trotted over and he didn't throw away the things in his hands. Third brother, sister-in-law, you are shopping too? I brought ice cream cones. It's a new equipment but it's more primitive and needs ice to make. Li Yi showed the two of them the ice cream cones in his hands. The weather was hot. He brought a suitcase over, covered with a quilt, and there was ice in the compartment of the suitcase. Song de Zhuangzi and more than a dozen guards as well as the winged knights who had changed their clothes were around. The 8 palace maids and eunuchs also changed their clothes, and they were still pulling 3 suitcases. The ambulance did not come. It was too conspicuous. It stopped at the backyard of Heaven on Earth, which was not too far away. Zhuangzi's bodyguard carried a box over and quickly opened it. He took out 2 cream ice creams and gave one each to Li Longji and Empress Wang. The little guy sitting in the baby carriage had his eyes closed just now. Now his eyes were open. He expressed his attitude with his voice and eyes. What was that? Li took out another ice cream and rubbed the torch on Princess Yongmu's ice cream and his own. With this move, 2/3 of the ice cream was scraped off and became his and Princess Yongmu's ice cream. The remaining 1/3 was given to the little fellow along with the egg roll. The little guy frowned and his eyes showed a puzzled look. He felt that something was wrong but he couldn't figure it out. Li quickly took a mouthful of ice cream, closed his eyes and smacked his lips. The little fellow seemed to understand and also licked. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he smacked his lips hard. Last summer he was still young and didn't eat anything like popsicles. Today he finally knew that there were good things in the world that were cold and sweet and had a milky taste. He quickly adjusted his body and found the most comfortable position. He licked again and continued to open his eyes. He didn't close his eyes at all like Li Yi. Li Longji didn't lick. He opened his mouth and bit. He nodded. It's really cool. It's hot this year. Can there be a drought? There's little precipitation in Shandong but there are wells. The locusts are no longer harmful. Li Yi said Shandong was east of Taihang Mountains. Historically, since the 2nd year of Kaiyuan, there had been a locust plague every year. The climate was very suitable for wheat. Because the locusts were not dealt with well in the first year, the whole Tang dynasty didn't know where the locusts came from. They always thought that they fell from the sky. If they didn't grow wheat but rice in a large number of paddy fields, the locusts wouldn't be so harmful. Rice was rice. How could it be called rice if they didn't water it? Many locusts would be suffocated when they flooded the fields. Only when the rice was harvested in autumn did the locusts come out. But by then the crops had already been harvested and the locusts had nothing to eat. In the past, a large number of locusts flew around in the northeast. The adults were busy working while the children caught them with bamboo poles and nets. After catching the locusts, they would come back and fry them. Usually, the father would praise the children because fried locusts were suitable for drinking. The children would also get thin branches and skewer the locusts horizontally. They would light some straw and roast them without adding salt. When there weren't many locusts, the children would use 2 forks to skewer frogs. At that time, the children didn't have pity or shouldn't. They only knew that toads could be eaten except for toads. Lee used to be the same. He could find frogs, skewer them with willow branches and carry them home. The frogs were still alive and struggling. At that time he was indifferent. He didn't have the concept of abuse in his heart. Later, when he grew up and understood the meaning of life, he stopped doing that. This was civilization. It went from ignoring to recognizing. Those who, for their own selfish interests, turned countries into ruins of war and ignored their own kind were not civilized. They blasphemed the word civilization. Perhaps from the time of the Great Voyage to the beginning of the massacres outside, their souls were dirty. They were a variant of mass albinism and should not exist in the world. Li was thinking. His thoughts drifted, and the ice cream in his hand slowly melted. Brother E Shang, are finished eating. Li was distracted. Li Longji nudged him. You can also eat what you're holding in your hand. Let me show you. Li came back to his senses and quickly ate the melted ice cream. Then he took a small bite of the cone used to hold the ice cream. The little guy looked at it and then looked at the cone in his hand. He also took a bite. His eyes widened again. This was also delicious. I'll make another cone later. It's purer than this. Li said with a smile. The little guy ate the cone and felt that his fingers were uncomfortable. He wiped them on the handkerchief in front of his chest and opened his arms to Li Yi. Li Yi bent down and picked him up. The little guy put one hand on Li Yi's shoulder and pointed at the revolving glass door. He burped, "Go." He didn't want to eat anymore because this was the ice cream made by Li Yi himself. The cone was thick. He felt that eating one was enough. Let's go. I brought some things today. Tomorrow we can distribute the baby carrier. Li Yi carried the little guy in one hand and walked over first. He pushed the revolving glass door and went inside. Li Longji glanced at Princess Yongmu and asked Li Yi, "The design of this door is exquisite. Is there a good bearing inside?" "It's not very good. It's just a propeller bearing." Li Yi answered indifferently. Inside there was no glass on the wall. It was warm. There were large and small cloth dolls hanging on it. It looked very fun now. It was normal for people to be scared to death when they came in at night to light a fire. Below the dolls was a glass counter. Inside the glass counter, there were a variety of different specifications and combinations of jewelry. There's someone on duty at night? Li Longji looked and immediately assessed the value of the first floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows outside, and the revolving glass door. Chapter 901. Gold, silver, glass beads. Brother E, you must have spent a lot of money on them. Li Longji looked at the dazzling jewelry inside. Silver and gold-plated, and there are many colored threads. The glass beads are also monochromatic, so they are easier to make. On the first floor we can't put things that are too good. The second and third floors are where the good things are. I originally planned to turn the fourth floor into a warehouse, but after thinking about it, I turned it into a restaurant. You can see the surroundings from above. Li Yi didn't want Princess Yongmu to bring things that shouldn't be in the meeting place. Therefore there were no massages, women's steam baths and other activities, and there was no gathering hall. At that time he already had it. Behind him were the children of high officials, especially women. He didn't get married and then became a political channel. At that time there were many prime ministers, presidents, prime ministers and so on. Women generally didn't get married for the rest of their lives. Princess True Jade and Princess Jingxian of the Tang dynasty were in similar positions. Li Yi didn't want Princess Yongmu to do such a thing. Now the fourth floor was for Princess Yongmu to play with. If she didn't want it tomorrow, she would burn it. On the second floor there was a spiral staircase. The second floor was still jewelry, but it was better than the first floor. The gold and silver jewelry was pure and expensive, and the glass was also colorful. This glass was not burned in one go, but added color by glass balls. The cloth dolls were of a higher grade, made of cashmere, and the price was written on the pink label. The cheapest item was 3 grams. There was a cashmere doll about the same size as the little girl. It was 120 grams and was decorated with glass jewelry. After walking around they went to the third floor. On the third floor were bags, clothes, underwear, boots, shoes and cosmetics. The cheapest item was 5 grams. There were also full-length mirrors for people to wear to see the effect. Among the clothes there were chiffon and other interesting things. The price was even higher because of the special glass added to prove its nobility. Go to the fourth floor. Li Longji found that the Empress' eyes were almost fixed and quickly changed places. If you really want it, you can send someone to get it later. When they reached the 4th floor, Li Longji looked at Li Yi with a hint of resentment. There are no such things in heavenly earth. Li Longji resisted the impulse to beat Li Yi and said, "At that time the technology wasn't good enough. There weren't so many diamonds and glass. What you see now are frosted glass tables." The finely crushed diamond was inlaid on the disc, and then through the transmission the disc was rotated by the foot and polished on the glass. There were a total of 10 seats around the table. They were separated by a screen and in the middle was the table. The floor was made of marble and polished with wax. Anyway, it wasn't worth much now. It was just a stone slab. I've already produced the mother machine. Can't I cut a stone slab and polish it? The surrounding glass fish tank is a real fish tank. There are a few types of fish that we found in it. Some of them are colored. Li Yi's expression was that he just happened to have the technology and wanted to use it temporarily. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and smiled. She liked the current store very much. She couldn't find another one like it in the whole world. The theme of the store was warmth, but in fact, it was full of luxury. The difference was that the luxury set off the warmth, but not to show the luxury specifically. Empress Wang strolled around. Here I feel that I don't know anything. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even know whether to walk with their left foot or right foot. She felt that the palace was luxurious enough, but it couldn't compare to the special oppressive feeling that this place gave people. As the Empress, she felt that she didn't know anything. What would other people feel? If you don't spend 100 taels here, you'll be embarrassed to go to the 4th floor to eat. Li Yi said with a smile. That was what he meant. This place was still too small and the area was not enough. Otherwise he would have arranged it better. For example, one floor had a circular layout with a diameter of 200 meters. The position of the table was placed 100 meters from the edge and the center. In the middle was a fountain and there were 4 tables in a circle. Those who could be relaxed in such an environment were not ordinary people. Therefore, many of his bosses at that time deliberately made the office very big and then sat on the main seat. When they were recruiting, they let the other party in. When the other party came in, the surroundings were empty. In front of them was a big boss table. They walked over and sat on a relatively small single chair. Of course, such a layout was useless to him. If anyone did this to him, the first thing he would do after entering was to spit on the ground and rub the spit with his feet. What or? It was a matter of spitting. If the other party deliberately pretended to be pretentious, he would take off his shoes and socks, use his hands to scratch his feet and smell it. At most, he wouldn't talk about business. He couldn't let the other party suppress him. Comrade Little Ping had done this before. When negotiating with the other party used the identity of the empire where the sun never sets and the Commonwealth to suppress them. Feeling the air freeze, Comrade Little Ping asked the other party, "Do you smoke?" The other party said no. So Comrade Little Ping lit a cigarette and smoked. What aura pressure. It was a matter of taking a puff. But now Empress Wang didn't know how to break out of this situation. If it was someone else's shop, she would tear it down. But Princess Yongmu's shop, she laughed. "Uncle, your thoughts are not ordinary. It's just us also. Third in the world," Li Yi said with a smile. He continued, "If it were an eminent monk or a Taoist, these designs would be useless. People have their own beliefs and perseverance in their hearts, and they won't be moved by external things." Good, what a good belief and perseverance. Empress Wang suddenly became calm. She touched the frosted table. "Make a batch for me later." Li Longji followed and said, "The world is small and there's no need to revere it. We have mountains and rivers in our hearts and the people in our hearts." As soon as he said this, the people who came up suddenly felt that this layout was no big deal. No matter how exquisite the things were, could they be compared to the changing clouds and colorful clouds? No matter how luxurious the things were, could they be compared to thousands of acres of gold and cows and horses roaming? The surrounding guards' auras were different in an instant. They were not ostentatious but more stable. Especially Hao Lingquan, who had followed them. Although he was a general and had many things to learn, he had experienced fighting. He suddenly realized that the pressure he was under now was nothing compared to the danger he faced when he was on a diplomatic mission to the Tujuez-affiliated tribes and the ruthlessness he had to face. Li Yi cupped his fists to express his admiration. Li Longji's words made all the layout's aura disappear. That's right, no matter how beautiful it was just a house. How could it be as vast as the world? How could the people who chased after the wind be defeated by someone else's breath? How could the people who moved mountains be defeated by someone else's stone? Let's eat here in a while. Let the brothers come up and tell them what my third brother said. Let's eat some fried skewers and barbecued skewers, okay? Li Yi instructed and asked the little fellow's opinion. The little fellow used his little hand to make an action of grabbing an egg roll. He still wanted to eat. He didn't care about the existence of aura, frosted sand, or layout the least. Hurry up, I still want to eat. Don't mention it to me, I feel quite comfortable being hugged. Chapter 902. When the sun rose again, when Tianlan Pavilion opened in a low-key manner. There were no flower baskets or firecrackers. Princess Yongmu stayed on the 4th floor. She sat by the window and read a math book. To be precise, it was algebra. There was a piece of paper and a pencil on the table for her to calculate. Xiaolan instructed the 8 maids to wear knee-length skirts and wait for customers on the 1st floor. In addition, there were 4 new maids. They were not very good-looking, and ordinary men would feel uncomfortable looking at them. They were more than 9 meters tall, had big feet, big fists, and thick calluses on their knuckles. They had cookery knives at their waists. While others wore robes or skirts, they wore half-sleeved shirts, high-crotch leggings, and leather boots. Their thick arms were exposed under the sleeves with different scars. Most importantly, they did not have long hair. They did not look like women at all. There was a row of stools outside the shop. 10 guards sat on the stools, and the other 10 were nowhere to be seen. People who arrived at the East Market saw the big glass. Many people only stood outside and did not dare to enter. Some women who felt that they were worth more went in, but they came out not long after without buying anything. Everyone, don't be anxious. When customers come, whether they want to buy or not, they ask us. We have to patiently introduce them. When they don't ask, don't make a sound. Let the customers see for themselves. We have to pay attention to the customers. When the customers show that they want to buy or ask questions, we have to go forward in time. Xiaolan realized that everyone was in a bad mood. It had been 2 hours, but they had not sold anything. A few people asked. First, they introduced the gold and silver plating. After knowing the price, they found it expensive. Including the small glass beads, a bead with a string was at least 200 coins. The larger glass beads in other places only cost this much. Another 2 people went up to the 2nd floor to accompany them. In the end, when they asked about the price, they came down directly. Xiaolan was also bored. She also took a book to read and stood her ground. However, after lunch, when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion suddenly became lively in the afternoon, many women came to visit. Some were carrying children and some were carrying goods. This one. The big glass door and windows. Line up. A woman in her 40s seemed to be the leader. She called a large group of people to stand at the door. Xiaolan quickly ran out. Are you from Lantian County? Yes, we're from Lantian County. Someone was working at home and couldn't come. He asked us to help him bring it back. The village chief and the people from the Yamen wrote a certificate. The woman in the lead raised her voice and brought over the certificates that had been stamped. There was an advertisement in the newspaper, saying that the capital's 22 counties could send baby carriers to the counties outside. Lantian County was the first. Those who were working at home could not come, and there were also those who did not bring their children with them because their parents-in-law were taking care of their children. Even if it was a woman carrying a child or carrying a child on her back, she still needed to have proof. One certificate in exchange for a set of straps. They were carrying goods along the way, and there were men following them at home. Boxes of baby carriers were delivered. Princess Yongmu went downstairs and handed them out one by one. Wash your hands and wipe your face first. Xiaolan called out to the person who brought the child over. Some of the older children were 7 or 8 years old, and some were in their teens. After they washed their hands, they were given a lollipop, a maltose candy, that was stuck on a bamboo stick. The 2 or 3-year-old children were given glutinous rice candy wrapped in glutinous rice paper, and the younger children were given a carrot stick to bite on for fun. The woman who carried the child directly put on the carrier. She was in a good mood as she looked at her child. With her hands free, she could work and she did not have to worry about her hands slipping and dropping the child. The child, who was already asleep, put on the carrier, pressed his face into his mother's arms and continued to sleep. It's really useful. The little lady has accumulated good karma. She can make one herself. Wouldn't it cost 30 coins? It's still wasting time. Look at how dense the stitches are. It's strong. The outside is canvas? It's expensive. The place where the child is attached is cotton. It's not easy to get some cotton now. Look at that baby. He doesn't want to sleep and insists on facing outside. His small arms and legs are put in. He's not afraid of falling off at all. The women from Lantian County praised the baby carriers. According to the cloth they bought separately, a set of baby carriers would cost at least 50 coins. In addition to the work that was delayed during the production, it was another sum of money. They did not know that the baby carriers were made with a sewing machine. When the materials were cut, the pattern had already been planned and there was almost no waste. The leftover materials were used to make the small pocket on the carrier. The inner pocket could be used to store money. It would be difficult for others to steal money. The little guy, who was waiting in line to get the baby carrier, saw that the thing that was about his size was also carried just now. Hey. The little guy pointed at the child next to him and said, "Your child is too small. He can only be installed diagonally. He can't sit. When he can sit on his own, he can use the sitting position." Princess Jianghu said to a woman whose child was only 3 months old that a child who could not sit on his own should be carried horizontally. If the child's buttocks were held, over time the child's spine would have problems. "I know. It's written in the newspaper. Little miss, you sent a lot of things, right? Let me see what you have in your shop. I'll buy some and let you make some money." The young woman felt embarrassed and wanted to buy something. "No need. The things inside are expensive." Princess Jianghu did not want to earn this money. No matter how expensive it is, can it be more expensive than the price of 1 mu of greenhouse? My family had 15 mu of greenhouse last year. I hired people to take care of it. I gave birth to a boy. The woman carried the carrier diagonally, looked at the child and said confidently. She was rich. How much did the materials for 15 mu of greenhouse cost? How much did she earn in a winter? Princess Jianghu nodded and looked at a maid. The maid brought the woman in. This woman could be the first customer. People went in one after another. Lantian County was a rich county. Being able to bring a child out instead of working at home proved that there was no shortage of labor at home. 10% discount for shopping with children. Free lifetime warranty and maintenance for leather bags, clothes and cashmere toys. Xiaolin shouted, "Discount." If there was a cut on a leather bag or other things, it could be repaired and the position of the cut could be turned into a beautiful decoration. If the glass button fell off, it would cost money to buy the button. If the zipper was broken, it would be replaced for free. The first person to go in bought a 10 mu cashmere doll, saying that when the child was a little older she would play with it. She bought a few new thin and special clothes that couldn't be worn outside. Plus a satchel that she thought looked good. She spent a total of 36 mu. After the 10% discount it would be 40 mu. Sure enough, she was rich. 36,000 yuan was spent in one visit, and she only bought a few things. When the sky turned dark, the people of Lantian County all left with their things. Xiaolan found Princess Jianghu excitedly. "Princess, guess how much it was sold today?" Xiaolan looked around, afraid that others would hear. "How much?" Princess Jianghu was curious. She did not expect to sell things after giving them away. 820 mu and 730 mu. Xiaolan gave the answer excitedly. She did not know how much the cost was, but it should not be too expensive. Sell it later and give the money to Li Lang. Princess Jianghu was also very happy when she heard it. She also felt that it was worth the cost. "Princess, we can't give it to him. It's a business relationship. We took Li family Zhuangzi's things to help Li family Zhuangzi sell them. If Li family Zhuangzi needs money, we can give all the money we earn to Li family Zhuangzi, but we can't pay for the goods." Xiaolan persuaded anxiously. Chapter 903. We can still sell more than 800 taels tomorrow. After 2 days we will have enough money for the baby carrier. Li Yi said to Li Qingqi, who came to deliver the seafood, when he received the sales data from Fragrance Pavilion in the evening. "How many bicycles did you sell?" Li Qingqi did not care about a few hundred taels. Bicycles were the real deal. The number of orders is more than 500. There are still many rich people. The businessmen who sold the kerosene lamps and thermos bottles to other places have already started to buy bicycles and send them over. Li was very happy about this. He did not object to the rich people in the Tang dynasty. Which one of the prefectures did not have someone with a high social status? They had a common circle. When one person had a new thing, others would definitely buy it. In the Tang dynasty, incense fighting, cockfighting, dog fighting, bird fighting, and bullfighting were popular. Oh, there was no bullfighting. If you were caught, you would be punished. Incense made with honey, precious wood, and precious spices would be taken out and lit to see whose flavor was unique. The cost of one incense would be more than 1 tael. A huge incense made with dozens of taels would be lit to see the shape of the smoke. There were many rich people. Since they were spending money anyway, it was better to ask them to buy Li family Zhuangzi's good products. In other prefectures, if they felt that the road was not good and it was inconvenient to ride bicycles, they could repair it themselves. "Okay, brother Yi, you are rich. Everyone will be relieved." Li Qingqi said what was in his heart. They were worried that Li Yi would suddenly have no way to make money and could only use his own money to subsidize. Otherwise, what about the exchange coupons? The money for making guns will continue to be sent. We need more saltpeter, sulfur, and lead. The winged knights need to practice first. After all 30,000 people have mastered it, we will send them to the border. There should not be any big problems at the border this year. Li Yi requested to continue to increase the amount of saltpeter mining. Shu County had the most. As for mirabolite, it could not be used for gunpowder. It was used to make medicine and leather. There was a lot of sulfur in lead. If lead was impure and contained many impurities, it would cause infection or poisoning after hitting the body. However, impure lead had a different density and would affect shooting accuracy. Zhuangzi knew how to refine lead for shooting. Hearing Li Yi mention the ingredients, Li Qingqi asked Li Yi, "Can the wild boars and other animals killed by lead bullets be eaten?" "Did you hit him?" Li Yi asked. Li Qingqi nodded lightly. "I did, but I didn't dare to eat it." Wei Xiong discovered that the lead bullet is more formidable than the arrow shaft is still attached to the back of the arrow, it can be pulled out. The lead bullet hit the chicken's body and left a big hole. It's different from an arrow. Looks scary. Li Qingqi thought of the wound on the pheasant and shuddered. There was a part of the wound that suddenly widened and blood kept flowing out. He had also shot pigs with lead bullets. It looked like a small hole, but when the flesh was cut open there was a bigger hole inside. If this kind of bullet hit a person, yes, it's edible. It's not poisonous. Lead poisoning is chronic, but you have to remove the lead around the wound because the bullet will bring other things in when it hits the wound. It's heated up. Li Yi knew that lead poisoning was very slow. If it did not come into direct contact with the internal organs and was placed in the muscles, it was basically fine. Of course, when the bullet brought other things into the body, it would be infected. It's not easy to remove the lead bullet from the body. Li Qingqi came to this conclusion after testing it on pigs. It's harder to remove the lead bullet than an arrow. Sometimes we can't find the lead bullet and need to use tweezers to pinch it out or make a small incision to look for it. Li Yi knew the power of the gun he made. When the bullet rotated, it would also rotate when it hit the person. As the resistance increased, the rotational force decreased, and the cavity deep inside the wound was not that big. The bullet hit a point, and then the big cavity inside gradually became smaller. In the end, if the bullet did not penetrate out, it would be left inside the body. It was very difficult to find, and it was embedded inside. It was very difficult to remove it. If you hit the target, you won't be able to find it unless you cut it open, right? Li Qingqi felt even more terrified. It was even more vicious than the wooden feather arrow. We accidentally hit our own people. If they don't die, send them here. I can find the bullets. There are equipment in the hospital. Li Yi warned them in advance. Don't dig by yourself or you will dig them to death. Li Qingqi took a deep breath. Do we need to use that kind of equipment? Come, let's eat. Try the seafood. Li Qingqi did not want to think too much. He pointed at the spicy fried clams and razor clams on the plate. The lower reaches of the Yellow River were just navigable. They hired locals to fish for clams and razor clams on the beach. Clams were easier to catch than razor clams. They were dragged out with a rake with a net. Razor clams needed to be dug, one small hole after another. If there was no hole, they would stomp their feet a few times. Through the vibration, the sand that blocked the hole would fall down or startle the razor clams to spit out water. They collected seawater and loaded it onto the boat. Then they went upstream to Chang'an. Along the way they changed the seawater for the clams and razor clams. At the same time they ground the algae on the beach and threw them into the boat to feed them. They persevered in this way. There were still many living ones. The dead ones were thrown away on the boat or eaten by the crew. Dried clams without shells cost 20 coins per catty. Live clams with shells cost 700 coins per catty. Razor clams cost 1,300 coins. If they thought it was expensive, they could buy dried clams and soak their own hair. Only those with money could enjoy the fresh seafood. Those with low status in the palace could not eat it at all. If they were not given food, they could eat anything. Why should they delay making money? Wu Jiu, for example, was not given food this time. Even though she was beautiful and knew Li Longji's thoughts, Wu Jiu did not know what was going on. She seemed to have been neglected all of a sudden. The clams and razor clams in this season were indeed plump. The next batch should be better. The restaurants in Chang'an city bought the clams and kept them for 2 days to provide to the customers. The others were bought through special channels. Sold to the imperial court? Li Yi picked up a clam with his chopsticks and inquired. Bai Gu and the others will give them half a catty each. As long as they are not sold out, they will give them once a day. As for the others, they will be given different amounts according to their positions and grades. It's like this. Li Qingqi told Li Yi how to give them. The officials would be given in weight. As for the lowest grade 5 officials, they would be given 4 clams or 4 razor clams. They would take them home and eat them. Just like cherries in winter, grade 5 officials would be given a plate and take them home for their families to taste. The cherries were big and valuable. Wild clams and razor clams were also big. When they were scooping up the small ones, they would throw them back. They did not want them and let them grow slowly. The officials did not think it was too little. They usually took them home and gave them to their families. Because they worked in Xingqing Palace, they could make 2 for each person at noon. They would add some chili oil, coriander, and green onions. As for the lower grades, they would be given some every 10 days or half a month. I have to tell the newspaper to tell the people who go to the restaurant to take the shell away after eating. Li Yi suddenly thought of something. What? Li Qingqi did not think the shells could be eaten, but he knew that the shells could be ground into powder to fertilize the fields or feed the chickens. Don't take the shells away. Buy dry soaked hair and put the shells into the soaked hair. They will be served with the shells. Li Yi told the possible secret of the industry with a smile. At that time his bone marrow was only half a big bone. When it was served, some people would wait for the customers to finish eating and then make other things as bone marrow and continue to sell it at a cheaper price. Many customers did not know about this. Chapter 904. Brother E, if that's the case, you should be able to tell that all the shells and meat have been separated. Li Qingqi glanced at the clams on the plate. Some of them had been separated. How can you tell if they're fried together with the living ones? Canned clams and razor clams soaked in oil are made from the sea further south. Li Yi changed the topic after a few words. Canned bamboo was a good choice for seafood. Let the local government catch more and make more. Especially in Jiangnan, which was the generation in Fujian, the people were more willing to listen to the imperial court if they could make more money. The local land was called 8 mountains, 1 water and 1 field, just like Guizhou. That 1 field was now used to plant rice in Zhanqing. As long as there was a way to survive, the people would support the imperial court. They did not ask for political benefits, only for survival. The breeding is already done there. Pay them and send someone over to do it quickly. Li Qingqi had never been to the seaside, so he did not know what it was like. He only knew that things were expensive in the coastal area, and people in Dengzhou had to pay more. If it were a businessman, he would definitely make the local people suffer a big loss. He would rather cooperate with other businessmen than let the people by the seaside raise the price. Li Qingqi did not want to do that. His profits were high, and it was good for the Tang dynasty if the people could make some money. Brother, we can set up a dock in Jiangnan. Ships can go there for loading and unloading. The local silk and porcelain utensils can be exported. We must set the price and not sell them cheaply. Whoever dares to sell them cheaply will be punished. Whoever dares to smuggle will be punished until they lose their family fortune. Li Yi wanted to set up a new port and set the rules at the same time. Setting the price together was the way out. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer in the end if their own people kept lowering the price. It was the same as selling vegetables in greenhouses in the east and west markets. Every morning the price would be set and no one could lower the price. What if the barbarians come ashore and collect the goods themselves? Li Qingqi was worried. No one can take them away. Tell the whole area and no one will dare to violate the rules. Li Yi had a deep feeling about this. He once went to the Dalian seafood market and knew that crabs were sold. Swimming crabs were sold in October. The seafood market was underground. Carts of crabs were transported there in nylon bags. The seller was a crab farmer. He put rubber bands on the crab's claws. The other markets in Dalian that needed to purchase goods were all here. When the buyer looked at the goods, it was 15 yuan per caddy. There were big and small ones. He wanted to buy a big bag of over 100 caddies. When he asked for the price, the other person said 15 yuan, but the one who told him 30 yuan. It was the same no matter which car they went to. They knew each other and could tell. In the end, he had no choice but to go to the upper floor. There he would buy more, big and small. He would buy more than 50 kilograms at a time, and the other party would give him 18 yuan. Of course, the other party had already placed the crab in the water and absorbed some water. However, they gave him a foam box and ice. Based on this calculation, it was still more worth it to buy from the top. The bottom sold to him for 31 caddies, and there were no foam boxes or ice cubes. This was the rule. Wholesalers would raise the price for retailers. The same could be done when exporting to the outside world. Alright, even if you have your own ship to sell, the price can't be low. Whoever offers a low price will die in the sea. Li Qingqi agreed. That was what they were going to do. He ate a razor clam and stuck out his tongue because of the spiciness. Brother E, the Tang dynasty is better now. Do you want to be promoted again? I don't want to. What difference does it make if I get promoted or not? Can I get a higher salary? As for the 42 students, I need to make some arrangements for them this winter. The 220 students will depend on their specific situation. If they are willing, I can send them to the surrounding counties, but they can't be the leaders. Li Yi didn't want to be promoted himself, but he was willing to make arrangements for the students. Li Qingqi was also thinking about the students of the Li family Zhuangzi. They learned too many things and their grades were good. If it weren't for Li Yi's suppression, the 42 students could have been promoted to a 5th grade official. Li Yi didn't agree, so he sent them to the county to train. The 220 students from last year went to the village to be village officials, even if they were the top students. If it were other officials who passed the exam, they wouldn't agree to go to the village. They would rather keep their official position. Brother E, aren't you afraid that they will be resentful if you suppress them like this? When can they contribute to the Tang dynasty? Li Qingqi asked from the perspective of human nature. Resentment? Don't they know how much knowledge they have learned? Resentment? If they want to be promoted, they can come here. I will take the exam and bring out new knowledge. They haven't even learned the basic economic theory. What's there to be resentful about? Look at the Imperial Physician Department. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th graders. The 7th grader is the best, but 7 years is enough. Back then Li Yi stopped talking. Tears were all over his face. Starting from kindergarten to primary school, junior high school, and senior high school, 12 years. Then he got his undergraduate degree, master's degree, and doctor's degree, 8 years. When he got his master's degree, he took part in some work. After he graduated, he still had to work slowly. The doctor's degree in medicine was actually the starting point. He had to show his own ability. Just like the government, so what if he got a doctor's degree? At most, he would be promoted to a section chief if the economic development wasn't good. He couldn't even be promoted to a section chief if he wanted to. A doctor can be a county magistrate directly? Dream on. Now, these students had just become civil servants and they wanted to go to heaven? Li Yi was curious. He wanted to let Li Yi continue. Seeing that he stopped, he had to ask, how many years can you be a provincial governor? 42 people. It depends on the results. If you are good, you can be a provincial governor for 5 years. For 220 people, you can be a provincial governor for 10 years. For older people, you can be a provincial governor for 6 years. Li Yi gave the numbers. A provincial governor was equivalent to a provincial party secretary and a local military commander. Of course, there were more provinces in the Tang dynasty. If you want to be a mayor, there were fewer cities. Brother, you can change the county into a province and increase the number of provinces. The provinces will be commanded by a group of people. Li Yi wanted to arrange the provinces and cities according to the provinces and cities of his time. The Hunan province in front of him was in charge of too many places. Shandong province was directly included. Hebei province, Tianjin, Beijing, and the northeast region were also included. He felt that it was more convenient to arrange the provinces and cities according to the provinces and cities of his time. He could tell the situation of 60% of the cities in each province with his eyes closed. The main thing was the geographical location and economic level. There was also information that could be checked. The resources of each place and how it should be developed were all listed. Li Qingqi noted it down and told his third brother when he returned. At the same time, the villagers were drinking soup. They couldn't eat spicy stir-fried seafood. Li Qingqi didn't bring a lot of seafood. Everyone in Zhuangzi could eat a meal, but the villagers didn't want to. They just wanted to eat some soup first. Razor clam tofu soup, clam spinach soup, and try them. In fact, the soaked clams were the same. It was just that they didn't have shells, so they were less valuable. The night of May was still a little cold, especially in the Chang'an region, which was far colder than the south. The villagers lit up their lamps and hung them on the roads of Zhuangzi, which contrasted with the round moon in the sky. Chapter 905. Selling newspapers. Businessmen take a look. Seafood is transported and raised over long distances. A large percentage of them are sent to Chang'an alive. Bicycle sales exceed 700 yuan. Who is hesitating? Who is queuing? Li family Zhuangzi has decided to only make 1,000 bicycles for the first batch. In the beginning of summer, people should be wary of typhoid, fever, runny nose, sneezing. Seek medical treatment early. Don't drag small illnesses into serious illnesses. The imperial court will subsidize medical treatment. With more bamboo shoots, the panda has come back to life. The panda that was very small last year has grown up. It is still so cute. People who work in the water, bring some salt with you. If you encounter a leech bite, just put some salt on it. Don't pull it out forcefully. Don't hit it with force. If you pull it out forcefully, you will leave a leech behind and cause infection. Hitting it with force will cause local blood vessels to dilate. If you encounter cold water, cold air will enter your body. Selling newspapers. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion has donated soap for cleaning. It is free to use. The government has it. Everyone should wash their hands frequently. The river is not warm. People who want to swim in the water must remember to bring life-saving equipment. Don't get cramps. Think of your family. The fire is strong this season. You should stew more vegetables. Don't stew pork knuckle soup or chicken soup without salt. If the woman who feeds the child doesn't have enough salt, the child will get sick easily. The paperboys shouted some of the contents of the newspapers. A new batch of 20 paperboys rode to the west of the city to deliver the newspapers. The paperboys from the various counties in the government said similar things. The people were already used to it. If it was raining heavily, the paperboys' shouts could not cover the sound of the rain. They always felt that something was missing in their lives. Even if it was raining heavily, the paperboys would still sell newspapers. They wore the raincoats and boots provided by Li family Zhuangzi. They carried waterproof newspaper bags and walked in the rain. The newspapers not only contained stories, general knowledge, political news that could be publicized, many advertisements, and humanistic concerns. There would always be times when they reminded you not to do something and the dangers if you did it. Occasionally they would write some humorous jokes to make the people laugh. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why would Song Wanghai announce the method of raising fresh water in the newspapers? Baigu was interested in money. He had 2 caddies of shelled seafood a day. He used it to make soup, stir-fried chives, hot pot, and dumplings. He would probably get sick of it in a few days. He looked at the newspaper, unable to understand it from his own perspective. Why would King Song choose to teach others instead of earning money? A merchant sent it here to pay taxes. He must be here to help you. Su Yi said something that even he didn't believe. I'll take it that he's thinking that way. Baigu really couldn't figure it out, so he said sullenly. The track's in Chang, and will be completed soon. I see many people working in the southern part of the city. Apart from the Ministry of Revenue, the Li family Zhuangzi is the most frequently engaged in construction. Song Jing received news that many captives were working in the south of the city to build houses. A little further back were the officials who didn't have houses, and a little closer were the people who used to live in shacks. There was also the warehouse area and the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop. Now they were building a house. Could it be that they were going to raise livestock? It was said that shopkeeper Liang had bought a lot of pigs, big and small, which made the price of pork in Chang and go up a lot. Shopkeeper Liang and the others have contacted the people in the prefecture north of the capital to help raise the pigs. Shopkeeper Liang and the others are providing feed. Song Jing said. He was prepared to take over. In his view, the one who helped the people should be the imperial court. If a group of merchants were to provide additional income for the people, would the people still care about the imperial court? Even if the imperial court couldn't directly distribute the pigs and feed to the people, they should at least monitor it, right? How could the merchants operate it? We should ask. Su Yi, who understood Song Jing's thoughts, agreed. The imperial court has never interfered in such matters. Baigu took out some walnuts and threw them into his mouth. Li told him to eat some dried fruits, walnuts, pine nuts, hazelnuts, and chestnuts every day. There were no more chestnuts. Half a month ago, the last batch of sugar-fried chestnuts was sold by the group of youths in Lantian County. They had received the teachings of the Li family Zhuangzi on how to preserve chestnuts. In fact, the newspaper had already introduced how to preserve chestnuts until spring. Others didn't dare to try. If the number of chestnuts required was too large, they might rot if they didn't preserve them well. Preserving a small number of chestnuts couldn't be done. They couldn't be preserved and the facilities had to be complete. The youths in Lantian County had already returned the money for the pots, but they kept the pots. They bought many new pots. The original 2 big pots were fried once every 3 days, and then they carefully put them away. If the pots weren't used often, they would rot, and if they were used often, they would wear out. They wanted to keep them to remind themselves of their promise to Li Yi to help more people become rich. They believed that if Li Dongzhu had a way to make them earn money quickly, he had the ability to make them go bankrupt overnight. They had earned a few thousand chestnuts and felt that it was a lot. Li Dongzhu casually threw out a few 100,000 chestnuts. Song Jing took some walnuts from Baigu's hand. It's different now. There are many things happening and the imperial court can't keep up. The people will slowly stop trusting the imperial court. Let's wait for a year and see how shopkeeper Liang and the others operate. If Li Yi supports a person or a team, he will definitely let this team lead others to make money. Su Yi felt that he understood Li Yi's thoughts. Those who made money with Li Yi were guaranteed to provide more help to the people. The Zhang family village was rich, so they would send leftovers to Chang'an's grief Tianfang. The imperial plantation was rich, so they would also send some hot pot chicken. Even Zhang's son Xan, who had earned money, knew how to continue to recruit workers, and provided cheap black bread and free soup. Xiao Yi said that it's called being rich first and leading others to become rich together. You can't turn around and bully the poor when you're rich. Bai Gu explained Li Yi's theory. Li Yi kept staring at others. This included the people from the imperial government who had learned how to grow greenhouses from Li family Zhuangzi. When they were rich, they had to hand over a larger proportion of public funds to the village. Increase the income of the coastal people, especially the people who cook the salt. They can help to get more seafood. The Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Li Longji were talking. Li Longji came over himself. He came to ask about the first batch of goods transported by the Yellow River. He didn't know what was in it. By the way, he talked about the situation of the businessmen who raised seafood all the way to Chang'an. So far, live seafood was only suitable for long-distance transportation with shells. Li Yi considered the problem from the perspective of Sichuan salt. There would be more Sichuan salt in the future. Well salt was more delicious than boiled sea salt. Well salt was an underground brine. It had high purity and few impurities. There were many other things in the seawater. It needed to be boiled with yellow mud and filtered. Even so, the purity of the boiled salt was still incomparable to that of the well salt. Sea salt was affected, but the people by the sea had to make a living. Now, the seaside of the Tang dynasty was full of dilapidated fishing villages. Before the reform and opening up, Dalian, Lushuan Island, and Shenzhen were all dilapidated fishing villages in Li Yi's time. It was because the caught seafood couldn't be sold and could only be sold in the surrounding areas. The surrounding people didn't have money, so the price couldn't be raised. They could be sold to Luoyang and Chang'an. With Li Qingqi's group, other businessmen couldn't lower the price. The people by the sea could make more money. Smelly fish and shrimps could be made into braised shrimp sauce. As for other things, they could be dried. If they were alive, they could raise the price and the businessmen would buy them. Chapter 906. Spread the method of purifying refined salt in Zhuangzi to the seaside. If the salt produced by the seaside is good, there will be a way to make a living. Li Longji was a little embarrassed when he talked about this. He had a lot of salt wells. There were also natural gas wells and fires. In addition to cooking salt, the people nearby also went to process things. For example, reeling silk, cooking sauce, making dried green onions and cooking without using their own firewood. When no one mentioned the dried green onions, the green onions could not be eaten and could only rot. After the incident in Chang'an spread, the people in Shu made the extra green onions into dried green onions and sold them to the imperial court. The imperial court sent them to the frontline soldiers. The price was not high, but the demand was high. In addition, other dried vegetables were also put in and sent to the front line. There was also meat floss and fermented vinegar, which were needed by the soldiers at the border. Li Longji did not charge for the use of natural gas in this way, but he charged others for using it to cook salt. He thought that his salt wells made the lives of the people by the seaside more difficult, so he decided to improve the quality of sea salt to help. Li Yi shook his head. They can't afford it. They don't have so many auxiliary materials. Actually, I have another method. Boil the sea to make salt and dry the sea to make salt. Li Yi began to introduce how to make salt pans, how to increase the proportion of salt in the sea, and when to add brine to catalyze. He also explained the process of using a salt rake to push the salt in the salt production cycle. Third brother, with this method, the salt will be piled up like a small mountain. The same amount of labor and labor time will be 100 times more than boiling salt. Li Longji was dumbfounded. He tried hard to imagine a small mountain of salt and white salt all over the seaside. Everyone would be tired and sweaty from carrying the salt baskets. Brother E, this method is good. It saves firewood and is fast. It should be used. Li Longji wished he could fly directly to the seaside and teach the people there how to dry salt. When the time comes, there will be more salt and the price will be lower. Whether it is Shu salt or sea salt, the money will be earned by the merchants. Li Yi said the method, but he did not intend to use it now. There was so much salt. Building roads? Qinghai Lake? Brother E, compared to more people being able to eat cheap salt, the imperial court can subsidize the loss of people drying salt by the sea. Li Longji disagreed. He believed that the number of people drying salt on the beach was far less than the number of people who needed to eat cheap salt. As for the impact on his well salt income, he didn't care. The quality of shoe salt would always be higher than sea salt. It was impossible to buy sea salt when eating salt near Shu. When the Yangtze River flowed down to Dongting Lake, they ate sea salt. When the sea salt and the transportation fee arrived, it was guaranteed to be more expensive than Shu salt. There was also the Hanzhong region. On the way from Shu to Chang'an, it was better to eat Shu salt. Li Yi frowned as he pondered whether or not he should harm the interests of the salt-drying man. Drying salt was more efficient than boiling salt, and the price of salt was also lower. Drying salt was actually quite tiring. Now, drying salt meant going into the water barefoot. Boiling salt was actually similar. Scooping seawater from the sea was done barefoot, but the concentration of salt in the seawater was low. Drying the salt was done in salt water with a concentration of more than 30%, and there was also salt walking on it. If drying salt was done, the imperial court would be in charge. They would hire local people to do it, give them benefits, and set the price of salt. For example, the salt produced by the salt pans could be sold for 1 coin for 3 caddies. There would be a lot of profit. The profit would be used to subsidize the salt-drying man and provide them with protective measures. It would be regarded as a salt tax collected from the sea salt. Other places were not allowed to set up salt pans privately. Then the imperial court would start to fight against the illegal salt. The people they sent would definitely do it privately. Li Yi said all the key issues. You can choose whether it was okay or not. If the price was not set, the salt-drying man would still be poor. If the price was set, the illegal salt would be profitable. It was impossible not to pick it privately. Was his supervision strict at that time? Was the monitoring system powerful? Was there any illegal salt? Put it out to dry the salt. If there are really salt smugglers, kill them. Li Longji admitted that Li Yi's words could not be stopped. They could only be killed after discovering them. In that case, you can ask the people of the local newspaper to keep an eye on them. The people of the post station also have to keep an eye on them. Even if they want a bribe, they must first find out all the ways to report them. It is difficult to ban the illegal salt, but it can reduce the losses. Li Yi gave the follow-up measures. So be it. It was cold to boil salt in winter. It was easy to get heat stroke in summer. Drying salt, the safety measures followed. Publish it in the newspaper tomorrow? Li Longji decided to let the people of the Tang dynasty eat cheaper salt. Send people to the local areas to be responsible for building salt ponds. Don't publish it in the newspaper. Others will take the newspaper and learn it when they go back. Li Yi did not want people to learn it, especially the Khitans and Bohai people. There were salt pans in Bohai, not for drying. As long as the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was low enough, it could be transported to Bohai to be sold. The selling price was cheaper than the salt they made themselves, and they would not produce salt themselves. Then they would raise the price of salt. When the other party saw that it was expensive, they would prepare to cook their own salt. But when the price of salt in the Tang dynasty dropped again, the people who cooked it could only give up. In the long run, the price of salt would rise and fall. Those who wanted to cook salt would see that there was no profit, so they would not make salt again. In other words, even if the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was the same as the price of salt in Bohai, the people in Bohai would not cook it themselves. They were worried that once they cooked it, the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was low, and they would lose money. The Tang dynasty could earn benefits from the process of selling salt in Bohai for a long time and suppress the other party's salt industry. Just like in his time, the salt grown by foreign countries attacked the national salt grown by the country, and the salt extraction companies bought foreign salt. 2 parts of genetically modified salt, 2 parts of trench salt, and 2 parts of moldy old salt were invented. When mixed together, it became a good salt for the new technology. Li Longji nodded. That's good. Send eunuchs. Okay. Eunuchs are no different from other officials. They should be killed. Li Yi was casual about who to send to organize the salt drying organization. The price of salt was not controlled by the government. The people who dried salt had always been exploited and had no labor protection. When the price was set, it would inevitably include extra profits. Some people would want to squeeze this profit and sell illegal salt. The local officials colluded with each other to fight against the inspectors. When they caught them, they would kill them and confiscate their property. The imperial court used this method to recover its losses. The new officials would repeat the path taken by the previous officials, and the cycle would never end. What goods are sent to the Yellow River? Li Longji finally asked about the business he was here for. Seafood. dried oysters, mussels, dried clams, shrimps, newspapers and exchange coupons. Li Yi casually listed a few items. On the other side of the Yellow River were Gansu, Ningxia, and Inner Mongolia. They could not eat seafood now, not even dry ones. Not to mention the mainland now. When he was in Liaoning, there was a large sea around it. In Liaoning, Fushun, Anshan, and other places, it was not easy to eat seafood in the 1980s. Because these cities were not close to the sea, the dried seafood by the sea was used for hot pot. It was very precious. The Tang dynasty's Chang, and seemed to be relatively close to Yinchuan, but it was actually quite far away. If one wanted to go by land, one would have to cross mountains. Now that he could finally pass the Hukou waterfall, he had to let the people there know about seafood. When you go, leave some of the seafood there. Tell the local people that you want to buy local products and trade them when you come back. At the same time, promote the exchange coupons. Li Yi had already thought about how to trade. The people in those places were more unfamiliar with the imperial court. He had to let them get familiar with it and recognize it. Chapter 907. I bought 20 kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. There is a record of it and I left my fingerprint on it. Li Longji left and came over to ask about politics. Many businessmen gathered beside Ba Qiao. They were the people who bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles before. They need to buy bicycles, but they can't produce an invoice. They can only think of ways to prove it. Li family Zhuangzi's men wrote a contract stating what shop the other party opened and where it was located. Then they must sell the bicycles to the people who sold the thermos bottles and kerosene lamps. If not, they must compensate the Li family Zhuangzi 10 times the price. This condition cannot be broken, or else it will not show the status of the people who bought the bicycles. The businessmen wrote and left their fingerprints on the contract. After paying, they will receive the bicycles. The contract is completed. After that, the people who bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles will have to hold them for more than a year before they are allowed to buy Li family Zhuangzi's bicycles. After buying the bicycles and holding them for more than a year, they will be allowed to buy the new products from Li family Zhuangzi. If they do not buy the bicycles now, they will have held them for more than 2 years and a few months. Otherwise, how can a bicycle be sold for 1,000 liang? How many cows and horses can you buy with this amount of money? The bicycles are not the only things that can be bought. It is also an express channel. Once there is something good, they can buy it immediately. So more people came to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. They will be able to buy them in a few days. After that, they will have to wait for a year. The people who bought the bicycles are relieved. They are not in a hurry to buy the bicycles. They will wait for the second batch. Everyone, do you know? You must learn and study Li family Zhuangzi's operating methods and improve. Baigu ran to the Ministry of Revenue and held a meeting with all the officials. He wants to learn from Li family Zhuangzi how to make money. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue listened carefully. They have to admit that Li Yi has a special way of making money. The kerosene lamps and thermos bottles are now priced at 500 liang for a set and 300 liang for a separate set. It was expensive. Not just ordinarily expensive. In the end, the people who did not buy the bicycles before went to Li family Zhuangzi to buy them because of the bicycles and Li family Zhuangzi's promotion. He didn't feel like he was spending money to buy something. He was getting it for free. If he went to bowl it, he wouldn't be able to get it. What else was there to say after doing business to such an extent? By Zaifu, will we be able to earn money if we learn it? Someone raised his hand. Aren't the noodles for sale? The sales volume has dropped because other people are grinding more flour at a lower price. If there's a profit, they'll sell it. Why can't we? When Baigu talked about this, his heart ached. Li Yi's idea was to sell the noodles, and the Li family Zhuangzi would help to process the flour. When there was no competition, the Ministry of Revenue was the biggest. The Li family Zhuangzi only sold instant noodles, not noodles. As more and more people used hand-cranked and pedal-powered flour grinding machines, some people bought dozens of them and hired people to process all kinds of flour every day. After that, he also made noodles, moist noodles, dumpling wrappers, wonton wrappers, and shumai wrappers. Customers could make an appointment, and delivery service was also provided. Even if it was just a caddy of noodles, there would be someone who would deliver it to their home if they agreed on a certain day. The price was lower than the Ministry of Revenue, and the service was better. In an instant, the Ministry of Revenue's business was snatched away. More importantly, the Ministry of Revenue still paid taxes. After the taxes were deducted, there were still profits. The Ministry of Revenue became less and less. Some officials were too embarrassed to buy noodles from the Ministry of Revenue. They treated it as giving face to Baigu. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue lowered their heads. They had no other choice. If they lowered the price again, they would lose money. They didn't know how other people could sell their noodles at such a low price. By Zaifu, I think it's because the Li family Zhuangzi is paying too much for the flour. Someone raised his hand. The Li family Zhuangzi is not selling. They are collecting processing fees. Do you think we can save money by buying our own flour grinding machines and processing our own flour? Bai Gu didn't think that Li Yi was cheating people. Li Yi didn't need to play tricks for a small amount of money. He just couldn't understand. If other people's prices were low, how could they make profits? Zaifu, let's force some people to buy the Ministry of Revenue's noodles. What do you think? Otherwise we'll check their accounts and recalculate the taxes. A smart person appeared and thought of a good idea. They used the imperial court's name to force the soup pancake shops to buy the noodles. Bai Gu looked over in surprise. Very good. You go. When Li Yi impeaches you, don't say that I didn't help you. Zaifu, go and ask Li Yi. We really can't do anything. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue said. Boss, you go. Sigh. Bai Gu sighed. After work at night, he asked someone to send the seafood he raised home. He also told his family that he wouldn't be going back. Xiao Yi, it's not that I want to criticize you, but how can you cheat the Ministry of Revenue for a small profit? Bai Gu went to the Li family Zhuangzi and sat at the table in the cafeteria. In front of him was a bowl of rice noodles. The rice noodles were made from new indica rice. Li Yi deliberately made them with extra rice seeds. Indica rice that matured in 50 days didn't taste good. It was made into rice noodles. If it worked, everyone would eat rice noodles, big rice pancakes and rice noodles in the future. The two of them sat across from each other. There was a clay pot in the middle with things around it. Li Yi was slowly putting them in. He was eating authentic rice noodles. They weren't boiled, they were hot. At that time he didn't boil a lot of spicy soup with traditional Chinese medicine. He boiled it with plain water and added some seasoning and chili oil. The crossing the bridge rice noodles had also changed. They were also boiled. After boiling, he added a small spoon of watercress, which was made from broad beans. Spicy soups saved money on traditional Chinese medicine. The rice noodles didn't need to be boiled into chicken soup. What he was eating now was not. There was a layer of chicken oil on top. It didn't look like much steam was coming out. If he put his finger in, he would know how hot it was. Li Yi put the meat in first. When the meat was cooked, he looked up at Bai Gu. Old Bai, are you trying to blackmail me? Let's talk about something. Don't accuse me right away. You are unreasonable even if I talk about something. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bai Gu stared. The noodles sold outside are cheaper than the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue can't sell anymore. Oh, state-owned enterprises have never done private enterprises? That's normal. Making noodles privately is to make money. Every aspect has to be considered. Who in the Ministry of Revenue would be willing to spend so much effort? It's not like they can make more money. It's a thankless task. Did any of the people hired by the Ministry of Revenue have been introduced by officials? Quite a few, right? Li Yi began to put in the ham, vegetables, and prepared to add the rice noodles at any time. The rice noodles were put in last. The rice noodles made with traditional methods were cooked. There were no quail eggs, so he put in 2 boiled and peeled eggs. This way they were cooked. The temperature was still very high, so it had to be eaten slowly. It had to be dipped in sesame oil, chili oil, aged vinegar, soy sauce, sesame paste, etc. Bai Gu watched Li Yi's operation and felt a sense of enjoyment. And then? How did others make money? He wanted to figure out why his cost was so high for the same operation and what went wrong. Other people's noodles don't make money. They have to pay taxes. Once the taxes are deducted, the sales price will be lower than the cost. Other people don't expect to make money from dry noodles. They sell wet noodles, dumpling wrappers and other things to make money. Their goal is to have a market share. When they suppress others, the price of dry noodles will increase. At least they can keep their capital. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu helplessly. You have been learning from me for so long and you don't even know about economic warfare? The other party had launched an attack. Chapter 908. Will I do that if I eat too much chili oil? Bai Gu looked at the chili oil at the side. He wanted to eat it but was afraid. He was most willing to eat the spicy hot pot or malatang made by Li Yi. Eating spicy food wouldn't hurt his stomach, nor would he do that. Yes, so don't scoop the chili noodles. Put some chili oil to taste. Li Yi indicated that he didn't put any other herbs. Who would throw a bunch of Chinese herbs into the crossing bridge rice noodles? Impossible. Generally it was fine to not eat chili oil. There was chili in the bean strips. The bean strips were mainly salty. With a little spiciness, the freshness of the broad beans could be extracted. Yunnan's rice noodles didn't have bean strips. Sichuan's rice noodles did. Sichuan liked to use spiciness to enhance the freshness. People who were prone to allergies shouldn't eat things with bean strips. Those who had taken some medicine shouldn't eat fish or broad beans. Li planted more chili. He encouraged the farmers to eat more chili. Could make people happy but not too much. It would hurt the gastrointestinal tract. Baigu scooped a spoonful of chili oil and put it in his small bowl. They want to squeeze out the business of the Ministry of Revenue? Old Bai, you think too highly of your Ministry of Revenue. They don't even care about the Ministry of Revenue. They are competing with each other. What is your Ministry of Revenue? Li didn't show any mercy. Ministry of Revenue? Ah. They were a group of merchants who were fighting in the capital. The kind that saw blood with every blade. In their eyes, the Ministry of Revenue was nothing. If the state-owned enterprises didn't have administrative protection, they would have been eaten up by others. I have to give up on selling noodles? How can they do this? Baigu participated in the business competition. Only then did he know the fierceness of the business world. He didn't know about others, but at least the Ministry of Revenue's noodles were almost ruined. Learn from them. Buy a mill and process it yourself. Otherwise, you will never be able to win against them if you pay me processing fees. Li Yi said as he started to use his chopsticks to pick up the rice noodles. He picked up the small bowl and poured the rice noodles. The rice noodles were long and had to be poured down in one go. There were also some people who were more straightforward. They used chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other to pick up the rice noodles. They directly used the spoon to press the rice noodles at the back against the inner wall of the pottery pot. Then there was a pile of rice noodles of different lengths in the pot. Eating rice noodles was a technical job. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry. Otherwise you'll be splashed all over. As expected, they said that you cheated the Ministry of Revenue during the processing. Baigu also picked up a rice noodle with his bowl and complained with his eyes wide open. Bah! Old Bai, do you believe that I can make money just by making noodles, which is also the result of the Li family's farmstead paying for some chaff and flour? Moreover, you can push the price even lower and push the other competitors against the wall. Do you believe me? Li Yi finished filling a rice noodle and went to pick up the meat and vegetables. He despised Baigu. Baigu didn't say anything for the time being. He was patiently picking out the rice noodles. It was hard to control the strength. It was too long and slippery. Li Yi helped Baigu by picking up all the pieces below. Then Baigu put them into the bowl. I don't believe you. Say it and see how I refute you. Baigu was picking out the bean sprouts. He liked to eat them. Alright, I'm bragging. I can't do it either. Li lowered his head and ate the rice noodles. Baigu, shall we tell me? When you went to Luoyang I took good care of you. After you left, I even helped you catch locusts. You helped me? Who did I help? I brought poultry and pigs all the way there. Did I do it for money? I'm saying that I'm on your side. Don't. I'm on the same side as Maiwan Tian. You and Yong, what? Li suddenly interrupted Baigu. You put a lot of wooden balls in the swimming pool. Aren't you afraid that the children will choke on the water when they play? Baigu glared at him again. However, sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. It was probably because the rice noodles were too hot. Old Bai, you're right. You have to send more people to watch. Actually, by making some dough packets and adding eggs when kneading the noodles, you can seize the initiative. Li had no choice but to tell him the plan. He could choose not to provoke him, but there were some things that couldn't be done. Baigu raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs were also sweating. At that moment, they heaved a sigh of relief. What's the exact procedure? Baigu panted twice before recovering. Cut the salt and smoked chicken into small pieces and dry them. Put the starch, dried green onions, dried cabbage, ginger powder, and small pieces of oily tofu in a small paper bag. When selling, give a small bag for every 4 taels of noodles. Tell the buyer that it's egg and chicken juice noodles. Add eggs to the noodles and cook the noodles. Bring more soup and pour it into the paper bag to stir. In this way you can raise the price of the noodles. When the lower price can't compete, we can advertise the higher price. Li Yi gave the detailed operation method. When the lower price competition appeared in the market, one had to consider doing the opposite. One had to grasp the psychology of consumers. When many instant noodles were lowering the price of each other, one suddenly took out an instant noodle and said it was better. The price would be at least double. Consumers would think that you get what you pay for. There was nothing wrong with buying the more expensive one. In fact, the cost of the more expensive instant noodle definitely wouldn't exceed double the cost of other instant noodles. It would be more than 30%. Isn't that just instant noodles? Baigu thought of something. No, instant noodles are fried food and can be eaten directly. It's expensive. Dried noodles are raw and have to be processed. It's cheaper than instant noodles. If the Ministry of Revenue does as I say, you can occupy the middle market. It's best to take the opportunity to promote the brand. After saying that, Li shook his head. He looked as if he wasn't optimistic about the Ministry of Revenue. Bai Gu remembered and prepared to use this method later. On the surface he snorted. Xiao Yi, wait for them to sell instant noodles. Let's see what you'll do then. Indeed they should sell it. I'll say it and allow others to sell it. If I don't say anything they won't dare to. What a pain. Li Yi pinched his forehead with his fingers. If he didn't say anything, others wouldn't dare to touch his business. Bai Gu. He lowered his head and ate the noodles. He didn't forget to blow on it. There was a layer of oil in the pot. The noodles were still hot even after such a long time. After eating a piece of noodles, Bai Gu looked up and asked, what if they also learn? They've always been imitated and never surpassed. If it were me, I'd want to occupy the market. With the Tang dynasty's business mindset, I'd be bullying others. Li Yi pursed his lips. He was least afraid of business competition. If everyone follows the rules and no one uses underground forces or official channels, he will crush others. If the other party doesn't follow the rules and uses underground forces, he will spend more money to hire more people to settle the matter. If the other party uses official channels, sigh. Zhu, this old man really doesn't believe you this time. Bai Gu had a curious expression on his face, but his words were still provocative. Let's settle the instant noodles issue first. To be honest, if the Ministry of Revenue does this, it will take less than 5 days. You will still be bullied. Li Yi doesn't want to talk about the Ministry of Revenue. That's their own problem. Unless he is in a good mood, he will impeach them. Many of the people working in the Ministry of Revenue are from powerful backgrounds. When they produce the instant noodles, they treat the factory as their home. It shouldn't be a problem for them to take some things from their home. Also, this is their home. Sometimes, when they are making noodles, they can just pour the water away. There's no need to add flour. Chapter 909. Li Yi knew how serious the embezzlement of state-owned enterprises was. He also knew that people did not cherish the materials. Would the manager dare to punish people who relied on connections to get in if they did something wrong? For private businesses, if they did something wrong, they would deduct money. If they did it slowly, they would also deduct money. State-owned enterprises had cafeterias. It looked like they were saving money, but in fact, the food in the cafeteria was not cheap. They had to steal some of it. Then, when the employees ate, as long as they did not spend their own money, there would be a lot of leftovers. State-owned enterprises and private enterprises were a matter of attitude and business model. If there was too much water in the dough at home, could it be poured out? There was also flour inside. How was the dough made? It was to knead the dough repeatedly. Then, the water with a high concentration of flour could be steamed. After steaming, it would be the dough. What about the kneaded dough? It was also steamed, and what came out was gluten. Therefore, when the dough was made, there would be less dough if there was more gluten. If there was less gluten, there would be more dough. The water that the Ministry of Revenue poured out because there was too much water was actually something that could be used to make the dough. When the imperial court made clothes, the leftovers were piled up into mountains. When the Alliance made clothes, there were no leftovers. They were all made into things. When Li Yi was young, wooden boxes were usually sealed with plastic and then sealed with tin plate. After dismantling, they were thrown away. State-owned enterprises did this. Supply and marketing cooperatives and so on. Li Yi's grandfather would pick it up and then use the plastic to weave a basket. One basket could be sold for 3 to 5 yuan. The Ministry of Revenue had too many abnormal losses. The same weight of flour would make less noodles than merchants. The idea he came up with now was good. It would be good to use it for a few days. Soon, others would follow suit. Xiao Yi, how good would it be if you could manage the Ministry of Revenue? I'll give up my position. Bai Gu had long given up the idea of competing with Li Yi in terms of economics. Li Yi ate with you and you asked him and he would tell you what to do. How comfortable was that? He had specially held a meeting, but in the end, there was no solution. Bai Gu even felt that if he was a loyal subject of Tubo and Tujue, he would have the chance to die together with Li Yi and serve his country. It was no wonder that some people from the Honglu Temple wanted to kill Li Yi. Li Yi's existence was the failure of other countries. Fortunately, Xiao Yi was cautious to a certain extent. Whenever she went out, she would be surrounded by a group of powerful guards, and she herself was not weak either. He felt that ordinary people could defeat Xiao Yi in 3 to 5 rounds without using weapons. He had always been learning from Guizi. Old Bai, go and tell His Majesty. If His Majesty agrees to let me be a county magistrate, I will do my best. I'm not picky. Li Yi did not want to be an official with real power. That was not as good as what he was doing now. Let me ask you, if the other merchants do the same, do you have any other ideas? To tell you the truth, I will not collect taxes from you on the new kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Bai Gu gritted his teeth and said these words. The Ministry of Revenue had suffered losses. Recently, the number of people buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles had increased significantly. You really don't want to collect taxes? If you don't want to collect taxes, I will use the money left to make bullets. The profits from selling bicycles are not enough to make 100,000 guns and bullets for daily training. Li Yi became serious. If you want to collect taxes, then hand it over. If you don't want to collect taxes, then I will use the money to make more bullets. No, tell me. Bai Gu heard that it was to make weapons. Why would he need money? The weapons were not for the Li family Zhuangzi to use. They are now using a door-to-door service, which is already very good. But it is still not enough. Li Yi began to impart knowledge. Door-to-door service is better than others. But if it were me, I would use the foreign services coachman mode. This is how it works, Li Yi explained to Bai Gu. Actually, he was talking about foreign service drivers. After World War II, there was one in the Japanese Empire's land transportation logistics. That person was called Sagawa Tang. He and his wife carried the burden of delivering goods to others. Then they established Sagawa Tang Yun, a family-run company. Later, it became a huge group that controlled the political situation of the Japanese Empire. Sagawa Tang was anxious. At that time, it was still a development period. The drivers hired by Sagawa Tang were not only responsible for delivering goods. The company also required the drivers to have a good relationship with the customers. For example, if the customer was repairing a house, the driver would not need to deliver the goods and would help the customer repair the house. Therefore, his company occupied a large part of the market until it became a mega group. This kind of driver was a foreign service driver. You could not find any information on the internet. When the other party's power reached a certain level, even the internet could not be searched. In the 90s, Li Yi read physical books, including the millions of koi fish raised by the other party and many antiques. After that, he could not find any more information. It was as if they had disappeared. Just like the information on the Rossi family, there were all kinds of legends in the past. Later it became plain. No matter how much he searched, he could not find any specific information. It was said that they were lonely. However, at that time, the shadow of this family could be seen in the overseas financing of a certain group in the country with the surname Ma. There was also Li Yi's country's East China Sea natural gas exploration project. This family also helped in the operation behind the scenes. Some things were just that simple. If you saw through it, don't say it. If anyone dared to say a word wrong, they would be sweating. Bai Gu was an example. Bai Gu, who had learned a lot, was satisfied. After eating the noodles, he went to take a bath. After a good sleep, he went to court early the next morning. After the court meeting, everyone returned to their respective offices. Minister Bai, please wait. Li Longji suddenly spoke. Your Majesty. Bai Gu stopped. The others left. Have a seat. Li Longji's expression was gentle. When Bai Gu sat down, he said to Bai Gu, there are some small matters that the Ministry of Revenue cannot decide. You can write a letter to ask Li Yi. Write a short poem. Li Yi is very willing to write one for you. Don't always go to the Li family Zhuangzi and not go home. Your family will miss you. If you feel that the food in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen is delicious, why can't you order someone to bring it over? Li Longji spoke as if he was chatting with a friend. He had received the information last night. Bai Gu almost said the wrong thing. Was it easy for everyone to maintain the status quo? What do you want? If you don't want to be the prime minister or minister, you can say so. I will arrange for you to be a minister. This subject knows his mistake. I had a nightmare last night and did not sleep well. Bai Gu admitted his mistake. That was close. He was still afraid. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Otherwise, how would he end up? Write a poem. Are you going to do it? Li Longji warned. You did not drink. How dare you talk nonsense? This subject wants to investigate the noodles first. After straightening it out, I can act according to Xiao Yi's idea. Bai Gu was full of helplessness. When he was lying in bed yesterday, he knew he would face this situation. Li Longji looked at the white hair on Bai Gu's head. Long Zhe, the Tang dynasty can't do without you. My brother Yi has a good relationship with you. You should help him more. When it's time to ask, go and ask. Li Longji was soft-hearted again. Today's Tang dynasty's finance was different from before. There were too many things to manage. If it was someone else he would not be at ease. Baigu was a good person with good morals. His two half-sisters who shared the same father but different mothers, took on the role of elder brother and father, raising him up. Except for studying the 5 elements he did not do anything bad. In the past when others bribed him he would accept a little. When he came to Tang and he did not accept bribes anymore. He only asked Li Yi for it. Your Majesty, the next time this subject speaks to Xiao Yi, I will think carefully. Baigu was moved. The emperor was still on his side. No need. He will speak up in time. The Ministry of Revenue will collect some seafood and transport it to other places through Huku Waterfall in the name of the imperial court. Li Longji could not bear it. He was only in his 30s but Long Zhe was almost 70. Chapter 9-10. On the Wei River 50 shore boats were lined up in a row. On the shore there were gangplanks built where there were no boats. Boxes of dried shrimps, dried scallops and shrimp paste were loaded onto the boats. When a boat was filled it would leave. It would go along the Wei River to the Yellow River and then upstream to the source. At the Pujing crossing, there were iron pontoon bridges connecting the 2 banks. Boats supported the pontoon bridges. At a fixed time every day, the iron pontoon in the middle would be opened to allow boats to cross the river. At the Huku waterfall, boats were already disembarking. It turned out that the boats upstream of the waterfall were going up the short distance. When they heard that the waterfall could be crossed, they brought some local products and rode to the location to ask about the price. The price varied according to the size of the boat and the goods it carried. The cheapest boat only cost 10 coins. It was more than 10 miles away. When it was on the track, animals would pull it to the other end and then let it down. Even if they made a small raft, it would still cost 10 coins to cross. It couldn't be any cheaper. The workers were all hired from the local area to help pull the gourds. They relied on the waterfall for their livelihood. Adding the cost of the animals' food, no one would be willing to work if there were no boats. I heard that the imperial court is sending a fleet to go up. I wonder if they will pay. Below the Huku waterfall, a man wearing a conical bamboo hat looked at the rolling river water and said to someone beside him, "Maybe they have to pay. They said that no matter what kind of boat we use, we will be paid for our work." The people who were busy weaving baskets didn't even look at the baskets. They weaved the branches into the baskets based on their feelings. 100 share boat, 100 coins per boat. If there are 100 boats, everyone can split it. It's not a small sum. Another young man who looked to be 16 or 17 years old had an expectant look on his face. He was holding a newspaper in his hand. The newspaper was from the early days and had Chinese pinyin on it. He was learning. When the Huku waterfall was impassable, the locals planted a few acres of land on the mountain or by the river. There were mulberry trees on the mountain and silkworms were raised. The young man herded sheep. Day after day he went down the river to catch fish and shrimp like the other children. When the Huku waterfall was equipped and there was work to do, he could earn more money. The locals had an idea. The young man began to learn pinyin and read books. He asked the literate passers-by for each letter. He tried his best to remember how to read it and then spell it himself. Sometimes, if he forgot or felt that his pronunciation was not accurate enough, he could find time to go to the county yamen. There were many people in the yamen who were literate. When they asked them for advice, they patiently taught them. They had no choice but to be patient. The citizens took the initiative to ask for improvement, but the yamen officials ignored them, and the evaluation was over. Once it's officially open to the public, you'll have to pay the Li family Zhuangzi a sum of money every month. Once the official ship arrives, it'll naturally be officially open to the public. The man in the bamboo hat shattered the young man's fantasy. Even if he had a lot of money, he wouldn't share it all with them. There were people from the county overseeing the waterfall and keeping accounts. Now it was settled once a day. When everyone had more money, it would be changed to once a month. The reason why they had to settle one a day was because they didn't have much income during the winter and needed money. If he bought some rice, he wouldn't have to eat so much chaff and bran. There was another benefit to the beginning of spring. There were wild vegetables which could be cooked with rice to supplement vitamins. The commoners didn't know much about it, but it could fill their hunger. The helpers all agreed that no matter if it was a daily or monthly payment, they would save the rest of the money except for what they had to spend on the day. This was better than some parts of Africa in Li Yi's time. Usually they didn't dare to settle a daily payment. After settling the accounts on the day, they took the money and went to have fun. They didn't come to work the next day. When they ran out of money, they would come back. The monthly payment was about the same. That was why many enterprises in Li Yi's country would rather spend more money to hire people from the country to work there. This was especially true for projects that couldn't be delayed. Basically, the local people were only responsible for simple tasks. The local people who were motivated would learn from them. The proportion of such people was very small. Li Yi's country, including the current Tang dynasty, was the most hard-working nation in the world. There was no one who could compete with them. They were not on par with others. Give it to the Li family Zhuangzi. With the Li family Zhuangzi behind us, we can be at ease. While there's no work, go pick wild vegetables, wash them and throw them into the pot. We'll eat at noon. The basket weaver put down the basket he just finished and took the lead to look for wild vegetables. On the shore of the waterfall, there was a big iron pot at each end. Coal or firewood was burning underneath. The water in the pot was from the well. They didn't drink the water from the Yellow River because there was too much sand. The two pots were given by the imperial court. They were now at the subsidy stage. In the future, the tugboats would take out a portion of the money that was withheld from the Li family Zhuangzi. Early this morning, the person in charge bought 2 old hens from a nearby village. They didn't lay many eggs. They stewed one in each pot. The workers and the people nearby who wanted to drink the free soup would pick wild vegetables and put them into the pot. The chickens were chopped up and thrown into the pot for stewing. Don't expect to eat the chicken. The old hens were fat so they could drink the soup. They brought their own food and ate with the soup and free pickled vegetables. They didn't need to be reminded to pick wild vegetables. Everyone took the initiative to pick them. It was a national characteristic. Ordinary people couldn't learn it. Who introduced Kuguang here? Baigu was also drinking soup. It was ginseng root soup. It was made of ginseng root and shredded ginger. It was summer. He said that it was a bit cold to sleep at night. During the day he felt cold in the sun and shivered. He was given some soup. It was mainly made of ginger to force out the cold. Otherwise, in his condition he would get diarrhea from the sun. At this moment he asked his subordinates. He was starting to reorganize the Ministry of Revenue's noodle industry. He specially called 30 noodle makers to come in and ask them. After asking, he organized them and looked for them. Dr. Duji Xiaxian recommended him. The office clerk gave him the answer. Deduct $300 from him. Tell him that if Kuguang steals home noodles, he can't be a doctor anymore. Baigu said with a sullen face. Yes. Who does Holy work for? Baigu asked another one. He asked them one by one. He deducted money from those who should be deducted and adjusted those who should be adjusted. He was angry. It was just as Li Yi said. As long as the workers were introduced, none of them were fast. When kneading the noodles, they deliberately added more water and then poured the water away. Also, when making the noodles, they collected the so-called leftovers and threw them away. In fact, the water that was poured away was put into a bucket and taken away. The leftovers were also taken away. When the water went back and boiled in the pot, the noodles would come out. They could be taken out and steamed in the pot. There were even people who brought in whole wheat flour from outside and directly replaced a part of the noodle powder. Baigu was about to cry. No wonder his cost was so high. Who could bear to play like this? When everything is ready, immediately do as Xiaoyi said. Send the noodles to each household and help them with their work. If they don't do a good job, dismiss them. Chang and doesn't lack people. My Ministry of Revenue can't be laughed at. Baigu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He picked up the bowl and gulped it down. After drinking a bowl of soup, he smacked his lips. The aftertaste of the ginseng was actually a little sweet. Chapter 9:11. I can't wear short skirts. There's too much hair on my legs. I usually use thread to strangle them. Today, the women who came to Wenian Orchid Pavilion were from Xianyang County. They came to pick up things and take a look at Wenian Orchid Pavilion. Wenian Orchid Pavilion had only been open for 2 days, but news of what happened inside had already spread. Feelings spread faster than newspapers. There were large pieces of transparent glass and large mirrors when trying on clothes. There was a variety of colored glass and new clothes. There were also beautiful dolls. It was said that everything had the mark of Wenian Orchid Pavilion. No one could fake it. There were also guards at the door. A group of beautiful women were in charge of selling things. Don't worry about the hair on your legs. Look, long silk stockings. After wearing it, there are small straps hanging on it. Don't worry about it slipping down. The maid was in charge of explaining. Princess Yongmu couldn't say such things to other women. Then the woman who bought a set from head to toe spent more than 220 yuan, including the bag and dolls. She went to the 4th floor with other women who also spent a lot of money to eat free food. She said it was a beauty meal. Other women who didn't have money also went up. They took a look but didn't eat. They came down. It wasn't something they should touch. The maid understood what she was thinking. She gave her a pancake without chili and a date pork knuckle soup. There was a lot of pork knuckle inside. The child was young and could drink milk. Eating something to help milk him was added with salt. The food without salt was actually the best for milk. In fact, it wasn't good for the body of the adult or the child. Without salt, the child would lack immunity. The noble women ate the date and wolfberry mutton pot. They introduced it to the heavens. It was as if eating this would make one 10 years younger. Princess Jianghu also ate mutton pot. The other things were the same, but there was seaweed, bean and chili bean sauce. She used to stay in her room all the time. Her skin was white and tender. In fact, she was in a sub-healthy state. Now she sat by the window every day to bask in the sun. Her skin was still very white. But she started to exercise. She did the radio exercises and eye exercises that Li Yi taught her. Xiaolan sat opposite Princess Yongmu. "Little miss, we just sold 1,133 yuan. Xiaolan lowered her voice. Her eyes were bright. Princess Yongmu's eyes shone even brighter. She looked at the people eating like a thief. The people of Xianyang County are richer than the people of Lantian County? No, it's the people from Chang'an and Wanyan County. They didn't want to take the baby carrier. They came here to look at it and then buy it." Xiaolan used her eyes to signal the women at the two tables. Some of them were still unmarried. If their families had money, they could come and buy it. The shop didn't only allow people to pick up things for free. Ordinary people couldn't afford it at all. Princess Yongmu opened her small mouth and drank a mouthful of soup. Li Lang is right. They are here for the fragrance pavilion. Princess Yongmu's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Li was right. It didn't matter what they were selling, nor did it matter how much they cost. What mattered was that the shop looked rich, and people who didn't have money wouldn't dare to enter. Anyone who went to a shop to buy things was after the price. If it was cheap, how would it reflect their status? Sure enough, the item was expensive, and it also had the special mark of the fragrance pavilion. There were so many big glass, big mirrors and a 4-story building. It represented a kind of nobility. "Dongzhu, sell all 1,000 bicycles and you have the stock now. Why do you want them to pick up the bicycles within a month?" Li family Zhuangzi cafeteria. Songda was sitting opposite Li Yi and eating minced meat noodles. He was sweating profusely. Li Yi was eating ramen and trying out the recipes for the sauces. There were more than 20 recipes with different ingredients. The ratio had not been calculated yet. If the ratio was calculated, there were more than 1,000 recipes. The sauces he was eating now contained a little extract from boiled poppy. It increased the taste and was not addictive. His body was different. When he ate a little, his stomach would heat up and he would get a headache. He added 2 more spoonfuls of meat sauce. There was less salt and he was not selling it. There was no need to make it so salty. He picked up the sauce with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It gives people the feeling that the bicycle was not easy to make. For example, it took 999 times of forging to make a part. Why not 1,000 times? Songda asked whenever he had a question. 1,000 doesn't sound like 999. Li came up with a strange theory. Songda thought for a while. Yes. Why is that, Dongzhu? Because there are more words. But if you want to sell something, you might say 988 times, but people will not think more than 1,000 times. Li said from another angle. I know. Songda thought for a while and admitted. Don't eat so much spicy food. The minced meat sauce you chose has chili in it. You still need to scoop chili oil and chili powder. If you get sick, I will have to treat you. Li saw Songda scoop chili oil again and stopped him. Songda had eaten too much spicy food before, and his intestines were affected. Li used a lot of herbs to adjust his intestines. Dongzhu, I don't know why, but I just want to eat it. You want to promote the planting of water canopy and ask people to eat ramen? Songda was helpless. He liked to eat ramen. It was better if he ate other ramen with herbs. But if he ate chili oil directly, he would get sick. The ash of water canopy contains more alkali than other plants. After burning and processing, it will become lumpy. It can be used to make dough, wash clothes, and wash hair. We cannot expect everyone to use soap. Soap will consume oil. We can sell it for money and it will be better for ordinary people to eat it. Saline soil needs to be soaked in water, but the soil with more salt and alkali cannot be soaked out. The land is still barren. Why don't we use it to plant water canopy? I will teach them how to make water canopy ash. After they make it, they can sell it to the Li family Zhuangzi. It will be another profitable thing. Li said his purpose. He needed potassium carbonate. High-purity water canopy ash was bluish-white. Pure blue was almost impossible to find. Ordinary people can use it to make noodles. The water canopy planted in saline soil did not contain heavy metals, unless the soil itself was a metal mine. Of course this thing was poisonous. If one ate half a caddy of it he would be poisoned to death. If one ate half a caddy of salt instead of water canopy ash. Therefore water canopy ash would not kill people. If people wanted to die they could die in any way. Therefore, a certain kind of herbicide was banned because people could not be saved after drinking it. Then, should people who jumped to their deaths be banned from building tall buildings? Eating a lot of cephalosporins and drinking high alcohol content could also lead to death. Banning cephalosporins or alcohol. Rather than banning something used to commit suicide, it was better to promote the value of life and give people a hope to live. Add a piece of content in tomorrow's newspaper. Tell the people that when they feel there is no hope in life and don't want to live, they can go to the yamen. First, vigorously promote in the capital office that there is always a way out if people are alive, even if suicide is a cowardly act. The Tang dynasty needs everyone. As long as the people do not give up, the imperial court will not give up. Li Yi thought and said to Songda, Dongzhu, what about those who owe a lot of money from gambling? Songda asked a special question. Chapter 9:12. Selling newspapers. Today the Chang and railway will be opened. There are public horse-drawn carriages. People under 4 feet tall will be half price, and those under 3 feet will be free. Selling newspapers. Track operation. Depending on the distance, the price will vary from 2 coins to 1 fun. Li family Zhuangzi has newly printed coupons. Under 1 coin is 1 fun, 2 fun and 5 fun. You can exchange them in the east and west markets. You don't have to walk by yourself. Save time. Wait at the station. Don't get on or off halfway. Don't waste other people's time. The most cowardly act in the world is suicide, even if you owe a lot of gambling debts. If someone organizes gambling and sets traps, you can report it to the government. Debt collectors are forbidden to use the family members of those who owe money as compensation. In the morning, a new batch of newspaper boys on bicycles were the first to shout. Li Yi hated gambling, but from a general point of view, people who owed gambling debts were not worthy of being pitted. However, they still had their families and their families could not be bought or sold. From Li Yi's personal point of view, why didn't those people who were addicted to gambling and lost their family property just die? However, from a general point of view of the Tang dynasty, Li Yi still wanted to persuade them not to die. They could still work, but if they were cheated they would not pay back the money. Li Yi never gambled. The money he lost to the health department staff in Mahjong was just entertainment. Anyway, he had never won. There was no other way. When it came to Mahjong or cards he could not blame others for his poor skills. How bad was he? When it came to Mahjong he could not calculate properly every time, and then he would fire the cannon to the person with the most power at the table. Why couldn't he see the other person's cards? Obviously the other person put up 5 cards and he hit them. He had 3 cards and 5 cards. While the newspapers were promoting humane care, the carriages in Chang and started to operate. More tracks were being laid out to the surrounding 20 counties. It was 2-way. One track could not be used unless there were additional places to hide. Of course, to hide one needed to move the tracks. The wheels were special and could not be used. It was not like the construction safety spots on the old railway bridge that Li Yi used. There were extra spots on the bridge at intervals. Although they were called construction safety spots, they were more like places for the people to hide. In the beginning the economy was not developed. It was not easy to build a bridge for the trains to pass through. Cyclists and walkers also had to use it. Next to the tracks was a flat area. When they saw a train coming from afar, they either stood on the side and grabbed the railing or ran to a protruding position to stand. The people of Chang and went to the east and west markets to exchange for money. The west markets were the place where Shaolan and Zhuangzi used to sell vegetables. The east markets were outside when Tian Orchid Pavilion. 1 cent, the money printed is not even enough. Li Dongzhu is indeed benevolent. Some people understood that the cost of printing colored money was high. 1 cent per stand. If you're taller you'll have to pay half the price. Just let the child squat for a bit and you don't need to pay. When the commoners exchanged for money, they started to think of ways to save more money. For example, if you were in the middle of the 2 stations, you could walk forward and save a cent. When the 2 horses pulled the 3 carriages on the tracks, there were children who were 3 feet tall. They bent their legs and walked under the line beside the carriages for free. Xiaoyi, there's a loophole. When you get on the carriage the child can bend his legs. Baigu came again at noon. He was extra careful. Do you think I don't know? Actually, I don't intend to take their money. Li Yi laughed. When he was young he took the bus home from school. There were 16 stops and the tickets were 2 cents, 4 cents and 6 cents. He was wearing the school uniform and had already indicated which school he was from. He needed to buy a 6-cent ticket. But when he got on the bus he bought a 2-cent ticket. When the ticket seller checked the tickets he took out the 2-cent ticket. Some ticket sellers were troublesome and insisted that he buy the tickets. He lowered his head and said he did not have money. Some ticket sellers did not even look at the tickets and just looked at the adult tickets. Later, when he got the monthly tickets, he asked someone to help him draw the monthly tickets. Some drivers took a look and did not say anything. Some drivers asked him to buy the tickets. In fact, he thought it through later. He should not draw a full pass monthly ticket. He should draw 2 transfer monthly tickets. This way the other party would not take it seriously. Who would not understand that a student could directly bring a full pass monthly ticket? It was the same in the Tang dynasty now. The ticket sellers did not give out tickets and threw the money in the box. When the child squatted he pretended not to see it. Especially when the older child pulled his younger brother or sister to the bus for the first time, the older child bent his legs. If he did not have money, could you chase him off the bus? When Li Yi came to vote, some children stood on the platform and rummaged through their pockets. When they could not find the money, some passengers shouted, "Come on, I'll vote for you." There were also drivers who shouted that they did not want money. Stop looking and get on the bus. No one felt that the drivers were breaking the rules when they said that they did not want money. Even if the bus company's patrol was there, they would not say anything. Xiaoyi, this way it might not be profitable. But aren't the tracks and the bus making money? Baigu was at a loss again. You know everything but you still want to push for this. What's your purpose? Public transport does not make much money, especially this kind of fare-sharing operation. But it saves the people's time and the people have more time to do other things. This will help the government's overall revenue. With 1 coin traveling from the west to the east of the city, the commoners saved an hour of time. They used this hour to work and increase their production. In the end, it will be attributed to increased income, increased demand, increased consumption of goods, increased supply of goods, and increased business taxes. Li explained economics to Baigu. You cannot focus on one place. You must consider the whole picture. The Ministry of Revenue's subsidies will be less than the Ministry of Revenue's increased income. The people do not have money and cannot spend. This will cause deflation. Didn't I give you a book? It focuses on this aspect, the relationship between deflation and inflation, as well as the impact on economic development. Li Yi said with an exasperated look. You are so old, why don't you understand? What did you learn? Baigu blushed. He did learn, but he did not have practical experience. He only learned the theory. Now that Li Yi said it, he understood. Oh, so it's like this. Hidden wealth among the people. The so-called wealth is not only savings, but also the ability and desire to consume. Savings are like mountains, consumption is like water. If the mountain does not move, it will be stable. If the water gurgles, it will live. The birth and death of all things is based on this principle. Human relationships go back and forth and it is a cycle. If you only have a penny of profit in your eyes, the profit will be less than a penny. Li Yi continued to teach. Baigu, don't always keep an eye on things and calculate whether you can make money from it. You are a government official, not a dock helper. You should not consider how many bags of goods you can carry today and how much money you can earn. You should consider the big picture and the overall plan. If you can only see a little bit, then you should join the group. Otherwise, I am afraid you will die of exhaustion. Baigu's face turned white. He was too sad. He did not know anything. Xiaoyi, how many pennies do you print? The cost is so high, unlike stamps. Stamps are small. Do you have enough things in Zhuangzi? Baigu changed the topic. He remembered what Li Yi said and prepared to go back to teach others. Chapter 9:13. Old Bai, you can't do this. You are not my Li family Zhuangzi. You have to give me the currency coupons as collateral. Li Yi stared at Baigu and stretched out his hand, asking for something. What should I give you? Baigu looked at Li Yi's hand. It was long and slender. It was suitable for playing the piano. Give me gold, silver, and brass. Li Yi clenched his fists. Why? Baigu did not want to give him anything. No one had given him anything for the Li family Zhuangzi's currency coupons in the past. You are taking advantage of me. You may think that the currency coupons look like 1 cent, but it is actually circulating. Every time it circulates, there will be a tax increase. The more it circulates, the more tax it will collect. In theory, if it circulates 30 times, the tax will be 1 cent for every 30 times, and you will be able to get your own profits. But the cost is not the same. I need to circulate it more than 300 times before I can get my capital back. But I did not get any tax. This is equivalent to helping you issue the currency. Think about it, right? Li was reasonable. Someone had said that the country had lost money when they issued 1-cent coins. In terms of manufacturing, the country had lost money. But 1-cent coins circulate over and over again, and the taxes collected will far exceed its value. The most profitable currency was the 1 renminbi coin. The wear and tear on it was much lesser than other banknotes. Of course, the most economical currency was digital currency. The country was saving money. Part of the cost will be transferred to the people. The people need to download the software and use the software to pay. Mobile phones have costs, right? Traffic has costs, right? If there were no other traffic services, each traffic would cost about 20 cents. Even if the item was 1 renminbi, the additional cost would be 20%. Unless the software used for digital currency was free of traffic. Otherwise, it would reduce the country's currency production cost and increase the country's currency's competitiveness. The country's citizens will then pay for the traffic. This cost is considered a subsidy to the telecom operators. As for other software, those are considered commercial activities. This is the country's activity and cannot be lumped together. The cost of the currency issued by the Li family Zhuangzi was higher than the face value. If he couldn't earn it back, he would need the imperial court's financial support. Every time the currency was circulated, it had nothing to do with the Li family Zhuangzi. The tax revenue it generated was taken by the imperial court, so they had to give something back. Otherwise, they could forget about issuing the Tang dynasty's currency in the future, or they would be crushed to death. Bai Gu placed the shredded scallions and meat on the dried tofu and rolled them up with his chopsticks. According to what you said, money has always been circulating back and forth, and then the imperial court collects taxes. In this process there will be inflation. For the same thing, if there is a high turnover rate, it means that the currency will depreciate, right? Bai Gu felt that he had learned the essence of it. It turned out to be so simple. Li was still smiling. In terms of currency, every circulation involves taxes. But the face value of the currency has not changed, so it is considered a devaluation. But Bai Gu understood and helped Li say it out loud. He knew that there would be a turning point. The circulation of money is related to productivity and production relations. Whether or not it depreciates depends on whether or not the purchasing power of the currency on the products has decreased. Originally, when I produced 2 dan of wheat per mu, a bushel of 25 coins, a dan of 250 coins. Now that I produce 4 dan of wheat per mu, according to the economic law, the price will inevitably decrease. A bushel of 20 coins, a dan of 200 coins. At this time, the currency has not depreciated, and its purchasing power has increased, even if it bears the burden of taxes in the circulation process. Li Yi gave the simplest example and told Bai Gu that the tax in the circulation process of the currency cannot be calculated alone. At the same time, the change in the national productivity must be calculated. The productivity is higher than the tax in the circulation of the currency, and the currency appreciation. When the currency is issued with real objects as collateral, the currency will not depreciate, unless there is a natural disaster in the Tang dynasty. But at that time, tax exemption and the imperial court's monetary support can be carried out, and the value of the currency can be balanced again. Old Bai, don't be afraid that there will be problems with the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. It is impossible because I will prepare the same amount of collateral as the currency issued. Li Yi made it clear that the currency he issued was not a credit currency, but a non-leveraged exchange coupons with equivalent collateral. Since they are called exchange coupons, they are exchange coupons. It is different from the country's credit currency, which is directly linked to real objects. Bai Gu began to scratch his head. Why is it so difficult for me to learn how to make money? How many things are involved? Should I give you money now? No gold, silver, copper? Bai Gu finally returned to normal and found the key point. No need, you just need to give me the same amount of tax exemption. The money saved from the tax exemption will be used to buy collateral. Li Yi shook his head again. Old Bai, you still don't get it? But I have always given you tax exemption. Now I feel that I can't take your tax anymore. You are always looking for reasons to not take your money. Bai Gu wanted to drill into Li Yi's head and learn everything Li Yi knew. I have something new to take out. Give this tax exemption. Li Yi nodded and whispered. Tell me what it is or don't even think about it. Otherwise, this old man will kill himself on Baqiao's pillar. Do you believe me? Bai Gu was not fooled. He was cautious, afraid of being tricked by Li Yi. How can there be someone like you? You use your own life to threaten others. Why don't you just kill me? You will die anyway. Anyone who uses their own life to threaten others is a weakling. If you are not afraid of death, why don't you drag your enemy down with you? Then hurry up and tell me what it is. This old man has lived long enough. Bai Gu glared, ready to die together with him. When you look at the time here, you always look at the watch. It is an electronic clock. I can't give it to you, let alone sell it. Everyone now uses hourglasses and hourglasses to time. At the same time they look at the sun, moon and stars. I have something, a mechanical clock. It is a clock that is made according to the longitude and latitude of Jianghu. The accuracy of this clock is different in different places. It is affected by gravity and the improvement of the steel, which allows me to make the escapement. I want to make a chime clock. When the time comes, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that it can be used to time. Li Yi threw out a new technological product, the clock. It was not easy to make a clock. In addition to the steel and escapement design, the local gravity and acceleration problem also had to be considered. In the equator and Chang, and the pendulum clock will have errors because the Earth is not round but elliptical. The Earth's autobiographical angle also has to be considered. The pendulum clock's errors will get bigger and bigger and must be adjusted. This is easy for Li Yi to solve. He has the information to check and adjust the length of the pendulum. How much are you going to sell it for? Bai Gu looked up at the electronic clock. He knew about this thing. Sometimes he would take his own hourglass and compare it. I want to build a clock tower for free to help everyone determine the time. In fact, the technology of the water armillary sphere is enough. Li Yi did not mention the price. How much? Bai Gu did not care about other things and focused on the main point. Chapter 9:14. Erecting a clock tower in front of the imperial city for free will cost a lot of money. Li Yi gestured to Bai Gu to eat. How much is it? Bai Gu didn't want to listen to other things now. He just wanted to know how much it was. In our Tang dynasty, as long as the height is not too high, the clock is very useful. If you put it on a mountain 2,000 feet high, the air pressure, how much is one? Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi. He already felt the value of the clock. He didn't need to use hourglasses. Like a bicycle, the main thing is the stability of the clockwork. It involves, how much is the cost? Bai Gu was unmoved. 999 cents. Li Yi gave the price casually. Every cent of the profit will be taxed at 50%. Sell one to the Ministry of Revenue for $500. Bai Gu gave the tax collection requirements seriously. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu carefully. Old Bai, are you serious? I said 999 cents and you're just going to accept it? No, after careful calculation, the Ministry of Revenue calculated that your clock cost 999 cents. Bai Gu waved his hand. He was still as serious as ever. He didn't care how much money Li Yi earned anymore because he was sad. It was Li Yi's idea to make noodles for the Ministry of Revenue. Then what did it become? All kinds of benefits. He couldn't compete with the merchants. The merchants still had to pay taxes. Since the clock could make money, then let the Li family Zhuangzi earn it. Anyway, once Xiaoyi had more money, she would throw it out. The same amount of money, giving Xiaoyi was guaranteed to be better than giving it to the Ministry of Revenue. Okay, I'll sell one to you for $500. I don't care about the collateral for issuing small currencies. Li Yi and Bai Gu reached an agreement. When taxes start to be collected in most areas of the Tang dynasty, the imperial court will issue its own banknotes. Bai Gu mentioned. He reached out his chopsticks to pick up the dried tofu and wanted to roll up the shredded pork with soy sauce. Li Yi stopped her with his chopsticks. You can't eat too much tofu. Soy products are not easy to digest and will ferment. You will have too much gas in your stomach. The imperial physician told me to eat green onions appropriately. Bai Gu went to pick up some green onions. Go get a pancake and cut it into small cubes like tofu. Li Yi ordered, and Ziyu reacted the fastest, getting up and rushing out. Yes, you can still use the rolls. Bai Gu picked up the bowl of rice wine and drank a mouthful. The rice had been scalded. Right now he needed to recuperate his body, mainly his gastrointestinal tract, and drink ginseng whisker water. After eating until he was almost full, Bai Gu left with 5 caddies of pine nuts. He was going to give them to the people in the political affairs hall. At the same time, he could also use the knowledge he had learned from Li Yi. Alright, using knowledge to act cool was the most important thing. Li Yi got up and went out for a walk. He was going to have a medical class later. Bai Gu returned to the political affairs hall, took out the pine nuts and held a meeting. At the meeting he talked a lot and the people in the political affairs hall were stunned. Could the economy be played like this? Currencies were divided into credit currencies and non-credit currencies? Then, would it be possible to eliminate the problem of currency devaluation in the economy by always using non-credit currencies? The official put forward this idea and felt that it was better to always use the standard currency with its own value. For example, gold, silver, copper, and gloomy wood. Baigu nodded, indicating that he understood, and began to talk. In economic activities, there is a supply-demand relationship. When there are more people in demand, the price of goods will increase. On the other hand, when the quantity of goods supplied is greater than the demand, the goods will be unsaleable and reduced in price. The same is true of currency. With the increase of economic activity, the exchange coupons cannot provide enough quantity for circulation. The result is deflation, and we must use other means to supplement it. Otherwise, the economy will stop moving forward. That is, we use the standard currency in the early stage, but we have to add credit currencies later, unless we have more standard collateral. Baigu told the official what he had learned from Li Yi, and the official's eyes showed a look of reverence. My Bai Zaifu is amazing. Su Yi and Song Jing also felt that Baigu was amazing. He could remember so much content after listening to it once. The key was that Li Yi was really knowledgeable. Everyone knew that the currency problem was serious. But they knew that too much evil money would make money worthless, and then the price of things would be expensive. They had to find a way to stop it. And Li Yi actually had a complete set of theories to support it. He used different methods to deal with different situations. Even if there was still evil money now, Li Yi didn't care. He accepted it, especially the evil money with tin. The price he gave was higher than the price of other evil money. At the same time, he found the place where the evil money was produced and directly asked for the place. If he met one, he would catch it. If the tin production place was controlled, how could he mix tin? In addition, the Li family's farmstead also collected iron and light copper coins from the evil money according to their weight. The price given was fair. At least the people who sold it didn't suffer a big loss. This included the normal copper coins on the market. They could be taken to the Li family Zhuangzi at any time to exchange for the same value of exchange coupons. The Li family Zhuangzi controlled the issuance and circulation of the entire capital government's currency, and then extended it outwards. It's already written in the book. Go back and read it and think about it. Don't spread it out if you can. If you accidentally spread it out, it's okay. Baigu finished the lesson and said one last sentence. He found that it was useless to just read the book about the problem of spreading it out. He had to combine it with the specific problem to understand. The key was that the book talked about the concept, not the specific application. The officials expressed that they understood. They each grabbed a handful of pine nuts and left. They were reluctant to eat them and went home to give them to their families. When everyone left, Song Jing said to Baigu, "Long Zai, can you ask Li Yi to come over and give a special lecture?" Song Jing knew that Baigu had told him everything he learned today. How much more did he not learn? Xiao Yi will teach people to print something and pass it to the students of Zhuangzi. That thing is not allowed to stay. It will be burned after learning it. Baigu shook his head and thought that it was impossible. How could Li Yi casually teach it to outsiders? Managing the world and helping the country. He was much better than Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi learned a lot and was proficient in a lot of things. However, compared to Li Yi, he was a lot worse. Gue Guzi and his disciples didn't have much contribution to the people's livelihood. They were more proficient in the art of war and the art of war. They were very good at scheming against other countries. That was because they didn't meet Xiao Yi. Otherwise, Gue Guzi wouldn't be able to do anything to any of the surrounding countries. Xiao Yi's ability was to send technology to the people, increase production, and save time. At the same time, she didn't play any tactics and directly gave money and weapons. What kind of art of war could withstand hot air balloons, binoculars, and a lot of logistics? When firearms came out, the strategy and tactics on the battlefield would be directly crushed when faced with firearms. There was no need to play any tactics at all. They could just push all the way. Okay. Song Jing thought for a while and found that he really couldn't teach it directly. What if it was learned by outsiders? At the moment, others could only watch and then analyze the reasons. Even if they learned it, they would only learn a little. If they didn't operate well, not only would they not help their country, but they might also harm the country. For example, if they couldn't make paper money that was difficult to imitate, it might be counterfeited by others. Or if the people in power ran out of money and printed paper money, it would be great. Chapter 9:15. Invest in the car. You have to invest according to the number of stops you take. Don't invest too little. If you don't invest enough, you won't be able to earn money. In the future, there won't be any cars for you. A driver of a car was at the station of Chang and Fang, urging everyone to get on the car and put in money. There were 2 horses and 3 carriages, which could accommodate 30 people at a time. It was easier for 2 horses to pull than a cart loaded with goods on level ground, and they hated parking. Every time he asked to stop, it would be very tiring to start again. It was best to keep jogging like this. The adults tossed out their small denomination exchange coupons. Some gave 1 coin while the most they gave was 1 coin. The coachman looked back and saw that a few children refused to get off the carriage. You still want to walk around? The next stop is your house again. Aren't you getting off? The driver was very unhappy. His heart ached for the horse. Since the child did not cost any money, he sat there the whole time. They sat at one stop after another without any destination. They had already gone around in a big circle, but they still didn't get off. The route he was in charge of took him an hour to complete 1 lap, and he had to change horses every 2 laps. The horse that was replaced took the opportunity to rest. It ran for 6 hours a day and ate 4 meals a day. There was an extra meal in the evening. Of course, if he kept urging the horse to run, the horse would keep running until it collapsed. It was different from a donkey. A donkey had a temper. When it was tired, it would stop running. Therefore, between a horse and a donkey, one had to be killed to ensure that the donkey would be killed. The adults who got on the car followed the advice. You guys can go down now. You're off today. No homework? Let's go home and help the adults with some work. It's no use sitting around in the car. Listen to me. Let's go to the next stop. Don't delay the bus from making money. The children didn't want to go down, but since everyone said so, they could only nod. They did have homework and they had to help out at home. Isn't this a holiday? Let's have a day off and experience the carriage. It doesn't cost any money anyway. The carriage ran to the next stop and the children smiled and waved. When they reached another stop, they saw a carriage passing by on the opposite track. Basically, it was 2 stations apart. The bigger stations had 2 stations and the smaller stations had 1 station. There were quite a number of people who went out every day. Some of them even worked in other workshops before returning home for lunch. Otherwise, they would need to bring food or buy food. Spending a few cents to eat at home was both economical and heartwarming. Usually, they would take a clay pot, and when they returned home, they would first go to the place where free soup was distributed to fill it with soup. Bringing the soup home would save money, but there were no free salted vegetables in the city. The soup was paid for by the imperial court. The number of pots in each workshop varied according to the size of the workshop. Some had 6 pots while others had 10 pots. On the surface, it looked like the imperial court was at a disadvantage, but in reality, it saved the commoners the time it took to boil the soup. The consumption of coal was also reduced. There were temples and monasteries, and the soup came from the temples and monasteries. The soup in the temples was usually made with vegetable oil, and the soup was made with plumeria. If there was no frangipani, the commoners would rather go to other shops to get soup. There were more than 800,000 people in Jianghu. Even Li couldn't provide free soup every day. The people of the Tang dynasty should know that they were from the Tang dynasty. There were free salted vegetables in the county outside, but they were not allowed to take them away. They could only eat them on the spot. The carriages were running. When the pedestrians saw that the carriages were coming, they stood behind a line drawn on the ground and were not allowed to cut in front of them. The adults had to take good care of the children. Don't suddenly rush out. The driver had to brake the carriage urgently, which would harm the horses. It would also harm the wheels. There was a brake device on the carriages. It was a lever placed on the side. When the lever was pressed down, the wooden stick in front of the wheel rose and pressed against the wheel. The 2 carriages at the back were connected to each other. When the front carriage stopped, the force of the back carriage was applied to the front carriage through the connection. Therefore, the driver would slow down at the intersection. Otherwise, it would be too late to brake. The horses ran on their own and didn't want to hit people, but they couldn't control it. The carriages were running around in Jianghu, and the number of people walking decreased significantly. It would take 3 stops to carry 20 pounds of goods. It was better to get on the carriage and spend 3 cents. It would be very tiring to carry the goods and delay the work. There was also the distance of 20 miles from the east to the west, and from the west to the east. Needless to say, how long would it take to walk by oneself? They might as well spend some money and get on the carriage. There were also people carrying poles from the south of the city. They went to the city gate and waited for a carriage to arrive. They carried the poles and paid extra money for the poles. Soon they arrived at the east or west market. At the moment, the track in the south of the city was also being repaired. It extended to the place where the officials lived, including the warehouse area. The commoners were working and resting. They couldn't help, so they could only look forward to it. After the track was laid, they directly got on the carriage after entering the city. In the south of the city, there was another place that was 1 kilometer long and 1 kilometer wide that was being renovated. The captives were responsible for the work. They laid the foundation and then built a 2-story building. There was also a large square area. Looking at the foundation, it could actually be built with 4 stories. The second story could be added at any time. The commoners didn't know what to do with it. They wondered where else would come and live. 2 days later, everything in the south of the city was finished. The women living in the settlement area in front of the Li family Zhuangzi just finished the work that Li Yi had arranged for them. They changed into new uniforms and arrived at their positions on the track that extended from the south of the city. The Li family Zhuangzi began to move goods from the warehouse in the south of the city. All kinds of goods that could be found in the east and west markets were delivered. The difference was that they didn't sell people or large livestock. The 2-story building was for snacks, clothing, restaurants, tea houses, and so on. After a day of loading, the women set off again the next morning. At the same time, the newspapers were distributed. Selling newspapers. There's a Li family Zhuangzi shopping market in the south of the city. You can go there to buy things. Selling newspapers. The Li family Zhuangzi provides a free carriage. It departs from various places every morning. The Li family Zhuangzi's carriage is sent out every 15 minutes. It goes directly to the shopping market in the south of the city. You can't get off on the way. On the return journey, you can buy goods with a receipt. You can get off at any time after you hand in the receipt. There are empty shops and stalls for rent in the shopping market in the south of the city. They are sold once a month and the price is low. The shops can be sold once a day and the price is slightly higher than the monthly rental. The newspaper boys began to advertise that there was another big market in Chang, and besides the east and west markets. The key was that there was no need to pay for the carriage to this market. When you came back, you only needed to buy one thing and it was free. However, the receipt was only used once a day. There was a date on it and it couldn't be used the next day. By the way, the market was for rent and not for sale. Hearing the news, the commoners felt that it was interesting. They could directly take a free carriage and come back after they bought some things. The people in the east and west markets couldn't stay calm. There was a new market there? Would it take away the customers? Renting stalls and shops will cost a lot of money, Bai Gu. Song Jing reminded Bai Gu in the political affairs hall. Bai Gu replied with a sigh. There was no other way. They had agreed that there would be tax exemption for 2 years. There was still 1.5 years left. How much tax would they earn? It's okay. It's only 2 years. Sui comforted him. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Bai Gu was not happy. Chapter 9:16. The newly opened market in the south of the city disturbed many people's hearts. The people who were doing business in the east and west markets were watching and waiting. Every day, the people who entered the 2 markets from outside the city began to consider whether they should go to the new market to take a look, mainly because there were many customers. At the same time, he wanted to see if the rental fee was more than the management fee. If it was less, he could go and take a look. People who rented shops from others had to pay rent and fixed taxes. They were looking forward to the cost of renting shops in the new market. Ordinary citizens were there to watch the show and wanted to take a free ride. Compared to walking a few miles by himself or walking a few miles by car, it was better to take the car. Let's go and see if there are any cars. Wait at the bus stop. I'm not going to Shi City today. Let's go together. We're going to buy a lot of things today. We'll go to Shi City to buy them. I'll bring them home myself. We'll go to the market outside to buy them. I want to buy a piece of meat and have a good meal at home. Let's go to the market and have a look. I hope it's thick. In Chang and City, the people who were preparing to go to the market early in the morning found a stop to wait. It didn't matter where they went to buy. A carriage from the market came over and they got on. The 3 carriages were quickly filled with people. They couldn't add any more because the horses couldn't take it. Those who didn't board continued to wait for the next bus. A quarter of an hour was a quarter of an hour. It was a good time to chat. At the same time, tracks were being laid along the city walls from the east and west of the city. 3 tracks from the 3 gates in the east of the city to the Li family Zhuangzi had already been laid. Now, the tracks were laid so that the people living in the east and west of the city could directly go from the city gate to the south. There were still officials and commoners in the south of the city, so they didn't necessarily have to take the Vermilion Bird Avenue to enter the city. The people who set up stalls in the east and west markets obviously felt that the flow of customers was not as good as before. The vegetable and meat sellers were anxious. If he couldn't sell it today, he wouldn't be able to keep it until tomorrow. They could only sell them to restaurants and shops that made cooked food at a low price. Their losses were huge. East Market. Li Yi and Princess Yongmu strolled through the market together, leaving Wen Tianlan in charge of the Orchid Pavilion. Li Lang, if we can't sell the meat dishes, they will lose money. Princess Yongmu thought that the new market made it difficult for the others today. In the afternoon, Zhuangzi will collect the meat dishes that can't be sold and send them to the south of the city to be made into bacon, sausages, and fried meatballs. Mix bean dregs and flour and fry them until they are fragrant. Add a little salt and they can be stored for a whole day. Then they can be sold to others at cost price. Li Yi said that he was craving the fried meatballs. He hadn't eaten them in a long time. They are all pitiful people. Princess Yongmu felt that it was not easy to set up a stall. We can't not add a market. Summer is coming, and people from afar have received the news that those without land will have to run to the capital to make a living. Li Yi didn't have any plans for the future. That's right. There are too many people and the supply from the two markets is not enough. There are also many people living in the south of the city. The Ministry of Revenue is building new houses. Princess Yongmu understood. The two markets were already very crowded in the morning, and everyone wanted to buy vegetables and meat as soon as possible. Then it was noon. There were many people who came to eat at noon, and many people didn't even open fire. The commoners living in the southern part of the city, as well as those who did not have houses to live in the houses allocated by the officials. The officials went to court and the family had to prepare dinner. They could either pay for a ride to the eastern and western cities or walk over. There was a market in the southern part of the city to satisfy the shopping needs of the surrounding commoners. Li Lang, when the time comes we will need a lot of goods and the capital will be under a lot of pressure. Princess Yongmu knew a little about the market. That's why the 20 counties outside are guiding the raising of poultry and livestock. Shopkeeper Liang and the rest will set up a large-scale pig farm with me. We will let the commoners in the northern part of the state raise the pigs together. Those who have mountains near their homes will have to work harder and cut more pigweed. The food they save will be their own. As Li Yi spoke, he came in front of a pork stall. The butcher was cutting the meat and placing it on the table. He tried his best to cut the meat as if there was more fat on each piece. This way it would be easier to sell. This was the opposite of Li Yi's previous practice of selling pork. In the past, when Li Yi sold pork he would stick a piece of lean meat on top of the fat meat. Later on, when there was no more, everyone would look at it themselves and even try it. The key was that if they were not careful they would not come again next time. It was not worth it to cheat people and lose a customer. The pigs now were more fat and this was the only breed. There was no leanness. Even so, the commoner still had to choose. The butcher did not stick a piece of fatty meat on top of the lean meat. He did not dare to. If he did, it would be considered cheating. If there were officials involved, he would be punished badly. If he was continuously complained about, he would be beaten 80 times. This piece of meat is not bad. Li Yi found a good piece of meat. The fat was not thick enough and there was more lean meat on top. The commoners did not like to buy this kind of meat. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. When Tian, do you eat red braised pork? Yes. Princess Yongmu nodded and swallowed her saliva. She liked to eat meat, especially the various kinds of meat made by the Li family Zhuangzi. It could not be helped. When she was young, Li Longji did not become the crown prince. When she was born, she lacked food in the prince's mansion. Li Longji could not eat it on his birthday. Empress Wang's father pawned his leather clothes in exchange for money to make longevity noodles. Princess Yongmu had a bad habit since then. She could eat a lot of meat. The key was that she did not get fat no matter how much she ate. If I buy it now, I will make red braised pork for you when we go back. If you are quick, you can eat it at noon. Li Yi pointed at the piece of meat as he spoke, indicating for the butcher to string it up with a straw rope. I will give you a discount for half a kilogram of meat. I will remove the skin for you and add 2 big bones. The butcher was happy that someone came up to buy bad meat. He picked up the knife and was about to skin the meat, saying that he would give something to Ren Baqian. Li Yi hurriedly stopped him. Don't. How can I make red braised pork without the skin? Don't remove the pork ribs. Add some meat. I will buy both. Li Yi saw the pork ribs again. Now that he was selling pork he could remove the bones and use them to make soup when he went back. The liver, lungs, and heart of the pig were also used to make soup. Pig intestines were not. Pig intestines were very oily. He could take them home and rub them with plant ashes and add some salt to rub them clean. How much are the bones? The butcher was in a dilemma. It was not good to ask for a price. 2 renminbi for half a kilogram and add some meat. How about that? Li Yi offered a high price. You are a noble person. If you say it's okay then it's okay. I will give you the pig lungs, liver, and heart. The butcher was very happy. The 2 pieces of pork ribs were quite heavy. Li Yi was also happy. He liked the Tang dynasty. Pork ribs were not worth much. The pig's knuckles were worth money, but the pig's legs were not. The pig's head meat could be sold for some money, while the pig's ears were cheap. The price should be calculated according to the amount of fat. The more fat, the more expensive it was. After the butcher finished buying, the pig's knuckles were also bought by Li Yi. The butcher also gave him a pig's tail. Both of them felt that they had taken advantage of each other. Princess Yongmu stood at the side and smiled. It was the first time that she came to buy pork. Interesting. After the price was paid, Li Yi continued to walk with Princess Yongmu. A passerby gave them money and took some things. Buy some vegetables and mutton. Anyway, they're all cooked. Others can eat a bite. I haven't cooked personally for several days. Li Yi came to the tofu stall and bought several pieces of tofu. He used lotus leaves to hold the tofu. Now there were lotus flowers. Otherwise he could only use bamboo leaves. Or the people who bought the tofu had to bring their own utensils. Anyway, there was always a way. It was impossible to tie the tofu with a rope, unless he used a rope to weave a small basket. Where do we cook? Heavenly World? Princess Yongmu was in a dilemma again. She did not want to go to Heavenly World. Follow me. It's easy to solve. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu back and walked to the place that sold cooked food. Chapter 9:17. Look, isn't this enough? Li Yi rolled up his sleeves and washed the ingredients beside the well. Others went to the medicine shop in the market to buy seasonings. Some seasonings were not available in the market. For example, rock sugar was sold in the medicine shop now. People knew how to make brown sugar into rock sugar. Scallions and ginger were naturally sold in the market, but the scallions were not very big. Last year's scallions were all eaten up and couldn't be stored until now. They would rot when the weather was hot. In order to keep the scallions and grow, the seedlings were replanted when the seedlings were thinned. Now they were a little thicker. Princess Yongmu helped to clean up. She was very excited. It was so fun. Li Lang found the seller, bought his stall directly, and then used his pot to cook. He had never encountered such an interesting thing. The stall owner was dumbfounded. Li Yi bought 2 pots, one for braised pork and the other for other dishes. Many people came to watch. It was also the first time they met someone who bought things directly in the market and used other people's stalls to cook for himself. As they watched, they became greedy. Some of them even didn't know that they were drooling. When it was almost noon, the other dishes were all prepared. When the lid of the pot for braised pork was lifted, the fragrance spread and there was a sound of saliva swallowing around. Take it back to eat. Li Yi called and ran with Princess Yongmu to Wentianlanxiang Pavilion. The food in Wentianlanxiang Pavilion was provided by Earthly Paradise. There was no one cooking in the pavilion for the time being. Just now, a guard went to Earthly Paradise and told them to send less dishes and more staple food. At the door, a table was carried out from inside. Li ate outside. He didn't go in to show others. Men were not allowed to enter. Princess Yongmu sat opposite. The other men ate by themselves. There were not so many tables. Princess Yongmu ate a piece of braised pork. Her eyes narrowed and she ate a mouthful of rice. She felt that this was the happiest moment. Hey, it's me. A child's voice came. Li Yi turned his head. The guard didn't stop Li Longji's family of 3. He sighed. Add another stool. I want a high one for the little guy to sit on. Thus, Li Longji and the other 2 went to wash their hands. When they returned, the cutlery was already on the table. The little boy waited for the adults to put food on the plate in front of him. Half of it was rice and the other half was vegetables. Like Princess Yongmu, he first blew on the meat and then took a bite. His expression instantly changed and his eyes widened. It was delicious. When he ate another mouthful of rice, saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He knew how to wipe it off himself. Swinging his 2 legs, he ate happily and asked the adults to give him some of each dish. Brother Yi, your cooking is still the best. Li Longji followed and ate the red braised pork. Originally there was quite a lot of meat and the others could try a piece. In the end, the family of 3 came over and the others could not eat. All right. The little fellow agreed. Actually, we shouldn't have given little Rose such a tasty dish. There's too much salt and she'll be thirsty after eating it. Li Yi looked at the little fellow eating happily and couldn't bear to remove it and change it to other dishes. Eat it once in a while. Empress Wang spoke up for her son. It's a habit. Knowing that there are more flavors, children don't like to eat bland food. Fortunately, our little Ro is not picky. Li Yi said with a smile. The little fellow looked serious and tried hard to use the chopsticks. Sometimes he couldn't pick up the food and it would fall back to the plate. Li Longji liked this kind of warm scene. Brother Yi, the business in the East and West markets is not good today. When will it resume? 3 to 5 days. They will choose to go to the market outside the city because it's cheap and because it's a new place and it's clean. At that time, the 3 markets will be balanced. The things in the East market have always been better, and there are fewer high-end products in the South Market. Unless someone rents a shop and manages the good things himself. But there are few rich people in the South. Li Yi knew that there would be a diversion. The people would go to the new market to see something new. After a few days, the people would still like to go to the familiar places to buy things and eat. Li Longji nodded and swallowed the food in his mouth. Will you take care of these 3 to 5 days? It doesn't matter if I take care of it or not. The losses are not big. Tomorrow the people from the East and West markets will bring less things. There will be more people bringing things to the new market. Li Yi said. In fact, he decided to help the East and West markets to balance out temporarily. At night he would copy the meat and make extra processing. The vegetables would be made into dried vegetables and pickled vegetables. Zhuangzi also needed to eat. He didn't kill livestock. The villagers could eat the bones if they wanted to, and the rest would be given to the places that provided free soup. In the next few days he would make a large number of sausages and cured meat. He would use the method of smoking and drying them in the bamboo house to keep them for a while. The villagers didn't like to eat sausages and cured meat mainly because Li Yi didn't like them. He thought that the taste was not good. Other sausages couldn't be kept for more than a few days. Will the population of the capital government exceed 2 million this year? So, we will need to build more houses. Li Longji was concerned about the population, but there was a worried expression on his face. Third brother, there will definitely be 2 million. For the escapees, the capital government is a good place. They don't have to worry about food and work. Li Yi could see that the more people there were, the more food they would need. The capital government couldn't afford to feed them. There were so many people, what kind of work could they do? Tell me. Li Longji's worries disappeared in an instant. Li Yi said that there was a way and he guaranteed that there would be a way. When the people come, organize well. Build roads and go to Shannon Road. At the same time, dig soil from other counties and lay a layer of soil on the wasteland that can't even cover the cost of producing seeds. Start planting greenhouses in autumn. Harvest vegetables in winter. After the roads are built, sell them to Shannon Road. Last year we sold beans. Both sides took what they needed. This year the roads are better. Sell vegetables. Use quilts to keep warm. Cucumbers, eggplants, lettuce, etc. can last until we reach the place. Li Yi knew the purpose of more people coming over. They wanted to get a household registration. Once they got a household registration they would be relieved. They would no longer be escapees. When the time comes, the people will choose their own place to live. Some may go to Shannon Road and some may go north. Food will be transported from Shannon Road? I think the paddy fields in Shannon Road have already been watered. They will be planting indica rice soon. Li Longji added on to the matter of food. Shannon Road naturally had food. The rivers in Shannon Road were no less than those in the capital government. They couldn't sell vegetables any further northwest. That was the land of Shu. In Shu there were vegetables in winter. The temperature wasn't so low that vegetables couldn't grow. Of course, Li Yi endured the pain. After the next year, tear down the greenhouses and plant cotton. We need manpower to process the cotton. There are other small-scale farming industries. I have the skills to raise maggots, chickens, scorpions, centipedes and toads. Scorpions, centipedes and toads are considered medicinal herbs. It's hard to catch them in the wild. It's better to raise them. I can raise one type in a small area. The imperial court can take them and I can take them. We can diversify our industries and help each other. Li Yi finished speaking and lowered his head to eat. If he didn't eat, the food would be cold. Li Longji, who was completely relieved, ate happily. He wasn't in a hurry. Everything was arranged by Li Yi. Chapter 9:18. While Li Longji was eating happily, a group of people came to Lantian County from Luoyang. If one counted carefully, there were 555 people. The clothes they wore were different from normal people of the Tang dynasty, but the style was similar. On the way they were amazed by the road from Luoyang to here. The carriages ran back and forth quickly. They didn't see anyone carrying luggage on the road. The people they saw were either from the nearby villages or sitting in the carriages. When they arrived at Lantian County, they were even more surprised. Many of the houses on the side of the road were two-story houses. Even if they were one-story houses, they didn't see any dilapidation. The walls were snow-white and the roads in the courtyard were clean. There were grape trees planted in the courtyard, and the vegetable garden was fenced off. The chickens were scattered. This was a village, not a county. When they arrived at the county seat of Lantian County, there were no single-story houses at all. There were at least two-story houses and some three-story houses. The road was flat with gravel. There were open canals on both sides of the road. The canals were clear and flowing. None of the people walking on the road were dressed poorly. Most of them were wearing silk. There should be a school. The sound of children reading could be heard. When they arrived in front of a restaurant, they saw someone pick up a ceramic bowl, ladle some mung bean water and gulp it down. He put the bowl in a bucket with water beside him and continued on his way. The group walked over to take a look and knew what kind of water it was. One of them picked up the bowl, scooped half a bowl and looked at the door of the restaurant. There was a waiter at the door and he was also looking at this group of people. This person made a drinking gesture. The waiter looked at him and didn't react. So he drank it and looked at the waiter. The waiter still didn't move. He put the bowl in the wooden bucket. Nothing happened. No one asked for money or stopped him. Everyone understood. It was free. What an amazing restaurant. They actually provided free mung bean soup. As they continued forward, they saw a medicine shop. There was a doctor sitting at the door taking people's pulses. After he finished reading, he wrote a prescription. The doctor also looked at the prescription, nodded, folded it, and headed north. Another person came and sat down. He put his wrist on the pulse pillow. The group stopped again. They watched and listened to the doctor's questions. Some people in the group could understand and translated for others in their own words. After this person finished taking his pulse, the doctor wrote down the prescription again. The doctor asked about the price, shook his head, picked up the prescription and headed north. After seeing the third patient, he went into the pharmacy to get the herbs. They didn't take the medicine after seeing the doctor. Is it because they think it's too expensive and they don't want to treat it? The person who drank the soup just now came over and asked. Yes, you need to take 12 sets of medicine. If you buy it from the shop, it will cost you 1 shovel and 200 coins. However, it's not that I don't want to be treated. I just want to get free medicine. The doctor's voice was calm. He nodded to the next patient and sat down alone. Here we are. Chang, and is really different. It provides free soup and medical treatment. A person in the team sighed with emotion in their own words. Those who could speak the language of the Tang dynasty shook their heads. This is not Chang'an. This is Lantian County. The whole county is so prosperous. Chang'an. Are you guys from the Japanese Empire? Asked a young man in the group waiting to be treated. Yes, we're from the Japanese Empire. I'm Shimoto Shinbei. Please enlighten me. The person bowed slightly and appeared very polite. You're welcome. The young man cupped his fist and returned the greeting. Then you have to hurry up. It's noon now and there's still some distance to Chang'an. I see that you've brought a lot of things. Once it gets dark, the city gate of Chang'an won't be closed. If the imperial city gate is closed, you won't have a place to go. You can go to the Li family Zhuangzi. We heard that you were coming a long time ago. It was Li Dongzhu who sent us a message telling us not to bully people. Another child with a bump on his face spoke. He even touched the bump with his hand and showed a painful expression. The doctor who was taking the pulse finished writing the prescription and turned to look at the child. If you go with the people from the Japanese Empire, the bump on your face will grow. It's best if you have a small operation. I don't dare to do it here. You're still young. If you make a mistake, it will delay your life. Okay, I'll go with you. Who can tell my parents that anyone else wants to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to get medicine? Take me with you. The child touched the bump on his face again and looked at the people around him. I'll go. I've already gotten the medicine, the person who came out of the pharmacy said. Thank you, Uncle San General. When I recover, I'll go and pick wild fruits for Xiao Zhen to eat. I won't push him into the field when he catches toads anymore. The child promised seriously. I suddenly don't want to help you pass the message. So it was you who pushed him. The person glared at him. He pushed me before too. The child shrunk his neck. I'm also going to the Li family Zhuangzi. I'll take him. Another person who was driving a cart passed by. After hearing the child's words, he signaled for the child to get on the cart. The cart was filled with baskets of tea leaves. Obviously, many people had picked them and sent them to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for money. The child happily jumped to the back of the cart and swung his legs. Messengers from the Japanese Empire, let's go. If I'm lucky, I'll beg Li Dongzhu to perform the surgery on me. The people from the Japanese Empire followed and talked with each other. They felt that it was unbelievable that the child dared to go to such a faraway place by himself. He wasn't afraid of an accident on the road and he wasn't worried about being caught. Shimoto Shinbei walked beside the cart and looked at the driver. He said to the child, Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people? Bad people? Where would there be bad people? There aren't any bad people in the capital. People come and go at noon. If I shout, the bad people will be beaten to death. The child touched the bump on his face and said casually. The driver said, Li Dongzhu set the rules. We can be organized, but we can't do things secretly. If something happens to the child in Lantian County, many people in Lantian County will be unlucky. Let's go quickly. It's not very long now. If we reach the place before dark, we can rest. Otherwise, the horses won't be able to see the road in the dark. The people from the Japanese Empire followed. After a while, the child jumped off the cart and ran forward. At the same time, he said, "I'll go and get a roll first. I haven't eaten lunch yet." "Uncle, have you eaten?" "Just bring me a few pieces of black bread." The driver replied, "You should eat a roll too. If you bring me to the Li family Zhuangzi, they will give it to me." The child ran away without looking back. The driver said to Shimoto Shinbei with a puzzled expression, "There's the Li family Zhuangzi's drunken immortal residence in front. Children with good grades are recorded. Such children can go and ask for food at any time. The price is not more than 3 coins. A roll is 2 coins. If he asks for more, he will have to use the bump on his face to speak. If I bring him, the drunken immortal residence will give it to me." Shimoto Shinbei was shocked. The people in the group translated to the others. Everyone was shocked. Li family Zhuangzi? Drunken immortal residence? Children with good grades are given food to eat? Children who are sick are given food to those who help them? Previously, there were people who went to the Li family Zhuangzi to get medicine for free. Now there was another case. What did the Li family Zhuangzi do? Are there many children in the county who can get rewards? Shimoto Shinbei asked. All of them. The children are very hardworking. Their grades are good. Not only do they get food, but they also get other things to play with. The driver said proudly. The children of Lantian County are outstanding. Not long after, the group arrived at the entrance of the drunken immortal residence. The child crossed his arms and held 2 rolls wrapped in paper in front of his chest. He held a bowl in each hand. "Take it. There's soup in the bowl. After you finish it, send it to the Li family Zhuangzi." The child stood in front of the cart and spoke. His posture was very awkward. Chapter 9:19. When the coachman took the 2 bowls, the child switched places with the scallion pancakes. The people from the Japanese Empire looked at the people around the drunken immortal restaurant and became curious. The clothes these people were wearing were much worse than the ones they had seen in Lantian County. Hemp clothes were normal. The clothes were made of the same material as the people from their own country. There were also people in their group wearing hemp clothes. What are they eating? Shimoto Jinbei saw that the people were holding pieces of food in their hands. They used a bowl to scoop soup and put something between the 2 pieces of food. They found a place to bite and drink the soup. From the looks of it, it was not easy to chew. "Black bread," the child said as he ate and frowned. It was obvious that his face was hurting. The coachman drove the carriage again and drank the soup first to prevent it from spilling out. He said to Shimoto Jinbei, "A few days ago they came from another place. When they came, they were penniless and only had some wheat and bran left." The coachman explained that the group was from the same place and came to Chang, and together to make a living. They begged for food along the way and got some things in Luoyang before rushing to Chang'an. When they reached Lantian County, there was nothing to eat, so they continued to beg. The people of Lantian County were rich. They gave each family some things and walked from the village to the county. There were restaurants and food stores in the county, so they helped them a little. After that, a broker came and arranged things for them to do. They said that they would provide food and accommodation, but they did not want it. They asked for daily payment and converted the lodging and food into money. They slept outside as the weather was not cold. When they ate, they bought 1 piece of black bread, which was enough for the family of 3 to eat for a day. When they ate, they ran to the entrance of the drunken immortal restaurant to drink free soup and eat free salted vegetables. I was afraid that they would not eat well, so the drunken immortal restaurant added tofu and wild vegetables to the soup. There is obviously more meat on the bones. After they rest for a while, they can go to Chang'an. The coachman finished his sentence and took a bite of the roll. There were bean sprouts, shredded celery, shredded carrots, and shredded lean meat. It was brushed with black bean sauce fried with eggs and left a delicious taste in his mouth. The Japanese Empire's envoys had someone translate for the others. The group immediately became lively and discussed. The group continued north. After walking for about 10 miles, a relay station appeared. There was a shed outside the relay station and 2 people were sitting in the shed. Under the shed was a large earthenware pot, which was placed on top of an earthen stove. If you're thirsty, you can drink some water. The current supply should be plain water. The coachman finished eating and carefully put the 2 bowls away. When they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, Zhao Feng wanted to return the bowls to them. The envoys from the Japanese Empire were indeed thirsty and hungry. Under the guidance of the coachman, they went over to scoop up some water to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the end, more than 100 people did not drink the water. The water was all gone. The person guarding the shed went to fetch water again and pointed to the front. There's another place 10 miles away. Otherwise you can wait to boil another pot. The people from the Japanese Empire discussed among themselves and decided not to wait any longer. They decided to speed up. Sure enough, a shed and a relay station appeared 10 miles away. Those who hadn't drunk any water earlier went to drink some water, and the next one, Zhenbei continued to talk to the coachman. When we came here there were already relay stations built on the road. One is 10 miles away. Does the Tang dynasty need so many relay stations? Zhenbei finally confirmed that it was indeed 10 miles away. When he saw it on the road he still didn't quite believe it. It's convenient for people to come and go. Ordinary people can enter the relay stations. They say that they can eat and drink for free, but the food and accommodation are not good. The coachman talked about the relay stations. He didn't know the specific situation and he didn't need the relay stations. Zhenbei revealed a look of envy and surprise. He knew how much the Tang dynasty spent to provide free food and accommodation for the people. His country didn't have any right now and couldn't afford to provide for them. He sighed. I heard that the people of the capital have abolished the mediocrity? Yes. Because everyone has to pay taxes to the merchants when they buy things, they reduce the number of items. After the stalls are rented, people who don't have land don't have to pay taxes. Like me, I drive for a living and think about how to earn money all day. I don't have to buy anything else to pay taxes. When the coachman talked about this, he revealed a happy expression. With less burden he could earn more money and buy more things to eat. Of course, the coachman didn't know that the Japanese Empire was copying the Tang dynasty's methods. There was rent and extra labor. At the same time, they also copied the Tang dynasty's method of making copper coins. However, the circulation was not good, and the outside world didn't recognize it. The land had begun to be annexed and it was very serious. It was similar to the Tang dynasty's situation. However, Li Yi was in the Tang dynasty, and he didn't allow them to collect rent. Otherwise it would be over in a few years. While the two of them were talking, the people on the other side finished drinking water, and the group continued on their journey. It was still 10 miles away. When the sun set in the west, the group arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. The Japanese Empire's envoys saw rows of houses in the distance, and there were even more people walking. There were large and small boats in the river, and it was many times more prosperous than Ping City. When the officials of Honglu Temple received the news, they went to the Li family Zhuangzi with the Japanese envoys in Honglu Temple to welcome them. The coachman stopped the carriage at the bridgehead and waited for the farmer to look at the tea leaves. The child took the bowl to the farmer and explained the purpose of his visit. He was let in. It was dark, and the Japanese Empire's envoys wanted to stay in the Four Quarters Embassy. There were too many people in Honglu Temple. The group told their own people stationed in the Tang dynasty that 2 of them were sick and had to stay in Luoyang. There were a total of 555 people. The people stationed there took them to the city with a serious expression. Recently the Japanese stationed in Chang and had seen too many things and were too shocked. They didn't know how to tell the people in the country. From here to the city gate, there were many military tents connected. There were also many carriages, horses and people coming and going. Especially when they saw 2 horses pulling 3 carriages on the track, they found it incredible. At a station nearby the carriages stopped. Someone got on and said where they were going to pay. The carriages started again and the horses trotted forward. The Japanese Empire's envoys had never seen anything like this before. They felt that the horses could pull more people. Did Hunan province send an envoy? Takagi Junichiro, who was stationed in the Tang dynasty, asked Abita Nakamaro. In the past, when envoys from the country arrived, the Tang dynasty's prefectures would receive them well and send people to Chang'an. At the same time there would be a team following them. They said it was too busy, so they only sent 1 person. Abita Nakamaro glanced back. There was an inconspicuous person behind him with his head lowered. He wore khaki clothes and it was obvious that his rank was very low. He didn't have much of a presence. Busy? Takagi Junichiro asked again. Abita Nakamaro nodded. It is indeed busy. The entire Hunan province is in Xinjiang territory, and officials are running around. There are also plans to plant new rice and abolish the mediocrity of the people in some parts of Hunan province. On the way here we took a fast road. It doesn't look like this road. I saw the exchange coupons and even exchanged a few. Abita Nakamaro took out a few coupons and looked at Takagi Junichiro. Takagi Junichiro shook his head and whispered, I don't know how to print them. The Tang emperors will hold a banquet. We'll take a bath later and have dinner tonight. The food will be sent to the Four Quarters Embassy first. Chapter 920. You will stay in Jianghu tonight. You can leave after changing the bandages tomorrow. Come back 2 days later. Li spoke to the child. The child called Gaoju. Li cut a small hole in the bandage on the child's face. Then he removed the pus and blood and put in a deep-fried dough stick, which was the drainage strip. If the drainage strip was put in, the wound would not heal. If there was fluid, it would flow out along the drainage strip. He put a piece of gauze on the outside. If the pus and blood continued to flow, it would flow onto the gauze. After one night, the pus and blood should leak out from the gauze. He would change the drainage strip depending on the situation. If there was no suture, there would be a small scar. It would not be obvious and the child could continue to grow. When he grew up, it would not be obvious. There was no need for tetanus or intravenous drips. He just needed to drink a dose of Chinese medicine. For such a small surgery, the standard of the doctors in Lantian County was not good enough. They were afraid of leaving a scar. Brother Dongzhu, I did not bring my books. The child felt much better after the bandage on his face was removed. There was a sense of pressure with the bandage. His face and temples hurt for half a day. I will find someone to teach you. Let's see how far you have learned. Li Yi's voice was gentle. What a good child. He knew how to learn. Will I eat at the canteen tonight? The child was looking forward to it. He had only heard that the food in the Li family Zhuangzi canteen was good, but he had never eaten it. You can't eat irritating food. You can eat pork and cabbage dumplings. Don't eat garlic. Eat a piece of braised lean meat. Li Yi decided on what to eat first. He was afraid that the child would eat chives, fish, broad beans, chili, green onions, ginger, garlic and other things. It was not only for the wound. The prescribed Chinese medicine also could not allow the child to eat these things. The child nodded vigorously. He could eat anything. As long as he ate in the Li family Zhuangzi canteen, he would be able to boast to his friends when he went back. The people from the Japanese Empire are here? What do you think? Li asked Gaoju. There are also people wearing hemp clothes. There are also some people who can't understand us. The child replied. The people wearing hemp clothes might be monks. They can't understand us. At least they know how to write and have some skills in a certain field. Li said as he packed up. Dongzhu Gij, did the people from the Japanese Empire come to study in the Tang dynasty? The child wanted to touch the spot where there was a bump before, but he stopped. Yes, they'll learn anything. As long as it's better than them, they'll try their best to learn it. Li nodded. Don't teach them. What if they turn around and beat us when they learn it? The child had his own ideas. All right, you should focus on nurturing him. However, there were many things that could not be kept secret. They could still learn them. For example, new paper-making technology, farming technology, ships, rails, sleds, silage, beanworm farming, stall rental, business tax, and so on. Li Yi revealed a helpless expression. The current Tang dynasty was especially good to the Japanese Empire. The previous few times the Japanese Empire had come to visit the imperial court, they had been warmly welcomed by the local prefectures and even sent people to escort them. The people of the Japanese Empire did not have to pay for anything. It seemed that this was the only way to show the style of the Tang dynasty. This time, Rinpoche had informed them in advance, so they did not dare to be extravagant in Luoyang. The problem now was whether or not they could ask the envoys of the Japanese Empire for money. For example, they could not ask for money for food and accommodation in the Four Quarters Embassy. However, if they wanted gunpowder, guns, hot air balloons, parachutes, propellers, ink production, money printing and other technologies, Rinpoche would definitely not give them to them. If any of the officials in the imperial court were generous, he would let them research and teach them to the people of the Japanese Empire. Then what should we do? The child acted as if his toys were about to be snatched away. Some things might not be useful even if they were learned. We can help the Japanese Empire make money. Li Yi finished packing and pulled the child out. Give them money? The child was unhappy again. Help them make paper money. Copper coins are heavy and inconvenient to carry. If they bring over copper coins worth 10 copper coins, we can print 20 copper coins worth of kazunokai. The Japanese Empire's kazunokai is our Tang dynasty's kaiyuan tongbao. 1 kaiyuan tongbao is 1 copper coin and 10 kaiyuan tongbao are 1 tael. Li Yi thought of an idea. If he helped others print paper money, he would get a 50% discount. The child could not understand why others would give him 10 copper coins worth of copper coins, but he would print 20 copper coins worth of coupons for others. The Li family Zhuangzi coupons he used were better than the kaiyuan tongbao. Those who had Kaiyuan Tongbao would take their copper coins to the Li family Zhuangzi and exchange them for coupons. Because printing money does not use the actual amount of money. If you print 1 copper coin worth of coupons, you can print 10,000, and you will spend less than 2,000 copper coins. Li explained patiently. Are you saying that the coupons I take are not worth 1 copper coin? The child reacted quickly. They are worth it. The Li family Zhuangzi can print as many coupons as they have. Li explained again. I don't understand. Anyway, Gij Dongzhu, you can do as you see fit. We can't lose out. The child scratched his head. Yes, we can't lose out. Li brought Gaoju to the canteen. He instructed the staff to make dumplings separately and not to put too much spicy seasoning in the filling. At this time, the Japanese Empire's delegation entered Chang and city. They first went to the Four Quarters Embassy to put away their things. They took out the things that they wanted to present to Li Longji. There was a banquet tonight, so they quickly went to take a bath. They changed into the clothes they brought. They would be living in the Tang dynasty for a while. Takagi Junichiro, Abenaka Maru, Fujiwara Mayang, and Shimichi soaked in the same pool. On the way here, I saw the Tang dynasty building a new relay station. It is said that there is a relay station every 10 miles. Does the Tang dynasty have the money to maintain it? Abenaka Maru shouldered a heavy responsibility. He wanted to know the situation of the Tang dynasty as soon as possible. Takagi Junichiro's expression was serious. Yes, the Tang dynasty collects business taxes. The Tang dynasty newspapers are distributed in various places. There are also letters and postal services. They get money from them. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi, has a way to arrange it. I'm not sure about the details. The Li family Zhuangzi. I've always heard about him since I arrived in the Tang dynasty. It was even more so when I arrived in Luoyang. It was hard to believe what others said. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi of the Chang and city could earn a lot of money every day. He had so much money that he could give it out for free. It was also said that the Dongzhu of the Zhuangzi could bring the dead back to life. He had published hundreds of medical books. He could save and kill people with a single thought. It was said that he had created many things that were beneficial to the people, such as short-shaft plows, earthworms, threshers, and flour grinders. Did you know that in Chang and city? Fujiwara Mayang asked. He didn't believe that anyone could be so powerful. Otherwise, why would his country send 557 people? Everyone had their own specialties. Takagi Junichiro looked at the 3 people and nodded helplessly. It's true. In fact, Li Yi has learned far more than that. Takagi Junichiro began to introduce Li Yi, the things Li Yi had created, and the methods he had provided. The more Shinbei Shimoto and the others listened, the more confused they became. They felt that it was even more frightening than what they had heard on the road. Burning cement, growing cotton, new textile machines, designing rails, building a water network, and building ships and another type of faster boat. The Yellow River Hoku waterfall used land boats, hot air balloons, and parachutes to prevent falling from the sky. There were also gunpowder, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, soap that were not allowed for civilian use. There were many things. It seemed that there was nothing Li Yi couldn't do. It just depended on whether he wanted to take them out. Chapter 921. After taking a bath, the 3 of them felt dizzy. It was probably because the water was too hot and the space was too narrow, causing them to feel hypoxia. Takagi Junichiro looked at the 3 of them and understood. If he hadn't watched the Li family Zhuangzi walk step by step, he wouldn't have believed them. If he heard these things directly, he wouldn't believe it. Today's governor's office was completely different from 3 years ago. Could be said to be earth-shaking. As for how it changed, he knew every step. At first, he just felt that it was good. When one thing after another and one matter after another accumulated together, he discovered that the imperial governor had moved because of a manner, because of a single person. More and more people came to the governor's office, but they could all find work. From inside and outside Chang, and there were always old, weak, sick, and disabled beggars. But now no one begged for food. If only Li Yi was a minister of our country. Shimido Shinbei forced himself to believe in Takagi Junichiro and sighed. Other envoys also think so. Tubo and Tujue want to kill Li Yi. Takagi Junichiro understood again. Which envoy didn't want to capture Li Yi alive? Once they captured him, their tribe would be able to command the world. Can you send him to our country? Fujiwara Mayang was actually thinking about it. Li Yi usually doesn't go out of Zhuangzi. Outsiders can't get in. You brought more than 500 people. The result was that they all died after crossing the bridge. Li family Zhuangzi is heavily guarded all year round. There are also non-commissioned officers around. When they rushed to the bridge, they were blocked on the bridge. They still died when they jumped into the water. Takagi Junichiro smiled and said Li family Zhuangzi's defense. Instead of attacking Li family Zhuangzi, it was better to go to Xingqing Palace. Maybe a few people could get in. If they were lucky, they could see the Tang emperors before they died. He never comes out? Abe Nakamura was just curious and didn't intend to catch him. When he came out, he was surrounded by guards. Sometimes he would sneak out. By the time you heard the news, he had already returned. Takagi Junichiro shook his head. What if we lure him out? Daoist Junbei was pondering over this matter. He refused to come out. Tubo wanted him to come out, but he refused no matter what. Timid? Poor combat skills? That's a weakness. Fujiwara Mayang gave his own thoughts. Timid? Many of the Turks were personally killed by him. When he found out that the Khitans had sent out an army, he went up the mountain and captured all of them alive. He could fly, and he also had a gun that could shoot from 300 feet away. I've heard his movements when he was flying, and I've seen holes in the walls caused by something called a bullet. Since that's the case, why doesn't he become the emperor? Why don't we use the strategy of sowing discord? Sow discord? Whenever the Li family Zhuangzi produces something good, it must be in the name of the Tang emperors. If the Tang emperors wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be convenient for them to ask the winged knights to do it directly in Zhuangzi? I heard that Empress Wang's son was born after taking the medicine given by Li Yi. The Tang emperors were short of money, so Li Yi helped them earn money. Shu-Di salt wells, earthly paradise, bathing, gold mines, and training the emperor's soldiers. Which one of you would kill him if you became the emperor? Or would you exile him somewhere far away? Takagi Junichiro went to the changing room and began to put on his new clothes. He had to be more presentable at the banquet tonight. The three of them followed suit and put on their clothes. Fujiwara Mayang put on the boxer briefs he had seen for the first time. Why didn't Li Yi become the emperor? Why didn't you become the emperor? Takagi Junichiro asked back. I'm loyal. Fujiwara Mayang did not dare to say anything wrong. His real thought was, if I had Li Yi's ability, I would have rebelled long ago. Li Yi is the same. Takagi Junichiro said. What benefits did the Tang emperors give him to make him so loyal? Fujiwara Mayang could not put himself in their shoes. Whatever he says to do, the imperial court will do as he says. If he wants to mobilize the winged knights will listen to him. Takagi Junichiro gave two examples. The winged knights were the Tang emperor's private army, and Li Yi could mobilize them. When the four of them were talking, they were almost done putting on their clothes. Abe Nakamura tied his belt and said, what will happen if word gets out that Li Yi can mobilize the emperor's private army and has the intention of seizing power? The people don't believe it. The people already know that Li Yi can order the winged knights to do things. Li Yi can also arrange the 16 guards. The common people said that the monarch was a sage and that Li Yi would rebel, but the common people didn't believe it. Takagi Junichiro put on his clothes and stood there saying these words to discourage his colleagues. Doesn't that mean that Li Yi has thought of all the possible problems in advance? Abe Nakamura also put on his clothes. The four of them walked out and the team members came out one after another. They were very interested in the bathtub inlaid with tiles. There was no need to find a hot spring or use a big wooden bucket. The soap was also good, and with the addition of skincare products, it was very comfortable. The banquet was held in Hanyuan Palace, and it was not Xingqing Palace in the imperial city. The civil and military officials gathered and did not go home for dinner today, so they sent someone to inform them. The Tang dynasty had a lot of stir-fried dishes. The envoys of the Japanese Empire had seen it when they came over, and they all learned from other places. For example, in Luoyang there were many types of dishes that they learned. The envoys of the Japanese Empire prepared to have a good meal. After entering, both sides followed the procedure. The Japanese Empire sent tributes and Li Longji gave out rewards. When they took their seats, the Japanese Empire's envoys realized that the situation was different from what they had imagined. Each person had a small table and a high chair. There were dozens of stir-fried dishes, and there was only a small plate of each dish. Wasn't the plate too small? Was there enough water to drink? There was a charcoal pot on the table, and it was boiling with dates, wolfberries, ginger slices, and soy sauce. There was oil on the pot and it smelled like chicken soup. The palace maids served the dishes, and a piece of mutton was placed on a rectangular plate. A few chrysanthemum flowers were placed on a small plate, and a piece of cabbage was placed on a small plate. This, Li Longji spoke from the top. A bowl of porridge and rice is not easy to come by. Even a strand of rice is not easy to come by. My officials and I, you eat as much as you want. We throw a bowl of rice at every meal. Do you know that there are people who starve to death without food? Your Majesty is wise. The officials stood up and saluted at the same time. The Japanese Empire's envoys quickly stood up and saluted together. The Japanese Empire's envoys suddenly realized that the Tang dynasty was different. They heard that the last time they came the table was full. Now it was a small plate, and after one was eaten, another was served. Of course, there were dozens of dishes. The officials of the imperial court were already used to the fact that His Majesty gave them food every day. They didn't need to bring their own food or go out to buy it. The only requirement was that there were no leftovers, and they could only eat as much as they wanted, just like the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Watermelons in winter, expensive kunpu and live clams were not cheap, and His Majesty gave them to them. Then there was the cheaper cabbage, and their salaries would be deducted if there was any leftovers. The money deducted was enough to buy a few carts of cabbage. It didn't matter how expensive the food was, but it limited their wastage. Everyone sat down again, and some officials told the palace maids to take away some of the dishes. They didn't want to eat, and they were afraid that they couldn't finish them. They didn't touch a single chopstick, and the removed dishes could still be eaten by the palace maids and eunuchs. When the Japanese Empire's envoys saw this, they quickly removed the dishes as well. They could eat them in the future. They would take a look and know what kind of dishes they were. Chapter 922. The palace maids and eunuchs really moved away. This was for them to eat. When others started eating, they felt uncomfortable eating. There were many types of dishes today. When they went back, they would heat up the same dishes together and have a good meal. In fact, the daily meals were not bad. Ever since Her Majesty became rich, the harem's food and clothing had improved. They had to thank Li Dongzhu. It was Li Dongzhu who helped Her Majesty earn a lot of money. He was a good person. Everyone ate and drank. Empress Wang was also there. She was the mother of the country and took care of the child. The little guy looked like a little adult. He sat there and waited for the palace maids to cook the meat for him. The palace maids were very careful. They cooked the meat with a small spoon. Just as it was cooked, they took it out and put it on the little guy's plate. After a while, the little guy couldn't eat anymore. The little guy dipped it in jam. He picked it up with his chopsticks and licked it with his tongue. It was hot. He confirmed and blew on it. Empress Wang watched and didn't help. She wasn't afraid that her son would burn his tongue or lips. If it was hot enough to blister, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight. For the little guy, it was just a meal. Didn't it matter where he ate? Even if there were many people, he would still eat. The officials understood what it meant. This was the future crown prince. He brought the child out for such a big occasion. However, the child seemed to be good. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He ate carefully. The officials who knew the situation sighed. Li was also good at teaching children. Many children in their teens would have problems when guests came to their homes. They needed someone to be by their side to stop them at any time. Looking at this 2-year-old child, he looked like a doll. He didn't look like a boy at all. Those big eyes and long eyelashes, not to mention that he was a boy, he looked like a girl no matter how one looked at him. When the little guy ate a piece of meat, he picked up another piece. He thought for a moment and reached out with his chopsticks. Father. When he spoke, he didn't control his hands well. The chopsticks loosened and the meat fell. Li Longji reached out and caught it. He wiped it in his mouth. Delicious. The little guy smiled happily. He let the palace maids continue cooking. After cooking, he blew on it and dipped it in jam before giving it to Empress Wang. Song Jing, who was relatively close to them, looked on, not daring to say a word. The little fellow sensed his gaze and waited for another piece of meat to be rinsed. He blew on it and was about to go down to Song Jing. Song Jing brought the plate over himself. Thank you, Your Highness. The little fellow said with a smile. Then he gave some to Bai Gu and Su Yi again before eating happily. After eating another piece of meat, he looked at the palace maids and eunuchs serving him and pointed at the meat. Pour it out. You guys eat. The palace maid looked at Empress Wang, not knowing what to do. Just eat when I tell you to, Empress Wang said. Yes. The palace maid put the meat and vegetables inside and took a plate and a pair of chopsticks without adding any seasoning. After it was cooked, he would take a bite first and then the others would take turns. The ministers who had just stepped out were speechless. He was speechless. At such a young age, he already knew how to be filial to his parents and win their hearts. No, it couldn't be said that the little fellow was trying to win their hearts. He didn't know how to do that. He just wanted others to eat. If there was a heavenly crown prince, everyone would definitely choose the little fellow. Otherwise, when the little fellow grew up, he would bring the palace maids and eunuchs to the Black Tortoise Gate again. Bai Gu and the others didn't consider that. The first person he thought of was Li Yi. With Li Yi around, there was no need for the Black Tortoise Gate. The Japanese Empire's envoys didn't know the situation at all. They were far away and couldn't see the little fellow interacting with others. As they ate, the song and dance performance began. The first one was Xiao Hongqian, who sang and danced. The Japanese Empire's envoys were dumbfounded. They felt the gentle yet strong charm of the woman and naturally thought of the current Emperor Yuanzheng. Emperor Yuanzheng was beautiful and was a woman. This song is good. Who wrote it? Abe Nakamaro asked Takagi Junichiro while watching the dance. Li. Takagi Junichiro didn't want to say. He knew that it would hurt people. Sure enough, the people around him, including Abita Nakamaro, were all stunned. The second song, Songhai's Laughter, seemed to have the same style as the previous song, but it was different. If Xiao Hongqian showed the charm of a woman, then this song showed the pride of a man. Abe Nakamaro looked at Takagi Junichiro. Takagi Junichiro nodded. Yes, this was also written by Li Yi. The third song was A Woman's Flower. When the prelude came out, it gave people a different feeling. When the lyrics came out, they knew that it was also about a woman. If Xiao Hongqian's independence was gentle yet firm, then this was a woman's expectation, a kind of waiting, a kind of sobbing and complaining. Yes. Takagi Junichiro didn't wait for others to see or ask. That's right, it was Li Yi. Following that, one after another, including the poems and lyrics, Shoshu Junichiro answered with a yes for each one. Until the end of the banquet, there wasn't a single song by anyone else. The Japanese Empire's envoys enjoyed Li Yi's performance at Hanyuan Palace, from beginning to end. There were also many musical instruments that they had never seen before. Then they found out that these musical instruments were also made by the Li family Zhuangzi. On the way back to the Four Quarters Embassy from Hanyuan Palace, the Japanese Empire's envoys were still in a daze. Perhaps it was because they drank too much. I do want to bring Li Yi back to my country. Abe Nakamaro spoke his mind. If he brought this person back to his country, then his country. The Honglu Temple's officials heard this and pursed their lips. They pretended not to hear. Yet they cursed in their hearts. You want to bring Li Dongzhu back to your little Japanese empire? Do you think that lousy place of yours is worthy of Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu should be in Zhuangzi next to Chang'an. If you have the ability, then go all out and put Li Dongzhu in a sack and kidnap him. The news soon reached the ears of Li Longji, who had returned to Xingqing Palace. He curled his lips. Yurong, the Japanese Empire's envoys are thinking about Brother Yi. They want to bring him back to the Japanese Empire. Ha ha, Li Longji laughed. Empress Wang pursed her lips and smiled. Everyone wants Uncle to go over. Uncle is in high demand. Isn't that right? Empress Wang lowered her head and looked at her son, who was sleeping in a baby sling. He seemed to hear someone calling him and his lips moved. He smacked his lips twice and went back to sleep. Brother Yi said that we need to print more scriptures and Taoist records, and then pass them on to Japan. If we can't keep the technology, then let the envoys collect the medical books. If they have the ability to get it, then give it to them. Then, we can plant more medicinal herbs in the Tang dynasty and sell them to the Japanese Empire. But we don't know what the Japanese Empire situation is now. Li Longji listened to Li Yi and stopped pretending to be generous. For example, he didn't want to put up big plates of food for dinner tonight. Even if they couldn't eat, there were still people eating the leftovers from the Zhang clan's village. When more people came, the number of sick people would also increase. If they couldn't work, would they just let them suffer and starve to death? If the imperial family wasted food, what reason did they have to punish the local officials for wasting food? Chapter 923. The envoys of the Japanese Empire did not sleep well the entire night. Their emotions were disturbed by one person. There was actually someone in the Tang dynasty who could monopolize everything. There was nothing that he could not do. This person was not even 20 years old yet. He did not take the imperial examinations, but he managed to cultivate 262 A ranks. The aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty did not have the courage to resist this person. Because they did not feel anything before, when they realized that the situation was not good, they could not do anything. It's a pity that our country does not have someone like him. Abita Nakamaro, who woke up in the morning and washed up with a new toothbrush, soap and towel, could not help but sigh. The Japanese Empire looked like it was ruled by the emperor, but in fact there were small countries everywhere. It was an era of separation. The small countries did not accept the copper coins and tong kai that were hard to produce. Everyone still bartered with other things because copper was useless. It was not as useful as real things. In contrast, in the Tang dynasty, copper coins and silk were used together. When he came over, the imperial prefecture did not use copper coins and silk anymore. They would use the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. This included the further Hunan province and other provinces. As long as there were merchants with exchange coupons, they could use the coupons to exchange for more copper coins. The large merchants accepted the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Why did his country not accept the Tang Kai coupons? After everyone finished washing up, they went to eat breakfast together. Breakfast was buffet style. There were a lot of side dishes: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, fried cakes, wontons, scallion pancakes, egg pancakes, rolls, steamed buns, uncooked noodles. The people of the Four Quarters Embassy chose first. When they were almost finished, the remaining food was sent to the barracks. There was no waste. Today the envoys were familiarized with Chang, and for 3 consecutive days. Everyone went out in groups. They first went to the East Market, the place where the rich often bought things in Chang'an. The carriages could be seen more clearly. The people stood at the stations and waited for the carriages to come. Takagi Junichiro explained, "A few years ago when I saw the people in Chang, and many of them looked worried. But now they do not." "Because of Li?" Shindo Shimoto asked. "Yes, in the capital magistrate's office, if you casually enter a commoner's house, you will definitely see 2 memorial tablets. One is for the Tang emperors and the other is for Li Yi." Takagi Junichiro gave an affirmative answer. Li Yi's influence was that great. Selling newspapers. Observing the weather. There might be a light rain today and the air pressure is low. Everyone, don't eat too much in case you fall sick due to insufficient oxygen supply. I'm selling newspapers. Mosquitoes breed after the rain. Remember to close the windows and don't drink unboiled water. Is there anyone buying newspapers? Add a piece of blank ink paper to each newspaper. It can be used to write letters, but it's only suitable for a writing brush. The paperboy's voice was heard. They rode their bikes and rushed over while shouting without stopping at all. The people of the Tang dynasty who wanted to buy newspapers did not stop them. They were waiting for the paperboy who ran behind them. Those who rode bicycles were only responsible for informing them in advance to head to Shi City so that everyone could familiarize themselves with the situation. Will it rain today? This thing called newspaper of the Tang dynasty even mentions rain? An envoy of the Japanese Empire was surprised. The other envoys did not say anything, but they were envious and sad. Their country did not have such a thing. Whether it would rain or not, they could go and see for themselves. Why would there be a special reminder telling them not to eat too much and not to drink unboiled water? They knew that people did not drink unboiled water. In Luoyang they all drank boiled water or soup. It was said that drinking boiled water would prevent one from falling sick. If they scooped out the water from the river and drank it directly, they might have diarrhea and worms in their stomachs. Then they saw that the places where the walls should have been opened, and some of them became shops. The shops carried stoves out and began to boil water. There were also some who threw a few bones into a clay pot to boil, presumably to make soup. I've seen it in Lantian County. All the restaurants and food shops have places where people can drink soup and water for free. Is it the same in the city? Fujiwara Mayang was jealous. He was jealous of the benevolence of the people of the Tang dynasty. Yes. What could Takagi Junichiro say? All the places that sold food and drinks would provide free soup and water. Even the places that sold tea would still have free boiled water. The people who were willing to drink tea would not drink it for free. They would have to spend money to drink it. When free water was available everywhere, people did not care whether it was free or not. When they went to a restaurant to eat, they would only order soup and ask for money. Different soups were different. The envoys of the Japanese Empire felt that they had suffered a blow. In the capital of the Tang dynasty, there were no beggars. They would not starve to death because they did not have money. In the capital of Pingqing, people died every day. They either died of illness or of old age. They died of hunger. In the winter it basically did not snow in Pingqing. Occasionally the water would freeze, but it was very rare for it to freeze. Even so, there were still people who froze to death. In the summer there was no water to drink. As people walked, they would collapse and never get up again. Just look at the capital office of the Tang dynasty. When the weather became hot, the people could find a place to drink water. Moreover, they drank water that did not cause them to fall sick. Since the shops dared to deliver boiled water, it meant that they had the money to boil water. The people of the Japanese Empire did not understand the concept of humane care, but they knew how to feel warmth in their hearts. Takagi Junichiro did not want to say too much. He was afraid that he would agitate his colleagues. However, after thinking about it, even if he did not say anything, his colleagues had to understand. Now, in the capital office of the Tang dynasty, none of the people who fell sick died because they could not afford the medicine. Some died after taking the medicine, and some died suddenly without knowing that they were sick. However, as long as they fell sick, they could find someone to treat them for free. If they could not afford the medicine, they would go to the Baishui Bridge. The Li family Zhuangzi would give them the medicine. If they fell while seeing a doctor, the pharmacy must treat them immediately because they learned from the Li Dongzhu's medical books. If they did not treat them and the person died, they would not be able to get the medical books in the future. No one would give them the medical books, and they would have to pay the money according to the contract. How much? Fujiwara Maiyang asked about the price of the medical books. It has been increasing. Every time the Li family Zhuangzi released a medical book, the price would increase. If it was a pharmacy, they would go bankrupt. There are pharmacies that don't save them. The capital office doesn't because the law requires that they must be saved. As a doctor, there are penalties for not saving people. What is that place? Is the wall transparent? When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion, only women are allowed to enter. The cheapest things are dozens of coins, and the most expensive things are hundreds of coins. The people lining up outside are people from other counties with children in the capital office. They can get a baby carrier for free. The baby carrier seems to be made by the Li Dongzhu. Also, you were surprised by the bicycle just now. Takagi Junichiro once again made his colleagues sad. People gave things to children for free. This was the capital office of the Tang dynasty. When the imperial court had more money in the future, they would spread it to other places. That little girl is beautiful. I wonder if... An envoy saw Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu was indeed beautiful. When she smiled, she gave people the feeling that hundreds of flowers were blooming and their souls were floating. The envoy said that he wanted to go over, but Takagi Junichiro jumped over and grabbed him. Do you want to die? I heard that this woman is Li Dongzhu's woman. Look at the guards beside her. We have more people. Even if hundreds of people die to capture her, what will happen? Do you want us all to die? What will you get? Such a beautiful woman should not be outside. The envoy who was grabbed woke up. He saw the guards, all of whom were carrying the same standard weapons. Anyone with a bit of intelligence understood what this meant. Chapter 924. Let's go. We just need to take a look. There was an envoy beside him who was also obsessed with Princess Yongmu's appearance, but he knew his mission. What does that building sell? Shinichi turned his head and saw that when Tianlan Pavilion was also a 4-story building. There were many windows on this side of the 4-story building, but they were all covered with cloth. Each window was covered with a horizontal iron fence with ropes hanging down from it. The windows on the 4th and 3rd floors were hung directly to the ground, but there were no ropes on the windows on the 2nd and 1st floors. I don't know. It's not open for business. The front door is locked. Takagi Junichiro was also not sure. He knew this building. It was not open for business and he could not see anything from the front. Why don't we buy this building and learn from Tianlan Pavilion? Someone suggested. As for whether he really wanted to run it or just wanted to get close to the women in Tianlan Pavilion, no one knew. Let's go inside and look at the East Market. Abita Nakamaro did not guess what the people in the group were thinking. He pointed to the front and the group walked in that direction. A group of people behind the window of the building, they pointed to look through the small hole in the curtain and continued to rest. They were the winged knights and were always prepared. There were 200 people in one building. From the 1st floor to the 4th floor, they were all vigilant. If something happened, they would jump out of the windows on the 4th and 3rd floor and quickly descend with ropes on their legs. At the same time, someone on the roof would throw a rope to the pillar on the roof of Tianlan Pavilion opposite and slide over to bring Princess Yongmu over. As for the people on the 1st and 2nd floor, they would jump out of the window directly without ropes. If they wanted to leave, there was an underground back door and a change of shifts. Li did not allow any mistakes. It was not a movie. There was no need to create a sense of urgency and all kinds of things that could not be taken care of. Then the woman was kidnapped and asked to go to the party alone. The protagonist went over. Then the other party asked the protagonist to throw away the gun. The protagonist threw away the gun. After watching so many movies with the same plot, how could Li follow the actions of the protagonist? Did he buy the movie tickets for nothing? Li finished his arrangements. If Princess Yongmu was willing to happily manage when in Lan Xiang Pavilion, then he would give her happiness. 200 winged knights. What kind of men does the enemy need? How many people would it take to defeat him? It was impossible for the winged knights to be defeated. If Princess Yongmu died, they and their families would definitely die. Now that Princess Yongmu was alive and they were dead, their family's quality of life would be greatly improved. Li asked the Yulin flying cavalry to write a letter to his family and conveniently go to the Li family's manor as a gift. The family of the winged knights would also write letters back saying how good life was at home. Under such circumstances, even if they were facing the enemy's death warriors, it would still be death warriors against death warriors. Princess Jianghu didn't know. She felt that it was fine to not need guards. Everyone was very friendly. She was the existence that made people gnash their teeth in anger in the movie. Lil Miss, the people from the Japanese Empire just now seem to be lusting after your beauty. They're not good people. Xiaolan had experienced palace intrigue, so she was very sensitive. Her current position as a personal maid was fought for by herself. It wasn't easy. But I can't be disfigured. I'll write a letter to Li Lang and tell him about them. Princess Yongmu sensed it and wanted to tell Li Yi. She didn't have anyone to rely on. It was better to tell Li Yi about this than to tell her father. Hurry up and write. I'll deliver the things for you. Xiaolan urged. Princess Yongmu went upstairs, found a brush and ink and spread out a piece of paper. Biting her lips, she thought for a while and wrote, "Today there are emissaries from the Japanese Empire gathered in the East City. Feeling covetous eyes, the heart can stop. Because of the crowd, fear of being weak begins. If I don't stand out, I will wait for a peaceful day." After writing, she went downstairs and handed it to a guard. The guard took the letter, ran to the side and urged the horse to go out. "You'll still live here today. When you're growing, your metabolism is fast. Look, last night the drainage strip was directly sealed by healing. This won't do. There are still abscesses inside. I'll ask someone to go to your house and tell them that you can't delay your studies in Zhuangzi." Li Yi changed Gao Ju's dressing after breakfast. Children grew quickly. The drainage strip was placed in the wound, and the surrounding tissues were now gathering. Then the child's body fluid secreted more, and there was more pus and blood on his face. The gauze had long been soaked. He took off the youtiao and pressed it, and there was a pile of pus and blood. At this time he couldn't let the child go. At the same time he had to use antibiotics. Otherwise there would be scars on his face. "Brother Dongzhu, it hurts a little. Just jumping." The child told him how he felt. "At most 4 days. I'll give you the medicine. I didn't want to use it." Li took out the youtiao and continued to press the pus and blood. He was going to give the child antibiotics. Chinese medicine was too slow. If there were wounds on the face for a long time, there would be scars after recovery. After some treatment, Li Yi put the child on an intravenous drip with a mixture of saline and antibiotics. At this time the messenger ran over and passed the letter to Li Yi. "What do the people from the Japanese Empire want? Do they want to die? I'll help them." Li Yi was upset that he didn't give the child antibiotics yesterday. He made a mistake. Now he saw the people from the Japanese Empire coveting his future wife. "I just think she's pretty. I didn't do anything." The messenger told the truth. "Where's Guizi? Ask him to come over. I'll give him something. He can practice first and then teach Xiaolan." Li Yi thought for a while and decided to play it safe. Guizi came and he brought Guizi to the shooting range. The envoys from the Japanese Empire did not know that the actions of one of them were taken seriously by others. They continued to walk around the East Market. The people of the Tang dynasty all used coupons to buy things. There were a lot of goods in the East Market. But some of the stalls were empty. "Why is there no blood on the ground?" Abe Nakamaro looked around the area where livestock were sold and noticed the problem. The Japanese Empire had been learning from the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had East and West markets. The Japanese Empire's Pingqing also had East and West markets. But now it was different. There was no blood in the East market of Chang'an. In other words, this was not scientific. The livestock are slaughtered at a fixed location outside the city. They are not allowed to enter the city. The slaughtering location is moved a certain distance away from the city every day. Then, Takagi Junichiro explained the situation again. The livestock in Chang'an were either alive or slaughtered outside. Therefore, some of the blood was placed outside the city and treated with lime to prevent mosquitoes and flies from breeding. "Quicklime?" Takagi Junichiro asked. "Yes, quicklime. It's a type of stone that is burned and then ground into powder. It's easier to grind than cement. It's said that quicklime will release a lot of heat when it comes in contact with water." Takagi Junichiro explained again. He was also helpless. The Li family Zhuangzi had taught him in the newspaper. The people from his country did not know anything about this and had to ask about everything. Takagi Junichiro collected all the newspapers and hoped that his colleagues could bring them back to his country. Chapter 925. Abita Nakamaro pondered for a moment. "You mean burnt lime?" "Yes, it's used for sterilization." Takagi Junichiro gestured. "Go back and try it. We have burnt lime in our country. Why is it called quicklime?" Abita Nakamaro was not used to the question. because it can also become mature lime. In some aspects their uses overlap, but in some aspects they are different. Takagi Junichiro learned a lot from the newspaper. I don't know if I can learn how to make exchange coupons and use it to print money. Abita Nakamaru knew what exchange coupons were. They were called exchange coupons in name, but in fact they were currency. What he was most worried about was that the people were not willing to use copper coins. There were many small countries in the country. Some places did not produce copper. The capital of Pingcheng made copper coins, but the people in other places decided that copper coins were useless. They could not compare to how much the things were worth. He knew how much rice or cloth could be exchanged for with 10 eggs. 10 eggs could be exchanged for a few copper coins. What if he could not buy the rice and cloth with copper coins? The things he exchanged for were what he needed. He did not need copper. Copper could not be eaten or worn. Then he thought of a way to allow people with official positions to be promoted with money. The officials had to save their own money in copper coins. They would donate a sum and give it to different officials according to the amount. Those who did not have official positions could donate 5,000 copper coins to get an official position. The officials' salaries were also paid with copper coins. They could use copper coins to buy things. However, it could only be circulated in Pingcheng and Jianghu province. People outside did not need it. Abita Nakamaru and the others could not figure it out. What? The people of the Tang dynasty liked to use copper coins. There were also people who made evil money. In their own country, what was the difference? With a stomach full of doubts, they continued to shop in the East Market. Feeling the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, they envied the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty. There were too many things in the market. It was a dazzling lineup. The people took out money and looked for money. Even the blind used exchange coupons to buy things. There were blind spots on the exchange coupons. According to the method of making watermarks, the blind spots of different denominations were different. According to the size and feel of the exchange coupons, as long as it was new, the blind could distinguish it. As for the specific purchase, there was no need for the blind to distinguish. There were enthusiastic people next to them to help. When the seller met a blind person, not only did he not dare to give the poor goods, he also had to choose the good ones. If he gave a little more, he was afraid that someone would report it to the authorities. Big brother, the stall owner is nice to meet you. I'll give you 2 extra coins of meat. The envoy from the Japanese Empire was looking at a man who was helping a blind man buy things. Even if he gave an extra 2 coins, it was still weight. It was 10 coins worth 1 tael, not the face value of a copper coin. Hey hee hee. The blind man carefully pocketed the money, picked up the meat, tapped the ground with a stick and left. Immediately, some kind-hearted people followed and helped the man in his 30s to walk home. The Japanese Empire's envoy sighed with emotion at the customs of the Tang dynasty's imperial magistrate. When he saw a stall selling fried sandwiches, he took out 2 copper coins from his sleeve. He walked over and handed over the copper coins. Give me a roll. The stall owner looked at the money he was holding and carefully identified it. I'm not selling. I don't recognize it. The money of Japan is the same as that of the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty. Shinbei Shimoto gestured at him. The stall owner shook his head. Even so, I don't want it. It doesn't feel as important as Kaiyuan Tongbao. I'll give you 1 extra coin. 3 coins for 2 coins. I'm a Japanese envoy. Shinbei Shimoto was depressed and added another copper coin. A Japanese envoy can't buy things with less money, unless you're Li Dongzhu. I'll give it to you for free. The stall owner said as he took the money and weighed it in his hand. He nodded. I'll sell it to you. After all, you're a Japanese envoy. After he finished speaking, he put away the money and gestured to the woman next to him to give Shinbei Shimoto a roll of sandwiches. The woman carefully selected a sanzi that looked bigger, but in fact, the weight of the sanzi was already weighed. She handed it over to Shinbei. Shinbei Shimoto was in a good mood. The sandwiches looked bigger. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. It was crispy. Fujiwara Mayang next to him also broke off a piece. I really envy them. They can spend their money anywhere. Li is resourceful. Maybe he knows the reason and can solve our domestic problems. Takagi Junichiro thought of a solution. It was said that when the prime minister encountered difficulties, he would go to the Li family Zhuangzi for help. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi were doing well in the county and village. This showed that the master was capable. If he asked why the copper coins were not circulating in Japan, would Li be able to give him an idea? Baigu was already helping Takagi Junichiro ask. When the Japanese Empire's envoys entered the Tang dynasty, in addition to tributes, they also brought a large number of products from the Japanese Empire. This included silver. Silver was used in manufacturing and opening of the Tang dynasty. Later it was cancelled because there was not enough silver. The amount of silver in the Tang dynasty was even less than the amount of gold. There were no large mines. Silver was a luxury item in the Tang dynasty. It was used to make bronze mirrors and jewelry. Bronze mirrors with a little silver were similar to glass mirrors. It was just that the silver would be wiped out easily. Do you want to collect taxes from them? Bai Gu carefully stood at the entrance of a workshop and watched Li Yi work. Li Yi was making the litmus paper. This was a crucial step and no one was allowed to disturb him. After Bai Gu finished speaking, Li Yi turned his head and glared at him. Bai Gu quickly shut his mouth. I have sulfuric acid and caustic soda here. If there is a problem it will be over. Wait for me. Li Yi continued working. The sulfuric acid was added to red paper to test for alkalinity. The second paper was added to caustic soda to test for acidity. People always made mistakes when judging the pH of the soil based on their experience. Li Yi took some time to collect the litmus. After 2 days of processing, the finished product was produced today. It could be used when it was dry. However, he needed a comparison. He had to mix the colors himself. After half an hour, the craftsmen who were learning understood. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out and asked the craftsman to mass produce. If there was not enough litmus, he would collect more. Litmus was now a medicine. It was relatively easy to find and was not valuable. Children could pick a lot with a small shovel. With the test paper, people have more choices when farming. They can easily know the situation of their land, what to add to neutralize it, or what kind of crops to plant. Li Yi had a small bamboo piece in his hand. There were 2 strips of litmus paper on top of it. Chemistry, right? Bai Gu did not understand the principle at all. He only knew that it was not a trivial matter. Yes, and if I don't tell others, no one will be able to make it for hundreds of years. Li Yi was not modest at all. He did not intend to teach the litmus paper to outsiders. He would sell the test paper and comparison table for the imperial court to buy. You want to give it to the people? Bai Gu heard that it was related to farming and thought that Li Yi was giving it to them. The imperial court will pay for it. A pack of 100, plus 2 comparison tables. If one of them is lost or damaged, there will be a backup. The government will take it and distribute it to the people. The people will look at their own fields and then take it back to the government office to compare. A pack is 20. If you don't need the comparison table in the future, 19. What do you think? Li Yi had already planned it out. Selling and farming were the imperial court's responsibilities. No, how much does it cost? Bai Gu refused. He felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he bought it. Old Bai, don't always think about the cost of the materials. Don't you think about the cost of the technology? I have lived frugally and after hundreds of thousands of attempts, I invented. I don't believe you. You should have made it directly. At most, you would have failed once or twice. Bai Gu still refused. Chapter 926. The 2 of them argued all the way until they arrived at Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi soaked luohan fruit and Lady Ku in the water together. The sweetness of luohan fruit was different from normal sweetness, and the bitterness of Lady Ku was also different from normal bitterness. When the 2 were put together, the bitterness and sweetness were neutralized. When one drank it, one could still distinguish the bitterness and sweetness. The people from Lingnan brought some of these fruits. They are ripe and dried. The most suitable place to plant them this year is Lingnan Road. The environment in Kyoto is not good enough. There are very few people there now. Most of them are mountain people. The fruits are wild and have not been artificially planted. Li Yi talked about luohan fruit. Luohan fruit and Lady Ku were both good for reducing internal heat and improving the throat. Bai Gu had been drinking too much ginseng whisker water recently. He was a little heaty. Li Yi recommended Bai Gu to eat more cucumbers. Don't eat lychees. Bamboo shoots are also good. There were also the strips of gourd scraped last year. Stir-fry some streaky pork. Do you collect taxes on the goods brought by the envoys from the Japanese Empire? Bai Gu looked at the things in the glass bottle. Tax exemption. We will give the Japanese Empire a tax exemption policy and let them sell more things to us. What else can they sell other than copper? They grow mulberry trees and raise silkworms. Our Tang dynasty does not lack them. They will not find much silver unless I tell them where it is. In addition, we also have fish caught by the fishermen at the seaside. However, the abalones from the Japanese Empire are good. They catch a lot of abalones and can be made into dried abalones. I like to eat them. Li Yi mentioned a few things. The Japanese Empire was short of resources now. There was a lot of wood in the forest, but there was also a lot of wood in the Tang dynasty. The Japanese Empire did not have a trade advantage over the Tang dynasty. If they were to collect taxes, they would not sell things to the Tang dynasty. It is said that the copper coins from the Japanese Empire are not easy to use. People in many places do not want them. Bai Gu remembered something he had heard. Yes. People outside the Jianghu region do not accept them. They have taken some measures, but the effect is not good. Li Yi of course knew about it. It was written in the information. Is there a solution? Bai Gu asked. Old Bai, are you asking for yourself or for the Japanese Empire? Li Yi asked. What's the difference? Ask yourself. Yes. On behalf of the Japanese Empire? No. You really do have a way. They're just a small country. Why are you so wary of them? Bai Gu didn't understand. Small country? How many soldiers do you think you can defeat the Japanese Empire with? Li Yi didn't think that Japan was weak at all. The reason why Japan could not defeat the Tang dynasty in a naval battle was because of the lack of shipbuilding technology. When Japan had the technology, they could try again. You tell me, I won't tell anyone. Bai Gu didn't want to discuss the fight. He just wanted to know the solution. At least he couldn't think of a way. The other party just didn't want the copper coins unless he chopped off the other party's head. Right now, the Japanese Empire is the same as the Tang dynasty. Both of them have to pay rent and do extra labor. The people are suffering, and there are also runaways and refugees. The land is seriously annexed. If they allow the use of copper coins to exchange for rent, and it's only half of the original rent, then the people will be willing to accept the copper coins. They will sell their things and exchange them for copper coins. They will save on their own things. Bai Gu said. After he finished speaking, he slapped his forehead. Was it that simple? Yes. The Japanese Empire will lose a part of their revenue, but they will promote the use of copper coins. The Japanese Empire has a lot of copper. Currency is the foundation of the country. If they control the issue of currency, they can make up for the losses by forging more copper coins. As for the illegal money and the privately minted copper coins, the amount is not as much as the government. The government can only guide the economy when they have money. Take your Ministry of Revenue for example. What's the difference between having money and not having money? Li Yi never felt that such things were difficult. It was such a simple thing. What's the use of copper coins to buy officials and pay salaries? The productivity was not good, and the people could not get any real benefits. How can they use the substitution of commodities? When Li Yi said this, Bai Gu nodded. Yes, that's right. I have money now and I'm very comfortable. This year, including Hunan province, I will get at least 20 million in taxes. After 2 or 3 years, I will get more than 100 million in taxes. Which small country will dare to provoke me? I will crush you with money. Good. Xiao Yi, you are indeed someone that everyone wants to snatch. Yesterday, I heard that the Japanese Empire wants you to go to the Japanese Empire. Bai Gu once again admitted that Li Yi could rule the world. Li Yi sneered. Will I definitely help other people if I go to other places? They're dreaming. I can kill them. Li Yi thought differently. Why are there always people who are self-righteous? He was willing to sacrifice in the Tang dynasty because he was originally Chinese. If he went to other places and did not have a sense of belonging, he would definitely do something bad and think of a way to go back to the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu liked to hear this. Yes, Xiao Yi, your heart is not there. I will never tell them that their imperial court has control of the currency and will grow stronger. I have an idea. I will help them. I will help them print banknotes. At the same time, the Tang dynasty caravans will bring goods over by ship. They can use the banknotes printed for them to buy goods from the Tang dynasty. Li Yi did not forget about the exchange of copper and silver coins. The issuance of credit currency should be delayed as long as possible. The standard currency was still the best. Bai Gu picked up the glass, took a sip, and smacked his lips. The taste is special. Isn't this helping them? Originally, I was going to give them 10 copper coins and I will print 20 banknotes for them. Now it's 10 copper coins against 10 copper coins. This way. Li Yi also drank a mouthful of water before he started talking. He asked that the weight of the banknotes be the same as the Kaiyuan Tongbao, or that they do not need to be cast into banknotes. 1. 5 copper coins for 1 copper coin of the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire would save a lot of losses in the processing process. He believed that they would agree. The price of goods sent over from the Tang dynasty was not the same as the Tang dynasty's internal price. They would have to pay more. Trade itself was profitable, and trade between countries that needed to be done by sea was even more expensive. There were transportation costs and risks in the transportation process. The Tang dynasty merchants received the Japanese Empire's banknotes. When they returned, they exchanged them with the Li family Zhuangzi at a ratio of 1:5:1. The extra 0. 5 was the Li family Zhuangzi's cost of printing the banknotes. The merchants had already sold them at a high price. Or they could directly use the money to buy goods from the Japanese Empire in the Japanese Empire and bring them back to pay taxes. In this way, the Japanese Empire would have to sell things to exchange for the banknotes, including metals and products from the fields such as raw and cooked silk. When the merchants from the Japanese Empire arrived at the Tang dynasty by ship, the Japanese Empire's banknotes could not directly buy goods from the Tang dynasty. Just like how the Tang dynasty's banknotes could not directly buy goods from the Japanese Empire, if the Japanese Empire was willing to accept the banknotes, it was a different matter. In this way, the two sides competed in processing technology. Whoever's processing technology was better would have higher added value of their goods. Our Tang dynasty's technology was better than the Japanese Empire's. Every trade between the two sides increased the profits of technology. Using technology in exchange for trade surplus, we could get more mineral resources and other physical goods. Li Yi finally explained the relationship between currency, goods, and the added value of technology in goods. This was the normal reflection of his international trade surplus and deficit at that time. Chapter 927. Baigu listened from beginning to end. He held the glass cup and stared blankly at Li Yi, not saying a word. He understood. Before the Tang dynasty cut off the Silk Road on the land, they used technology to trade with the western regions. Silk and tea leaves were exchanged for precious things. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, he understood that this was called system theory. It was much better than simply thinking that your own things were good and that others needed them. Baigu understood why it was like this and where the extra money came from. It turned out that it was the added value of technology. After a while, Li Yi began to refill the cup. Baigu said, "The Tang dynasty has been taking advantage of others?" "That's not necessarily true." Li Yi waved his hand. In addition to the added value of technology, there is also the cost of labor. 2 hours of work for a farmer is different from 2 hours of work for a commoner. Li Yi began to talk about the cost of labor for Baigu again. The commoners of the Tang dynasty were paid 30 coins for a day's work. The commoners of the Japanese Empire were paid 5 coins for a day's work in the Tang dynasty. The commoners of the Japanese Empire did not lose anything, and neither did the imperial court of the Japanese Empire. They got the goods of the Tang dynasty that they needed, and they paid the normal cost of labor. The ironware of the Tang dynasty was of better quality than that of the Japanese Empire. After the Japanese Empire bought it, they used it to make labor tools and improve labor efficiency. The commoners of the Tang dynasty cut pig grass to feed pigs and raised chickens in the mountains to eat. They sold it at the same price, plus the cost of labor. The Japanese Empire also fed pigs and raised chickens locally. They sent the pigs and chickens to the Tang dynasty to be sold, and the good things they obtained made up for the loss of trade deficit. The purchasing power of the Japanese Empire's copper coins in their own country was not as great as the things they bought in the Tang dynasty. As long as the Japanese Empire was willing to bear the loss of mineral resources, they could still make a profit. Is it that complicated? Baigu put down his cup and rubbed his face with both hands. He felt that he had lived for decades in vain. As the Chancellor's assistant, Li Yi knew how to play with anything that could be done. Li Yi was dumbfounded when he heard what Li Yi was doing. He had originally thought that, as the Prime Minister, he was a chess player, but in the end, Li Yi was using the world as a chessboard to set up a trap. It's quite simple, but there are more complicated ones. In the later stage, we can transfer the economic pressure of the Tang dynasty to the outside world. Li Yi shook his head. This was only the beginning. Go on and learn. Baigu looked at the luohan fruit floating on the water. Through such trade, the biggest gain is the low-priced products. No. Through the trade with the Japanese Empire, the greatest gain was teaching the merchants to go to more places to obtain resources. Li Yi placed the matter with the Japanese Empire on the back burner. It was more important to cultivate sea trade talents. Baigu rubbed his temples. I won't ask first. I can't remember. My head hurts. Make a copy for me. Baigu's last words were for the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were recording. After recording, each of them made a copy of what they had written and pieced it together for Baigu. The original copy would be pasted and sent to Li Longji. Li Longji needed to learn. After the copying was done, Baigu did not plan to eat in Zhuangzi. He took 2 thermos bottles and left. He said that he was going to give them to his 2 sisters. His sisters did not live with him, so they did not have thermos bottles at home. Old Bai, you don't want the kerosene lamps? Li Yi asked. I'm sorry to take too much at once. I'll come again next time. Baigu swung the thermos bottles out. Why don't I feel like you're sorry? Li Yi watched Bai Gu walk away and muttered, "Is Dongzhu? It's not convenient for him to take them." His attendant did not come in. Cui Lu said, "Be careful. If he hears it, he'll complain about you." Li Yi laughed. "He can't control me. I'm not afraid." Cui Lu stuck out her tongue and acted as if she had someone to rely on. Bai Gu crossed the bridge and got on the car to return to the government hall. Fill the 2 thermos bottles with hot water and plug them. See if they leak. If they leak, go to Li Family Zhuangzi and ask for new thermos stoppers. Bai Gu pointed at the 2 thermos bottles and ordered his subordinates. There was no problem with the flask. If there was a problem, the flask would not be able to leave the factory. The cost of the flask was fixed. The outer shell of the thermos bottle was made of different materials. Some were made of good wood and then inlaid with jade. Li Family Zhuangzi's thermos bottles were all made of bamboo. If they accidentally fell on the ground, the bamboo would cushion them and would not break easily. "So, do you collect taxes?" Song Jing and Su Yi went to Bai Gu's office together. "No, there's not much. But we can help the Japanese Empire and let their currency circulate." Bai Gu told the two about the Li Family Zhuangzi helping to print the currency and trade the goods of the Tang dynasty. He did not mention the idea of letting the Japanese Empire use copper coins at half price. This idea was good, but it would help the Japanese Empire's currency circulate in the country. They were not related to the Japanese Empire. Why should they help the Japanese Empire? It would not benefit the Tang dynasty. Song Jing and Sui also had a headache. What added value, labor costs, trade structure, balance? The only thing they knew was that if they followed Li Yi's plan, the Tang dynasty would benefit. Li Yi could suffer losses when facing the people of the Tang dynasty. When facing other countries or tribes, the Tang dynasty could not suffer losses. Li Yi was willing to tolerate internally, but Li Yi was tough on external affairs. Find an opportunity to leak some information to the Japanese Empire's envoys and ask them to come to us. Otherwise they will be suspicious. Song Jing also learned from Li Yi. In history he was not good at dealing with external affairs. He was afraid that the Tang dynasty soldiers would take the initiative to attack and cause trouble. Now he was even more afraid of joining the League. He realized that as long as he adopted a policy of retreat, Li Yi would be able to get him into the League. The Tang dynasty did not have a prime minister. All of the prime ministers had to act according to Li Yi's will. Sui said, "I heard from His Majesty that the Japanese Empire's envoys made Princess Yongmu uneasy." Princess Yongmu wrote a letter to Li Yi. She said that the Japanese Empire's envoys came to East City. When they looked at her, she felt that they were coveting her. With such thoughts, can they stop having thoughts that they shouldn't have? Because the other party had a lot of people, they looked very imposing. It was probably because of this that they had other thoughts. If she quickly hid and did not show up, there would not be any problems and she could live a peaceful life. Princess Yongmu looked very wronged. "I think the Japanese Empire's envoys are going to be unlucky." Sui said what Li Longji said to him. Li Longji was angry and scared his daughter. Sui said and laughed. He did not think that Princess Yongmu would be in danger. Li Yi was famous for being protective of his children. When Songdo was bullied, how did Li Yi fight back? He defeated shopkeeper Liang and the others in one go. Where did he start and where did he end? He was so domineering. "I hope no one dies." Song Jing was afraid that Li Yi would kill someone. He killed the Japanese Empire's envoys without any evidence. What would others think? Bai Gu had the right to speak. Xiao Yi will not kill anyone. He only scared the Tubo and Turkic envoys. He did not kill them. When two countries are at war, they will not kill envoys. Moreover, the Japanese Empire and the Tang dynasty are not at war now. Xiao Yi knows what to do. Chapter 928. This place looks more orderly than the East Market. Is this the Li Family Zhuangzi's place? The Japanese Empire's envoys strolled from the East Market to the Qingnan Market. It was already noon and they were looking for a place to eat. They returned to the Four Quarters Embassy to eat. Naturally, it was free of charge since the Tang dynasty's imperial court provided it. They came out on their own. Last time they were accompanied by people from the Honglu Temple, and the imperial court paid for whatever they wanted to buy. This time the Honglu Temple's officials accompanied them, and they had no intention of paying at all. You can spend your own money outside. There were still many empty places in the Qingnan market that were ready to be rented out. Most of the existing places were operated by the Li Family Zhuangzi, and there were many restaurants. The group of more than 500 people was huge. As soon as they entered the market, the people all looked at them. They recognized that they were the Japanese Empire's envoys, but they didn't care. The people of the Tang dynasty had a kind of pride that came from the depths of their souls toward outsiders. The Tang dynasty was the strongest. All of their confidence came from fighting. If Li Yi was here, he would say that he understood. Just like his own countrymen, the people of other countries were afraid when they mentioned the militarily powerful countries on earth. Many of his countrymen were not afraid, especially when it came to fighting. They dared to fight with all their might. The source of their confidence was that they had helped a peninsular country in a war, and another was that they had helped a country next to Shannon in a war. In both wars, the army of Li Yi's country had paid a heavy price, but they had won both times and achieved their strategic goals. If it weren't for the blood and sacrifice of the soldiers in both wars, the people of his country wouldn't have dared to fight against other countries. The current Tang dynasty was like this. They had always been fighting and they had won against anyone. Why would they care about the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire's envoys didn't care about how others looked at them. Their purpose in coming to the Tang dynasty was clear: to learn advanced technology, culture, and political experience. Then they walked to an area with many small tables and chairs. This was the dining area. No matter where they bought their food, they could eat here. This place didn't belong to any shop. There was a window selling fried chicken legs, chicken breast, and chicken breast wrapped in breadcrumbs to be fried. In addition, there was also soda with ice, which was delivered from the drunken immortal house. The soda was sealed in a sealed jar. There was a tap below, and some sugar and fruits would be placed in the bamboo cups to make fructose powder. If someone wants to drink, add 2 ice cubes and fill half the container. It was carbonated drinks, but the carbonation was not as strong as Li Yi's. Li Yi could have mixed his own carbonated water, but he didn't want to. He just wanted to drink some hot spring water. There were also sausages and bread, vegetable leaves, and jam. There were also people who wanted to eat fried rice, but it wasn't really fried. He fried the eggs with oil and mixed them with other ingredients. Then he poured the steamed rice into it and stirred it with his hands. After stirring, it looked like one grain after another. Li Yi's fast food restaurants also did this. No one really put in the effort to cook that kind of golden fried rice. However, the stir-fried noodles were really stir-fried. After the noodles were cooked, they were placed in a large spoon and stir-fried with supplementary ingredients. He asked the customers if they wanted to add vinegar or soy sauce. The envoy from the Japanese Empire had never eaten such bread, fried chicken, and drinks before, so he chose to eat them for lunch today. Fujiwara Mayang took a bag from his subordinate and took out the silver coins. It was made of silver, which was no longer cast in the Japanese Empire. "Do you accept it?" Fujiwara Mayang asked the person who seemed to be the leader of the bomb shop. "Yes, how much silver?" "1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,130 copper coins now. If it's 90% silver, it's 1,017 copper coins." The person in charge was the Li family Zhuangzi's landlord. He gave the exchange rate. The copper in a copper coin definitely couldn't reach 100% purity, but 1 copper coin was calculated in terms of pure copper. Silver was currently in short supply in the Tang dynasty, but it wasn't in circulation, so the price fluctuated. Recently, the current technology was able to achieve a purity of 1,130 copper coins. The price set by the gold and silver shop was not set by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's a little higher than 90% silver. 1,080 copper coins. Fujiwara Mayang bargained. "Deal?" The Li family Zhuangzi weighed the silver a few times. It was about enough. So some of the Japanese Empire's envoys ate this, and Fujiwara Mayang continued to go to other places to buy things with the silver. Other places didn't accept the silver. First, they couldn't tell if it was real or fake, and second, they weren't familiar with the price. Moreover, once the silver was out, it involved a lot of money, so the stalls didn't dare to accept it. The market in the south of the city belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. Not to mention dozens of taels of silver, they could accept tens of thousands of taels of silver. After walking around, Fujiwara Mayang chose the food and waited for others to deliver it one after another. He asked people to gather the small bags and found the place where bread was sold. "There's about 100 taels of silver here. Can I exchange it for a certificate?" "Yes, as long as it's real, whether it's gold, silver, or copper, we can exchange it for anything." The person in charge didn't care about the amount and wasn't afraid of the other party faking it either. After receiving the silver, he looked at the quality and weighed it. He wrote a note and sent someone to bring the silver back to the Li family Zhuangzi to withdraw the money. The Japanese Empire's envoys sat down to eat after the food was delivered one after another. The people from the Honglu temple refused to be invited. He paid for it himself. "Give me a big chicken drumstick." "Okay, take the money back." The person in charge agreed, but he didn't accept the money. The officials of the Tang dynasty didn't accept the Japanese Empire's invitation to eat, which meant that they were honest to outsiders. The officials paid for it so they couldn't accept it. The Li family Zhuangzi lacked this kind of thing? The official smiled and put the money away. He didn't give it back and asked, "Do you have mustard and pickled vegetables? I'm not used to that jam." "Go to the other side. There's pickled vegetables there, but I don't have any here." Old 7, get some pickled vegetables. The people from the Honglu temple want to eat them. The person in charge shouted to the other side, who was 30 meters away. "Got it. I'll send it over now." The other side shouted back. The official from the Honglu temple felt very proud at this moment. The next time the Li Dongzhu wanted to cheat someone, he had to continue to help and do it properly. A woman came over with 2 children. The older one was 7 or 8 years old and the younger one was 4 or 5 years old. The older one was a girl and the younger one was a boy. She smiled and said to the person in charge, "The girl has good grades in school. She wants to eat chicken necks. How much can I exchange for?" "Give some to the boy in the family too. He owes his sister a favor." "Madam, you look familiar." The person in charge frowned as if he couldn't remember. "My son's father is a clerk in Wanyan County. I'm going to Zhuangzi to get something." The woman smiled and replied, "Then what's the point of talking about grades? Just keep it. You can choose what you want to eat. Don't leave anything behind. I'll make the decision." The person in charge knew that it was the official's family, so he smiled. If the official came in person, he could get a discount. If the official's immediate family came, he couldn't accept the money. Giving the official a discount proved that the official was honest and paid for the meal. If the official's family came, it was considered a subsidy. How could the official's family not eat well? If the official's family ate free food today, he would definitely tell the official when he returned home. The official understood that he was still an official. If he made a mistake and was punished, he would lose his benefits. Chapter 929. The envoy from the Japanese Empire who had eaten such food for the first time felt it was very novel and thought it tasted good. During Li Yi's time, this food was considered junk food. No one would treat it as a proper meal. But now it was different. Chickens were not grown quickly. They were raised slowly. As for the oil, they would throw it away and use it to make soap. Li Yi did not have oil filter powder. He could only use this method to make Zhuangzi's fried food healthier. Other people could not learn this method. They would add oil when the oil was low. Who would be willing to throw oil away? Most of the restaurants during his time did not throw oil away. Some restaurants even bought gutter oil. When they sold lunch boxes, they used gutter oil. At the same time, they had their own stalls and could order separately. The same dish would cost 2 yuan more to order separately because the oil used was different. The people of the Tang dynasty also knew that the oil was not good for the body if the food was fried for too long. Although they knew, they still had to buy when they saw other people fried food. In Lantian County's drunken immortal restaurant, there would sometimes be a big iron pot at the door to fry some food. The people would line up to buy, and the price was the same as other places. When the oil was not good, they would change everything. When it was the turn of the Qingnan market, the people would come by car to buy some children's favorite fried food. They would not go to the east and west markets. If the price was different, the fried food in the east and west markets would be cheaper. No one would buy Li family Zhuangzi's fried food. This was called bad money drives out good money. Li family Zhuangzi's price was the same as other people's. This was called good money drives out bad money. Even if it was a little more expensive, the people would still accept it. If the oil was used for a long time, the fried food would taste different from the freshly fried food. The former tasted like saliva, and the fried noodles tasted bitter. This malatang is too expensive. It's just a small pot with some things added. It's actually 30 yuan. The next person was eating malatang. There were chrysanthemum flour, bean sprouts, dried shredded tofu, fried beans, a little monkey head mushroom and 2 pieces of pork belly. Then it was 30 yuan. He saw many people of the Tang dynasty eating it. He looked at the bowl and did not understand why it was so expensive. Takagi Junichiro chose the same food. He didn't think it was expensive and said, "There's sesame oil and chili oil as well as a boiled egg and rice noodles." But 30 renminbi can buy a lot of rice. Next, Dao Jinbei was thinking about other things. When you go to earthly paradise in 2 days, you will find it more expensive. At the very least, the profits from eating now aren't very high. Takagi Junichiro agreed with the price of the food he was eating now. There was chili oil and monkey head mushrooms. According to his estimation, the profit of a serving of malatang was about 3 to 4 yuan. It belonged to the normal consumption range. If it was in the heavenly earth, it was not a meal at all. The next time Jinbei took a bite, he was suddenly hit by the spiciness. He, who had never eaten chili before, felt the charm of chili. This smell? He wanted to describe it, but he couldn't find the right words. It's not just the taste. There's also a destructive stimulation. The newspaper said that the spiciness of chili is not the taste, but the fragrance of chili is the taste. Other than chili, all other spicy things had the same attributes. Yes, they were called attributes. Therefore, eating spicy food is harmful to the body. Try to regulate it. But in a humid place, the harm of spicy food to the human body is not as good as the help of spicy food to the human body. Takagi Junichiro explained to the people at the same table. It was written in the newspaper. The newspaper never said that something could not be eaten, but told the people what it contained. It didn't matter whether the newspaper was owned or not. What was really valuable was the content recorded in the newspaper. Abita Nakamaro listened to Takagi Junichiro's words and pulled out a set of newspapers from his sleeve. I've read it. The newspaper sold by Li family Zhuangzi in Chang, and of the Tang dynasty is really good. I can learn from it in Japan. But I don't know how to print and how to make paper. Abita Nakamaro knew that in the former Tang dynasty, there were court bulletins. The official documents were transmitted by copying, and it was impossible to engrave and print. What's the matter with the engraving of the Tang dynasty? Engraving once a day? Movable type printing is the same as movable type. Today the Tang dynasty has 3 sets. One set is used by the imperial court to print history books, and one set is in the hands of Princess Jingxian to print scriptures. The other set is in the hands of Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi has the most sets to print newspapers. I already know how to make the paper, but I don't know how to make the ink. Takagi Junichiro was an envoy to the Tang dynasty. He shouldered a heavy responsibility and knew a lot of things. Can't we just bribe the officials of the Tang dynasty and Princess Jingxian? An envoy next to him whispered. Takagi Junichiro shook his head helplessly. The ink used by the imperial court and Princess Jingxian needs to be bought from Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi does not provide the manufacturing technology. Because it involves the layout and printing of the exchange coupons, the ink and special exchange coupons are the key. Can we find the highest official in the Honglu temple and get the method from Li family Zhuangzi? Fujiwara Mayang still wanted to bribe. Takagi Junichiro shook his head again. Unless we can find the Tang emperors and get their approval. Others can't. He has that much power? Yamamoto Masato instantly understood. Li Yi of Li family Zhuangzi didn't give face to anyone except the Tang emperors. Takagi Junichiro shrugged. There was no need to prove it with words. Whether he had that much power or not, wouldn't it be obvious by looking at the current market? What is he like? Abe Nakamaro felt that he had found a breakthrough. Li Yi had a lot of power, so could he get any benefits from Li Yi? If he liked money, give him money. If he liked women, find beautiful women from the country. He likes. Takagi Junichiro was in a dilemma. He didn't know what Li Yi liked. What he knew was, money is useless. Li Yi has a lot of money himself, more than our country's imperial court. Women are even more useless. There are beautiful and talented women in Pyeongkang Square waiting for him at any time, but he's indifferent. And power, he has power now. Yes, he really does. He likes to study new things such as hot air balloons. Takagi Junichiro suddenly thought of Li Yi's hobby. But after he finished speaking, he sighed again. Sigh. No, he knows ordinary technology and he knows even things that others don't know. If there's really a powerful technology that he doesn't know, would anyone be willing to give it to him? He's a learned man and it seems that there's nothing he doesn't know. Even if you want to bribe him, you can't find a place to do so. Takagi Junichiro was tired. He passed on this tiredness to his colleagues. Everyone was depressed together. What the Japanese Empire needs the most now is a direction that can guide the emperor's administration. After the emergence of so many countries, the emperor's actual power has been reduced. Under the social rules of slavery, what the emperor needs the most is to gather power. I believe that after they understand the winged knights, they will imitate the winged knights and create a centralized military force. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Li Longji were talking. After Li Longji understood the things that Li Yi and Baigu had discussed, he came over and asked about the Japanese Empire's situation and administrative problems. Asking a youth from his own country about the specific problems of another country and how to solve them was generally an idiotic behavior. Li Longji didn't think that he was an idiot. What's wrong with the Japanese Empire? I don't know what's going on over there, but I have Brother E. If the Japanese Empire can't figure out a problem, I believe that Brother E will know how to solve it. Sure enough, when there's a question, there's an answer. Chapter 930. Is the Japanese Empire a threat to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji was even more certain. Li Yi didn't seem to have a good impression of the Japanese Empire. Li Yi shook his head. Not at the moment. They can't beat us. Li Yi was sure that the Japanese Empire was scared by the Tang dynasty in the Battle of Jianghu. After that, the Tang dynasty developed rapidly, and the Japanese Empire began to study hard. The Japanese Empire is a nation that is good at learning. They won't attack the Tang dynasty if they can't build a fleet that can defeat it. Li Yi mentioned the war more than 50 years ago. The Japanese Empire used mortise and tenon construction on ships, while the Tang dynasty used mortise and tenon with iron nails. The Tang dynasty's ships were tall, big, and sturdy. The Japanese Empire's small ships didn't work well with the wolf pack strategy, and the Tang dynasty's generals at that time were also very powerful. If it weren't for the strong enemies outside and the chaos inside, the direction of history would have been different. So, Brother Yi wants to profit from this trade? Li Longji was relieved. The Japanese Empire is short of natural resources, but they have a lot of copper and silver mines. They also have iron mines, but the Tang dynasty doesn't lack iron. Besides, Japan has gold mines. Li Yi remembered something else. Japan was short of resources, but they had everything they needed. Is the smelting technology good? Li Longji wanted to know more about the Japanese Empire from Li Yi. There's no coal. The Japanese Empire has very few coal mines and they haven't been found yet. The smelting temperature is not high enough, so they need to be forged. Li Yi gave a shortcoming of Japan. The furnace temperature was not high enough, so they could only use the method of burning and hammering to make good weapons. It was similar to the Tang dynasty. Even if they had the method of frying steel, the production was still not enough. No one used the method of frying steel to make farm tools. Frying steel had only one use, and that was to make weapons. Can we sell them coal? Li Longji knew that there was a lot of coal in the Tang dynasty and he could sell it for money. After asking the question, he vetoed it. No, with coal they can make better weapons. We have to strengthen the coastal patrol. We can't let them take away the species of our Tang dynasty, such as the new seeds of indica rice and medicinal herbs. Li Yi raised a request from another aspect. He actually didn't care about the export of coal. How much could a small boat like the Japanese Empire possibly hold? The key was that he didn't point out the coal mines in the coastal areas of the Tang dynasty. Who will pay for the transportation from the land to the seaside? The people of the Tang dynasty had jobs to do. Thinking of this, Li Yi suggested, "Third brother, we can sell coal to the Japanese Empire, and the Japanese Empire will pay the people of the Tang dynasty for their labor." Li Longji was stunned. "I don't think the Japanese Empire will agree. It will cost a lot to transport a cart of coal to the Japanese Empire." He understood. How much would it cost to transport a cart of coal to Luoyang, let alone the Japanese Empire? The Japanese Empire would have to exchange a carload of copper for a carload of coal. Even if the coal was replaced with coke, how much or could they refine? Sigh. We can't earn money from the Japanese Empire. They're poor. Li Longji was full of regret. Li wanted to laugh. It was as if the Tang dynasty was rich. "Third brother, it's actually not difficult to earn money from the Japanese Empire. The people of the Japanese Empire are poor, and the slaves don't have much property. The Japanese Empire's court is rich." Li narrowed his eyes. He was thinking about how to get benefits from the Japanese Empire. They had sent 557 envoys. It was a huge lineup. If he didn't help the Japanese Empire develop its economy, he would be letting the Japanese Empire down. Li Longji was familiar with Li Yi's current state, the rhythm before he wanted to trick someone. "How do we earn money?" he asked. "Sell them good farm tools and kitchen knives. Buy their copper and silver ingots. We don't want ore. If it's ore, the price will be even lower." Li Yi began to consider trading technology for resources. The Japanese Empire's own smelting technology wasn't good enough. It was now the Nara era. It was not until the Asuka era that the Japanese improved their smelting technology. It was during that time that Japanese knives were established. After a few more generations of development, they became a system. Do we use kitchen knives and farm tools to exchange for low-quality ore? Or simply smelted copper and silver? Li Longji believed that as long as there was enough of a price difference, business could be done. Li Yi shook his head. "We're not exchanging. We're selling to them. They're selling to us. They sell to us and we give them money. They can use the money to buy other Tang dynasty items." Li Yi emphasized that the process was not bartering. They needed a currency. Without Li Longji asking, Li Yi continued, "I originally wanted to help the Japanese Empire print money. If they sell things to us, they can also use the exchange coupons to spend back in China." Li Yi told Li Longji that the exchange coupons and the Tang dynasty's banknotes could become international currencies. If they used the Tang dynasty's banknotes to buy other people's things, they couldn't use their own banknotes to spend in the Tang dynasty. Others only had one channel, which was to sell things to the Tang dynasty and obtain the Tang dynasty's currency. Only then could they buy the Tang dynasty's products. Otherwise, merchants would go out and use the Tang dynasty's currency to buy things, and the other party would use it to buy things from the Tang dynasty. Li Longji listened with a look of anticipation. With the great Tang seal's money, no matter where he went, others would accept it. If he printed more money, wouldn't it be, "Brother Yi, can we print more money?" Li Longji asked Li Yi's opinion on financial issues. "Yes, take it out and spend it." Some places use the Tang dynasty's currency as their own. That money actually doesn't need to be used in the Tang dynasty to pay for the same amount of goods. Yes, they took the internal circulation, fell into the water and accidentally burned it. It has nothing to do with the Tang dynasty. Li Longji thought of other people breaking the money and wearing it out after a long time. Li Yi nodded. In addition, we also have to collect their customs duties and taxes at the coastal border. Use this method to stabilize the value of the overissued money. Li Yi copied it skillfully. Back then, the countries on Earth did this as well. In order to get the other party's money, his country was simply selling blood. A pair of leather shoes produced by them could be sold for hundreds of yuan in China. If it was outside, they would give the leather shoes to others for a few minutes. This way they could get foreign exchange. The lost money would be subsidized by the state. Now that the Tang dynasty was the strongest in the world, the Tang dynasty's currency must become an international currency. Others would have to pay taxes if they sold things cheaply. After that, they could also carry out anti-subsidy and anti-dumping investigations on other countries' products and make a lot of money. Li Longji didn't know the various follow-up measures, but he felt that what he heard now was enough. Starting from the Japanese Empire? He rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. Bohai Si Khitan Shi tribe. Li Yi pointed to the northeast. That's fine too. Li Longji pointed to the southwest. Having received useful information, Li Longji happily ate a meal, packed 2 servings and left happily. He wanted to implement it and let the officials of the Tang dynasty make arrangements according to this good method. Li Yi went to the workshop to see the production of the litmus test paper, and then sold it to Baigu. Baigu distributed it to the prefectures and counties. You must pay attention to safety. Every step of the operation must be stable. When you find that you can't concentrate, take the initiative to step back. Li Yi first called for everyone to stop working and held a small meeting to emphasize safety. There was sulfuric acid and caustic soda, which were relatively pure. Dongzhu, sulfuric acid is also useful in war, right? A craftsman pointed to the beaker of sulfuric acid and asked. Chapter 931. Throwing gold from the city wall can also kill people, Li Yi said and went to teach the nurses with his hands behind his back. The Japanese Empire's delegation continued to stroll around the market in the south of the city. Takagi Junichiro took out a notebook and a pencil. Nowadays, many people in the Tang dynasty have learned how to use pencils. The paper-making technology of the Tang dynasty has improved greatly. Takagi Junichiro had a look of reverence on his face. He respected the Tang dynasty from the bottom of his heart. Abe, Nakamaro, and the others also admired the culture and technology of the Tang dynasty. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the Japanese Empire being defeated by the Tang dynasty more than 50 years ago. Knowing that their skills were inferior made them want to learn more. Many people in the Japanese Empire couldn't speak the Tang dynasty's language, but there were many people who could speak the Tang dynasty's language. This included the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Tang dynasty was better than painting. There were shadows and the embroidery looked like real things. The embroidery of Sichuan and the embroidery of Hangzhou and Suzhou was beautiful. It wasn't as simple as silk or satin. The embroidery of the embroidery workers was the best in the world. The silk sold on the Silk Road amazed the people of the western regions, and embroidery was a treasure in the western regions. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire at this time was trying to get closer to the embroidery of the Tang dynasty. The embroidery of the Japanese Empire in the Nara period was also beautiful. The Japanese Empire's envoys weren't thinking about embroidery at this time. They were admiring the prosperity of the Tang dynasty's Chang and that little girl is teaching the child to read? Shinichi Jinbei suddenly pointed at a place as he walked. A young woman with a 3 or 4-year-old boy was holding a newspaper and teaching the child to read. Takagi Junichiro nodded vigorously. Yes, Li Yi is teaching people to read pinyin in the newspaper and also printing dictionaries. There are too few illiterate people in the capital today. As soon as he said this, the envoys were envious again. Now, the Japanese Empire's reading tools were still placed together with the Tang dynasties. In other words, most of the content was from the Tang dynasty. This included early dictionaries with Chinese characters on the cover. Just like the countries with the Taiji diagram on the peninsula, Chinese characters were the most important. Even the names of their cities were all in Chinese characters. Now that they saw that they could learn something else, they were thinking about it again. They hoped that they could learn it, including the dictionary, and send it back to Japan. Therefore, they strolled around for an entire afternoon before returning to the Four Quarters Embassy for dinner. They planned to hold a meeting to discuss what they should learn from the Tang dynasty. It would be best if I could get some seeds, a method to make paper money, and medical books too. Fujiwara Maiyang actually liked everything he saw and wanted to take it back. Based on the treatment of the previous diplomatic missions to the Tang dynasty, he believed that whatever he wanted to learn would be taught in the Tang dynasty. It was the same now. If Li Yi can go to Japan to teach, we will treat him with the highest courtesy. Abe Nakamura was still thinking about how to get Li Yi there. His idea was simple. He didn't need Li Yi to stay in Japan for a long time. A year or two would be enough. If possible, he wanted to find many beautiful women to serve Li Yi and have children with Li Yi. Why don't we ask to see the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty tomorrow? The rest of you can continue to look at things in Chang. Shimoto Jinbei suggested. The rest time was enough for them to understand the situation a little. He didn't want to waste time. Everyone dispersed to look for things they could learn and things they wanted to learn. At the same time, Li Longji invited the three prime ministers and Wei Zhigu to a banquet. The four of them were more familiar with Li Yi than with the others. As for the others, there was no need. It was best not to have any interactions with Li Yi. Li Yi talked about the internationalization of currency today. It will be helpful for the foreign trade and cultural promotion of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji invited the four ministers to eat the Mandarin duck pot, which was a carp pot. Although Li Longji's surname was Li, he still ate carp and didn't restrict others from eating it. Even the people of the Tang dynasty liked to eat carp sashimi. His poems all had carp in them. It was a test of knife skills. Carp had many bones. A carp was cut in half and placed into the Mandarin duck pot. After the chicken soup boiled, the meat and vegetables were boiled. As they ate, the fish was cooked. Using mutton to boil it was delicious. The Japanese Empire might accept it, but the barbarians might not. Su Yi believed in Li Yi's ability. As long as the Japanese Empire's envoy was in Chang, Li Yi would have a way to make the other party accept it. The overseas barbarians in Canton had no use for the Li family's exchange coupons even if they were to use them. What the barbarians wanted more was goods. They could bring a ship of goods over and exchange it for a ship of goods back to make money. Bai Gu had a different opinion. Zhang Jiuling is in charge of the shipping department. Xiao Yi asked people who trade with the barbarians to form an organization and raise the price as a whole. This might be a breakthrough point. It's difficult. Even if we use the exchange coupons to buy goods from the other party and the other party agrees, the other party will still have to spend all the coupons to buy goods and ship them back. Song Jing supported Su Yi's opinion. The barbarians wanted the exchange coupons, but they couldn't exchange them for money. What they needed were goods. Take it slow, officials. Li Longji was not in a hurry. He believed that if the officials were in a difficult situation, he could ask Li Yi later and solve it. The most important thing now was to make the Japanese Empire accept it first. Whether it was to print money for the Japanese Empire or to use the exchange coupons for the Japanese Empire. Li Longji held his wine cup. He was in a good mood. The Japanese Empire had just arrived and everything had been arranged. Next, he just had to wait for the Japanese Empire to cooperate with the Tang dynasty bit by bit and sell the good things from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jiuling was also eating fish in the Department of Shipping that was mentioned by several people. Guangzhou had a lot of sea fish and he was eating steamed fish. He was drinking yellow rice wine which had been warmed. His hometown was not far from here, and he had adapted to the climate. It was more humid and he just had to get used to it. The road was repaired and the number of people coming and going increased, especially in the current month when the north was not cold. When the caravans came from other places and saw the barbarians' ships docked, they would wait for the barbarians to take out their goods to sell. At the same time they would also sell their goods to the barbarians. In the past, the barbarians and the merchants would negotiate the price alone. Now all the merchants had to take out their goods. They would divide the goods into different types and grades and set the price. No one was allowed to sell alone. At the same time, the shipping department would collect taxes from the barbarians. If the barbarians did not have money, they would deduct 1/10 of the goods. At first, the barbarians were unwilling and wanted to talk to the merchants of the Tang dynasty alone. After some of them were caught and most of their goods were confiscated, the other barbarians agreed. Needless to say, the merchants of the Tang dynasty were a lowly profession, and the government could punish them if they wanted to. Moreover, they all knew that the capital government collected taxes, and the money used for their daily transactions was the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. I found the person. You've got back the money you were cheated of, and you've also fined them 3 times the amount. Let's do it, Zhang Jiuling said to Wei Yefeng, who was sitting in front of him, as he used his chopsticks to scoop out a bit of beef chili sauce from a glass bottle and put it into his mouth. Wei Yefeng was the one who brought the onion seeds to scam the barbarians, and was caught by Li Yi in the end. When he came back, he brought back the goods that Li Yi had given him as well as a letter for Zhang Jiuling. Yesterday he had caught the barbarians who had scammed him, and the shipping department had come forward to catch them. The barbarians had confessed and were willing to compensate. They had also said that the seeds were not bad and were different from green onions.